Nebraska. The Class C boys high jump went to Isaac Cronin. That was a meet record jump of 6 foot 10 inches. In the Class C girls long jump, Hazel Harberg of Kearney Catholic had a PR 18 feet 2 1/4 inches. Second place was Maisie Stoklasa of Clarkson Lee. Third place was Alyssa Anen of Kearney Catholic. We're going to hear some more about her in just a moment. Class D boys triple jump was Brody Sperling, 44 feet 6 1/2 inches. And the Class C boys shot put champion out of Stanton, Nebraska, Barrett Wilkie, with a throw of 65 feet 4 3/4 inches. That is a Class C state record, not just a meet record. That's a state record for Barrett Wilkie. Fantastic 8-man football player, and he can throw the shot put too. That's just some of the records. Andy Klassen, he'll be joining us in just a moment to tell us more about yesterday's event. Guys, back up to you.
Darling, I believe everything's gonna be all right. No need to worry because you got somebody on your side. We all need a fam, we all need a crew. When you're in a jam, don't know what to do. Just reach out your hand and we'll see you through. Doesn't matter where you're at, we got your back. We got your back.
With a Medica health plan, you're not just covered, you're cared for.
We got your back.
NCN Sports is brought to you by Chad Tyson Construction, Northeast Nebraska's premier home builder, and by Complete Insurance. Stop in and see Jamie, Heather, and Tara with Complete Insurance.
Caitlin Devin, Pat Jansen joining you here today from Omaha, Burke, in a beautiful day today. Thanks to Michael Shively for that little update about what happened in some of the throwing events. You heard some really popular names, of course. Hazel Harberg, Kearney Catholic, really leading the charge right now for the Stars.
Yeah, and Kearney Catholic is in really great shape for a team state championship on the girls' side. They're already out in front by quite a bit. Now, in classes C and D, you've got a lot of schools, maybe some schools that aren't as big or as deep, so you can have some sort of lower team scores that win that state championship. You can have a little bit more parity. But right now, Kearney Catholic already with a lot of points, and they've still got a lot more points out there to be had. Now, if you're looking at some of the other team races, Dundee County Stratton on the girls' side, they're sitting in pretty good shape. They've got a lot of athletes here. They could potentially go for a girls and boys sweep in Class D. Now, Axtell, which had one of the more exciting team finishes last year, they're in solid shape to try and pick up another title on the boys' side of things. Now, in Class C, that's going to be a lot of fun. There's really not a good way to figure out who this is just yet, who's going to win that championship. Perkins County up there toward the top right now. They are at the top, and they could go 1-2 in the 1600 on the boys' side of things. They're sitting in good shape. Syracuse still has some potential big points out there. A lot of potential for North Platte St. Patrick's. And I'm keeping an eye on Lincoln Lutheran, too, because that's a team that's got a lot of athleticism. We've seen them on the football field, on the basketball court, and a lot of that has now translated to great track performances. And that's a team that could kind of sort of climb through the rankings today as we get through all of these different events. But what we're going to end up seeing as far as those final team standings, other than the Class C girls, it's pretty wide open right now, Kaylin.
Yeah, it's one of the best things about state track is that you can look at the standings early in the morning and see one team up top, but remember that there's so many different events throughout the day, more races, that standings can change in an instant. A couple big throws. Now the throwing events are all wrapped up, and now we get to the big race, the races, and that's where things will get really, really intense. Pat, what would you say, what are you most looking forward to down the line today?
Well, I love to see how classes C and D stack up to B and A when it comes to those all-class gold medals. There were some fantastic performances on days 1 and 2 out of classes A and B. Obviously it's going to be tough for someone in C and D to maybe catch a Juan Gonzalez from Fremont, perhaps the best to ever do it in the state of Nebraska. Now, he was trying to get 4 golds, so his legs were kind of tired by the end, so maybe that opens the door for one of those Perkins County runners to maybe sneak in and try and catch an all-class gold. But I do love to see how all these different classes stack up together, because the best, it doesn't matter where they come from, the best is the best, and it's a really fun moment to see here.
Well, coming up, we'll get to awards. We'll also get to Andy Klassen with an update from what happened yesterday, because there's some details we want to fill you in on from yesterday's event. Some big prelim races yesterday that we'll wrap into today. So we'll talk all about that and more coming up next on News Channel Nebraska.
I spend with purpose because I bank with purpose at Liberty First Credit Union. With my Liberty Plus checking account, I can earn extra cash just for spending on everyday things, like groceries, online or in-store purchases, and lunch. At Liberty First, anyone can join, so start earning money to spend on the things you love. Start banking with purpose. Start banking with Liberty First Credit Union.
NCN Sports is brought to you by Currency. Visit GoCurrency.com for details. The Carpet Shop, providing quality residential and commercial floor covering and installation for almost 50 years. And by See the Trainer, with locations in Columbus, Lincoln, Omaha, Bellevue, and North Platte.
A body in motion stays in motion until you feel that muscle tighten, that sharp pain you didn't expect, and suddenly you're stopped in your tracks. KRT helps you get back in action with all natural pain relief in just minutes. Don't get sidelined by muscle cramps. Stay in the game with KRT.
NCN Sports is brought to you by BC Meyer Homes. The difference is in the details when building your new home. Start building your future at bcmeyerhomes.com. And by Johnson County Central Public School. Good luck to all Thunderbirds athletes. NCN Sports is brought to you by Blazer Athletics. Not only made in America, but right here in Nebraska. And by Home Innovations. Visit their showrooms in Omaha and Lincoln to find your luxury at home with Home Innovation Spas. NCN Sports is brought to you by Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burrfarms.com for machinery sales, service, and rentals. And by Bernard Real Estate, an auction company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net. NCN Sports is brought to you by Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Find your new Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram today at larsonmotorgroup.com. And by District Table and Tap, craft beer, bold eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. Taste the District. NCN Sports is brought to you by Greg Young Automotive. We'll go the extra mile for you. Diller Odell Public Schools. Good luck to all Griffins athletes. And by First Bank of Nebraska in Burchard. NCN Sports is brought to you by Chad Tyson Construction, Northeast Nebraska's premier home builder. And by Complete Insurance. Stop in and see Jamie, Heather, and Tara with Complete Insurance. NCN Sports is brought to you by Blazer Athletics. Not only made in America, but right here in Nebraska. And by Home Innovations. Visit their showrooms in Omaha and Lincoln to find your luxury at home with Home Innovation Spas.
Back in Omaha, Nebraska at beautiful Burke Stadium, where we have classes C and D for both boys and girls, high school, state, track, and field. Kaylin Devin and Pat Jansen joining you today. Well, Pat, we want to take a little bit of a look at what happened from Friday's battles, what happened yesterday, some of the big names, big events. Want to run us down through those?
Yeah, we talked about the how well-positioned Kearney Catholic is. Alyssa Anen, a big part of that. She became the first person in Class C girls to ever clear 13 feet in the pole vault, 13 feet and a quarter inch. Meanwhile, in the girls pole vault in Class D, Jana Roberts from Osceola claimed the title. Kennedy Bailey in Dundee County Stratton won the Class D girls discus. Boys high jump, it was Isaac Cronin from Valentine in Class C. Girls long jump Class C, Hazel Harberg, we already mentioned. Boys triple jump, Brody Sperling from High Plains Community. Boys shot put, Barrett Wilkie, it was already mentioned, from Stanton. Won Class C boys. Class D boys high jump, Brock McCarter from Overton. That McCarter name, very popular there. Girls long jump, Sheridan Faulk from Nebraska Christian won the title. Boys triple jump, Nash Morgan from Pender. Boys shot put in Class D, Brock Bailey. Class C girls pole vault, we already mentioned. Haley Nichols from Johnson Brock won the girls discus in Class C. 4x8, Maywood Hayes Center in the girls Class D winner. Class C girls winner in the 4x8 was Sandy Creek. Class D
if I could direct
boys,
your
East
attention
Butler.
to the
Class
medal
C
podiums.
boys
We now will
Lincoln
be
Lutheran.
presenting
We'll get
some
some of the
medals
others
for
later today as
our
well. But
early
let's head
session
down
of field
for the
events.
awards.
First up, it'll be the medals for the Class D girls high jump. In 8th place, Kadea Sanborn, a sophomore from Nebraska Christian, 4 foot 11 inches. She's a 2-time medal winner. 7th place, Kyla Elfgren, a sophomore from Overton, 5 feet 1 inch. 6th place, Mackenzie Sewer, a junior from Wausau, 5 feet 1 inch, 3-time state qualifier. Tie for 4th place between Aspen Billiter, a freshman from Southwest, at 5 feet 1 inch, and Z Bowie, a senior from Loomis, 5 feet 1 inch. Z is a 4-time qualifier and a 3-time medal winner. 3rd place, Amber Hodges, a freshman from Elm Creek, 5 feet 1 inch. Your runner-up, Cameron Bunger, a freshman from Wilcox-Hildreth, 5 feet 3 inches. And your Class D champion in the girls high jump, Marley Donahue, a junior from Palmer, 5 feet 3 inches, 3-time qualifier, 2-time champion. Next up, it's your medals for the Class C boys pole vault. A tie for 8th place between Isaiah Anen, a freshman from Kearney Catholic, and Otto Hinkle, a sophomore from UTAN at 12 feet 6 inches. In 6th place, Marcus Krivonek, a senior from Aquinas Catholic, 13 feet even. A tie for 5th place between Cooper Knackstead, a junior from Highline, at 13 feet, and Walker Ott, a senior from Wisner Pilger, 13 feet. Walker is a 3-time qualifier, 2-time medalist. 4th place, Axel Escalante, a senior from Grand Island Central Catholic, 13 feet 6 inches. 3rd place, Bo Wells, a freshman from Ord, 14 feet even. In 2nd place, Madden Brabetz, a junior from Wood River, 14 feet even. He's a 2-time medal winner. And your Class C champion, Griffin Jordan, a senior from Madison, 14 feet 6 inches, a 3-time qualifier, 2-time medalist, and now a champion. And now for your medal winners, Class D girls shot put. 8th place, Taryn Stearns of Brady, 35 feet, 7 3/4 inches. 6th place, Maya Lewis, a sophomore from North Central, 36 feet, 7 inches. In 6th place, Aubriana Schmidt, a freshman from Cody Kilgore, 38 feet, 3.5 inches. 5th place, Reese Glenn, a sophomore from Paxton, 38 feet, 7 3/4 inches. In 4th place, Chelsea Kotick, a sophomore from Elm Creek, 38 feet, 10 1/2 inches. She's a 2-time medal winner. 3rd place, Bailey Tice, a junior from Dorchester, 42 feet, 11 inches. She is a 3-time medal winner. Your runner-up is Carlene Kepler, a junior from North Central, 43 feet even. And your Class D champion, a junior from Dundee County, a 2-time qualifier, now a champion, Kennedy Bailey, 43 feet, 4 1/4 inches. And now for your medal winners, Class C boys discus. 8th place, Mannix Martin, a freshman from Ravenna, 156 feet, 10 inches. In 7th place, Cole Vorderstrass, a junior from Thayer Central, 157 feet even. Sixth place is Kevin Theobald, a senior from Fillmore Central, 157 feet 6 inches. In fifth place, Grant Kuhlman, a junior from Lincoln Lutheran, 157 feet 7 inches. In fourth place, Hunter Hawley, a junior from Syracuse, 158 feet 1 inch. Third place, Cooper Stokebrand, a senior from Tri-County, 158 feet 5 inches. Your runner-up is Gavin Kelch of Syracuse, a senior, 165 feet 5 inches. And your Class C state champion, Barrett Wilkie, the senior from Stanton, a two-time medal winner, now a champion with a winning throw of 175 feet 6 inches. Next up, it's your medal winners. Class D, boys long jump. Eighth place, Ben Barlow, a sophomore from St. Mary's, 20 feet 5 inches. In seventh place, Thunder Nelson, a junior from Bertrand, 20 feet 5 1/2 inches. He's a three-time qualifier. Sixth place, Gavin Davis, a sophomore from Amherst, 20 feet 6 1/4 inches. Fifth place, Noah Zoltenko, a sophomore from Dundee County Stratton, 20 feet 9 1/2 inches. In fourth place, Logan Metz, a senior from Baird, 20 feet 11 3/4 inches. In third place, Brody Sperling, a junior from High Plains, 21 feet 1/2 inch, a two-time medal winner in the boys long jump. Your runner-up, Kason Havronik, a junior from Axtell, 21 feet 8 1/4 inches. And your Class D state champion, Maddox Wagner of Kennesaw, a senior, 21 feet 9 1/4 inches. Next up, it's your medal winners in the Class C girls triple jump. Eighth place, Charlotte Metchke, a junior from Johnson Brock, 35 feet 3 1/4 inches. In seventh place, Alexa Porter, a freshman from Grand Island Central Catholic, 35 feet 11 1/2 inches. In sixth place, Ayla Garrett, a junior, Conestoga, 36 feet 1/4 inch. Fifth place, Allie Korth, a freshman from Battle Creek, 36 feet 2 1/2 inches. In fourth place, Sophie Humphrey, a senior from Battle Creek, 36 feet 9 1/4 inches. She's a two-time medal winner. In third place, Maisie Stoklasa, a sophomore from Clarkson Lee, 37 feet 1/4 inch. She also is a two-time medal winner. In second place, Jaden Meyer, a senior from Syracuse, 37 feet 3 1/2 inches. She's a three-time medal winner, two-time runner-up. And your Class C state champion, Alyssa Anen, a junior from Kearney Catholic, 39 feet 2 1/2 inches. She's a three-time medal winner, a two-time champion. She was the all-class champion last year, and she's in the running for all-class champion this year with Class D remaining to jump.
From Omaha Burke Stadium in Omaha, Nebraska, Kalen Debb and Pat Jansen. You heard some big award ceremonies going down before. We will get things rolling here today with our afternoon event. To kick things off, we have the 800-meter run that is coming up. But first, Pat, let's run down some events from Friday to finish things up there.
Yeah, we went through a lot of the field events from the other day, from yesterday, and you saw obviously some of the things that happened earlier today. But girls 4x8 in Class D, it was Maywood Hayes Center. In Class C, it was Sandy Creek. In Class D boys, East Butler picked up the championship, and in what was an absolutely monster race in Class C boys, you could run an an 8:15 and not get on the medal stand. Lincoln Lutheran went sub-8, just edging Perkins County for that Class C boys championship. Meanwhile, the other finals in the 400, Clara Spargo beat her teammate and sibling Abigail Spargo for the 400 championship in girls Class D. In girls Class C, Kirsten Chopik from Bishop Newman just edged Addie Hunt from Southern Valley for the C girls 400. Boys D400, Will Casey from Arapahoe went 48-93 to win that championship. And it was 1-2 for West Holt in the boys Class C 400. Brody Gallion, from West Holt beat Lincoln Conrad for the Huskies to go 1-2. Meanwhile, in the 3,200-meter run, McCool Junction goes 1-3. Leah Dawson beats Ashley Robertson from Wallace, and Dawson's teammate, Kaylee Betka, to go as McCool Junction picked up some key points in girls Class D. Girls Class C, Jalen Witter from Kearney Catholic got the star some key points. She wins the girls C 3,200. Boys D 3,200, Jacob Swanson from Nebraska Christian. And in boys Class C 3,200, Mason McGreer and Elijah Goodell go 1-2 for Perkins County. They'll try and do the same thing in the 1,600 meter today. But now it's time for competition today. We're getting ready for this girls 800 meter run, Kalen.
Yeah, it's fun to get things started now that we're officially getting things wrapped up with the awards and then the throwing. And so now we have the 800 meter run, and we'll all get started with Class D. So that's where we'll kick things off today from Omaha.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And, one of my favorite races, ready for this crowd to greet our athletes as they come on this stretch toward the start line. Really always just one of the great moments, sending chills down your spine. Going to be a lot of fun. We'll go into detail as far as, maybe strategy in the race or, how these heats are designated. We'll get into a lot of that, but waiting for this crowd to greet our athletes, it's going to be a blast and hopefully a moment that all these student athletes can take in and enjoy.
When talking about the 800 meter run, this is always one of the most I feel like it's one of the trickiest runs to races to run, because you don't have the sprint of the 400, but it's not quite the long distance of the mile.
Yeah, it's a true brutal challenge for the athletes, both mentally and physically, Kalen.
Want to salute a few hometowns here today with Northeast Machine and Manufacturing from Battle Creek. A look at all the names that made it down here to Omaha. For Bloomfield, a big thanks to Hefner Hardware for what they've done for that crew. We'll show you them in just a moment, but there's a look at, or we'll go to Boone Central, rather. Boone Central, there's a look at Boone Central, the Cardinals. You've got them thanks to No Worries Insurance. And then for our final hometown salute, there's a look at Cedar Catholic. The Trojans, big thanks to them for the Bank of Hardington for bringing their runners down here today, as now we have our runners getting started with the 800-meter run in Class D to get things rolling here today from Omaha.
We see them striding toward that start line. Now we'll see D girls, then C girls, then D boys, then C boys. Each of these 800 events will have two heats. The way they're organized is and based off of district times, not necessarily what your fastest time was throughout the year, but what your district time was, and certainly there were different conditions at different district events, but generally you've got the faster runners in the second heat. Now, we've seen plenty of instances in recent years, including a couple days ago, where you could get onto the medal stand, potentially high on the medal stand from that opening heat here in the 800, but it is a little bit of a challenge if you are coming from that first heat to try and get on the medal stand. Now, there are some pros and cons. If you are, if you're trying to eye a state championship, you'd rather run in the same heat with that group. It's going to go out a little faster. It's going to push you a little bit more, and you're going to know where your competition stands. But maybe you're kind of on that edge of meddling a little bit. There can be a little bit of a temptation. Many of these athletes are used to running toward the front of the pack during a lot of their early season meets. They're used to winning a lot of events. Now, if you get lined up with maybe someone who's a state champion and you're maybe not quite there yet, sometimes what can happen is that can push you a little bit too much. Maybe you expend a little bit too much energy. Now, we've seen these athletes go here. This is a middle distance race, but it is a very fast middle distance race. What can be a challenge here is certainly you've got to go out fast, especially if you want to go from heat number one onto the medal stand. But you got a lot of adrenaline here. I mentioned it the other day. Really the toughest part of this race, both physically and psychologically, will be about 100 meters from where they are now. The middle 300 meters of this 800. So once they get to this straightaway that they're about to approach, they're back to the end of the other straightaway, to me, is the most challenging part of this race, because you've still got a decent amount left, and that's maybe some of that initial adrenaline has worn off.
So Veda Lippert is the one who leads the pack from Hartington, Newcastle. So she came out hot, was really, Pat, took the advantage early, and she's kept it the entire way so far. But now, gap being closed a little bit. Someone to watch, Abby Ehlers, the freshman from Chamber Wheeler Central.
Yeah, it was a really, really good first lap there. She looked smooth, but you can see her starting to fade already. That is sometimes the risk, the worry a little bit at a state track meet when you've got a lot of adrenaline coursing through you.
Emma Rathjen just passes Lippert there. Now she's ahead. So we're getting close. There's another look right there. Rachel Harris from Cambridge in third. And that's the top three of the pack right now for the 800.
Ehlers looking strong on this final turn, but you know what? I'm not sure Lippert's done yet.
Still Rathjen right now. Harris now leading the charge, passing both Rathjen and Lippert. And it's Rachel Harris who makes it across the finish line first.
What a run. She was just biding her time. She was just hanging off of that lead for almost the entirety of the race. Really great job positioning herself for a late run. We'll see if that time's enough for her to be able to get onto the medal stand, but a very strong race by her for her to be proud of. Rachel Harris, the senior, she was in there with a lot of underclassmen in this race, but Rachel Harris, a nice, strong finish there. She had that minute 10 opening lap, then closes a minute 14 in her second lap for a 2:25.35.
Yeah, really good time from Rachel. Emma Rathjen with second place, Veda Lippert there in third in this heat. Lachelle Benitez in fourth, and then Abby Ehlers, again, the freshman from CWC, wrapping it up in fifth. So really good times there from Heat 2. But yeah, the race from Harris, we'll see, Pat, if she can get up there.
Yeah, and now we've got a fun batch here for this second heat, which we'll get into in just a second.
Let's take a look at some more hometown salutes here today. Our first one coming from Clarkson Lee. Big thanks to Clarkson Bank and Clarkson Wireless. A few of the names that made it here. Some really popular names athletically. Of course, Crofton, another team that is always so talented athletically, thanks to Nora Wortman Engineering. Also, Elkhorn Valley. A look at the Falcons squad, Rutchins Construction. Thank them for bringing us our hometown salute today, as we are officially underway now in this race in the second heat of the 800 meter.
Yeah, and if you look at the times coming in from this second heat, honestly, Rachel Harris's time really puts her in good position. Rachel ran a 2:25.35 in that opening heat. Miley Weirs from Diller Odell with the top qualifying time at 2:23.68. She sits just barely ahead of what that time was from Harris. This could be a lot of fun to watch here. We've got Weirs from Diller Odell, Addison Sweeney from Cedar Bluffs, Izzy Brumbaugh from Nebraska Christian, Addie Criddle from Burwell, Shelby Schoen from Bertrand, Addison Richards from Maywood Hayes Center, Serenity Quintana from Elm Creek, Lillian Bowen from HTRS, Kaylee Softly from Maywood Hayes Center, Kayla Elfgren from Overton, Angela Frick from North Central, and Gracie Kreitz from Giltner. And they are bunched pretty tightly after that first lap.
We're still at the front, but it's tight with her and Addison Sweeney running 107.76 and 107.80 for both Weirs and Sweeney.
Which is just about a second faster than what Veda Lippert ran in her opening lap in that first heat.
Still very bunched up at the front. We'll see who can make the final stretch here in just a moment. 200 meters left.
Addie Kreidel from Burwell moving up toward the top.
Right now, Kreidel, then Weirs. Also coming in is Brumbaugh.
Wow, what a strong finish.
She's coming back in front. She left it all in the tank and revving up the engine to the finish line. Striding ahead and holds off everybody else. Miley Weirs comes across first in the 800.
The senior finishing strong. She went out with that strong first lap. Weirs wanted to be at the front, lost that lead, but had the kick left in her. What a finish from the senior. Shelby Schoen from Bertrand was second. Then Addison Sweeney third. Then it goes Addison Richards, Maywood Hayes Center, Izzy Brumbaugh from Nebraska Christian, Lillian Bowen from HTRS, Addie Kreidel from Burwell, and then Rachel Harris, who we saw in that opening heat, does get on the medal stand in 8th place.
Heck of a race from Shelby Schoen, though, able to kind of come in second there and finish things strong for her team, too.
Yeah, 2:20.87 for Miley Weirs. She is a state champion.
So now we will move over to girls class C. And first, before we do that, we'll send you on down to Michael Shively with an update.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm here with Alyssa Anen of Kearney Catholic. A terrific record-setting day yesterday. Well, she's been pretty good today, and she's not done yet. Alyssa, let's talk about that pole vault. You set that bar higher than you'd ever cleared. 13 feet, 1/4 inch. Take us through that vault.
Yeah, I was just stoked to be attempting the height. 13's been a bar that I've been looking at for a really long time. Once you hit 13 as a girl, that's pretty legit. It's been a goal of mine for a really long time, and I think every time I set the bar previously, I had just kind of went, whoa, 13, and kind of tensed up. But the state meet, I am, calm in chaos. I get on the runway, and it's like I can feel, the Holy Spirit right beside me, and I just took a look at the bar, and I'm like, I can do this. And I did. I don't remember much from the actual jump. I do remember thinking that I was going to eat it when I was coming out of the plant box, but I don't actually remember the jump itself, so I can't comment much on that, but I know that I just had an insane sense of peace the whole time. It was amazing.
And that was your first attempt at it, and it worked. And then the celebration has been quite popular online because you took your coach, Adam Driver, you drove him out of his chair. What was that moment like, sharing it with your coach?
It was amazing. He actually has the full video because he records all of my jumps on his phone, and if I clear a big bar, he'll keep recording. So he has the entire conversation that we had on the ground afterwards even. And it was just such a great moment for the both of us. I mean, he wanted that bar for me as much as I wanted it for me. And there might have been a couple people that, would have been like, ooh, I don't like that you like took me out of my chair, obviously. Like that could be a little bit of a hard topic for some people, but Adam was just so stoked. We've been laughing about it ever since. He thinks it's hilarious, and yeah, he was just happy to have me clear the bar.
And then you go to the triple jump today, you get gold. What was that like competing in that event?
Oh, it was fantastic. I haven't gotten to triple jump much since last year. I've been triple jumping since the 7th grade, but I partially tore my patella tendon last track season, and so I didn't even know that I was going to be able to triple jump this year. Quite frankly, I've been really nervous about just like pole vaulting on it occasionally. Like it'll flare up. I think I'm starting to get some like extra. The doctors originally told me, the doctors told me that that it wouldn't fix itself, but we found some research, so I'm hoping that some of the exercises that I'm working on now are going to help it stop like flaring up and stuff. But just to be able to go out there and prove that I came back from an injury like that was really a big blow on my confidence.
Big thanks again there to Michael Shively and Alyssa Anen. But look at Peyton Larson right now also finishing tightly. We'll see who can come across the finish line in this heat. And that looks like Talon, was that Stark? Talon Stark from Niobrara Verdigris.
Yeah, Niobrara Verdigris. They've got a couple people who wanted to get potentially on the medal stand out of this race. And Talon Stark with a nice finish. You know, really they went out pretty fast with that opening lap as she was able to edge Pavin Larson. Then it goes Sawyer Benny from Lincoln Lutheran, Tara Buzik from Heartland as we see that finish here from Stark.
Just at the very end was able to eke out in front of Larson, who was a part of a tremendous Westholt team last year too. So Stark with a time of 2:20.24. See if she can get on the medal stand as the second heat ready to roll here in Class C in the 800 meter.
Yeah, this should be a fun one to be certain as we look at this next group here. Jaden Meyer from Syracuse with the fastest qualifying time coming out of districts. That's 3 seconds faster than that next group. Taylor Obermiller from Arcadia Loop City. Peyton Dolliver, one of the best to do it this season from Malcolm, just a freshman. Cameron Scott from Alma. Haley O'Daniel, who's a state cross-country champion. We'll see her later today as well. Gabby Teeterman from UTAN. Anna Paus from Sandy Creek.
As we get started, we'll show you some more hometown salutes today. We are officially underway in this heat. Big thanks again to EMF, their Exeter Milligan friend. And then Bloomfield here. Bloomfield thanks to Hefner Hardware. The Bees continuing this race. Still very jumbled up at the front.
Yeah, I want to keep an eye on the cruise marks from Pender, who had previously been in Wayne Public Schools, but they've done nice work in track, cross country, basketball. There's someone to keep an eye on here in this heat as well. But some ground to make up here, as I believe we're looking at Riley Campbell from Aquinas.
Riley Campbell right now. Also got Jaden Meyer and Taylor Obermiller right behind her.
Got Haley O'Daniel lurking behind.
As they reach the final 400. So 106.38 from Riley Campbell to lead the pack in that first lap. Jaden Meyer and Haley O'Daniel the second and third.
If you're wondering what the all-class gold looks like so far, if you want to get to that point, you've got to beat Emma Stephenson's 2 minutes 11.79 seconds. Stephenson from Waverly just was flying the other day despite pretty hefty wind, which is not as heavy right now today.
Got Meyer who crosses out in front.
Meyer just striding out on that turn. She's looking good.
She leads Haley O'Daniel from Arlington, who's in second. Then Peyton Dolliver from Malcolm in third. But right now it's Meyer who's keeping that length. O'Daniel trying to make up some ground.
Strong finish from O'Daniel. Can Meyer hang on? This is going to be tight, Kalen.
And it is Meyer who tosses up the hands as she comes across the finish line.
What a run from Jaden Meyer, just trying to hang on and get across the finish line. Haley O'Daniel was a hunter trying to catch her from behind, but unable to do so. What a race there in Class C.
2:17.08 and a state champion from Syracuse and Jaden Meyer.
What an effort from her as we look, really, that opening heat was really strong.
Wow.
After Meyer and O'Daniel, the next two places go to Heat 1. In fact, there were three people from Heat 1 medaling. It goes Jaden Meyer from Syracuse out of Heat 2 winning, followed by Haley O'Daniel. But then you've got Talon Stark from Niobrara Verdigris in Heat 1 finishing third. Pavin Larson from Westholt finishes fourth. She was out of Heat 1. Then it goes Peyton Dolliver from Malcolm, Sawyer Benny from Lincoln Lutheran, Riley Campbell from Aquinas, and Cameron Scott from Alma. That's a great race there.
A fantastic race there, and great job from Heat 1 to get three placers there on the medal stand in the top 8. So let's take a look at some more hometown salutes. Taking a look at Diller Odell. And big thanks to them, Diller Odell Public Schools and Husker Rehab, as well as Hardington Newcastle. And thanks to Midwest Tree for another hometown salute. There's lots of small communities here that are represented today.
Yeah, I think that's one of the great things about when you get classes C and D, the number of tents you see here. There's a lot.
The colors, Pat.
Yeah. It is. It's a very colorful day, and great conditions. Looking forward to this boys Class D 800 now, with the opening heat here. And again, it's been a good day for Heat 1 in the girls' races. Let's see if something similar can happen in the boys' side of things. The top qualifier in this race in Class D is Cale Garrett from Medicine Valley, who we will see in that second heat. It's really, really bunched up if you look at it here. There are a lot of people. There is a legitimate chance that someone from this particular heat could not just end up on the medal stand, but could end up winning the whole shebang, because the times are so tightly bunched this year in Class D.
I was just going to ask, Pat, if you knew the last time that's happened.
Well, so this happens in multiple races. In the Class B boys 4x400 a couple of years ago, the team with the slowest qualifying time in that race, Norris, they were in lane 8 of Heat 1, and they won the whole thing out of that opening heat.
That's amazing.
In the 4x4.
It just shows that no matter what heat you're in, give it your all, because you can always have a chance to win a state title, and that's what this first heat is trying to do in Class D. The boys 800 still very bunched up at the front. We saw Brody Cummings, who came across first in that first lap, and now being passed. Let's look at Jacob Smith from Bloomfield. He's ahead with Tucker Bickford right behind him. Cummings in third.
Cummings looking really, really strong. But I'll tell you, Bickford wants to take a run at him here. But I don't know that it's going to happen. Cummings, what a move he made in that final 200, but we got someone trying to chase him down.
Well, Jacob Smith here in front, and he comes across first. He topples down to the ground. What a race. Jacob Smith, Connor Sutton was right behind him.
And my apologies, I kept calling Smith Cummings. Jacob Smith from Bloomfield, beg your pardon, was the one down that backstretch, really powering hard, and just able to hang on over Connor Sutton. Sutton really making that big push, going from fourth to nearly taking over the lead against Smith. And again, my apologies to Smith. But Sutton just could not quite catch him. Just enough there for Jacob Smith. Gets across the line in 2:02.74, 7/100ths of a second, better than Sutton. That gives them a really good shot of getting onto the medal stand.
Right.
Because that actually would be enough. If you go off of the qualifying times, that would just be a couple tenths of a second off of the best qualifying time that Cale Garrett had coming into the race.
Taking a look at the assignments there, but Cale Garrett, yes, he did have the best district time, 2:02.43, but again, congratulations, Jacob Smith on that race for what he did, 2:02.74. That's going to make it really interesting in this second heat.
Yeah, sometimes in the second heat, the temptation can be, hey, I'm in the faster heat. All I got to do is run the race that allows me to win. But now you got to start thinking about time a little bit. You've got that in the back of your head here as the second heat.
Big thanks to Exeter Milligan Friend, another hometown salute. Thanks to 41 Auto Parts, Exeter Milligan Schools, and Weber Feed Yards. Take a look at EMF and the crew that had made it down to Omaha. Strong start. I believe that is Lopez. Let's see who else we've got there in the second half. That is Luke Lopez from Axtell, who's ahead.
Those could be big points for the Wildcats as they want to go for another team title.
He took a share of the title a year ago with McCool Junction. Still Lopez out in front. Right behind him is Cale Garrett from Medicine Valley. Love those Medicine Valley uniforms, too. That's fun.
Yeah, they look sharp. But so does Lopez. His stride, really good. I think he's creating a little bit of distance here on this curve.
57.66 for Lopez in that first lap.
His stride is getting a little bit choppier, though. They are going against the wind here on this backstretch. We saw that really impact the runners in classes A and B.
Still staying with Lopez, who's coming across the bend. Garrett's about to get past.
Horner is trying to make his move.
Garrett's trying to close him off. It's still Lopez on the straightaway. A couple charges from behind, but it won't be enough to defeat Luke Lopez from Axtell with 1:58. We'll check that exact time for what they clock at 1:58.28.
Wow, what a run from Lopez. He went out strong, 57 seconds in that opening lap, but he went a minute on lap number 2. Brody Flynn closed strong for Nebraska Christian to finish second in that heat. Then it went Garrett, then Horner, then Jace Hawkswell. Then I think we start to find ourselves get to heat 1. In fact, we do. Jacob Smith from Bloomfield in that opening heat. He's going to finish 6th overall, followed by Connor Sutton out of heat 1. Kane Wedovic from Fullerton able to get the final medal. That was out of the heat that we just saw, just edging Tucker Bickford for that final medal. We said there were bunched up times in that Class D boys 800 race, and it really, really showed there.
Congratulations to the state champion, Luke Lopez. That's huge points now for Axtell.
Yeah, when you're looking at the team race, that's very vital for them as they want that state championship once again. That's going to bump them 10 points ahead of Dundee County Stratton. They were tied going into that event.
Take a look at another hometown salute from a lot of our hometowns here today at Omaha Burke. And there's Howells Dodge from the consolidation of both Howells and Dodge. Big thanks to Clarkson Bank. The Jaguars, a couple names there who have made it down to Omaha. Also, Meridian. Take a look at them. Thanks to Meridian Public Schools. For a couple more hometown salutes, Neely Oakdale. And Blackstrap Trailer Repair. All right, here we go. First heat in boys Class C in the 800 meter.
This is very bunched up as well. If you look at heats 1 and 2, the top of heat 1 to the bottom of heat 2 based on district times, separated by 6 seconds.
Look at that charge out of the middle. Tice Yost. Take a look at what else we've got running down the lane. Jaden Hageman from Boone Central, he's right behind. That is Yost who's out ahead in that first lap.
Yost, a senior from Donovan Trumbull, 58.33 in that opening lap.
But does not have a lot of space.
Now, there were 4 guys who went under a minute in that opening lap. Yost, Hageman, Wortman, and Ethan Elliott from Hershey.
And now it's Hageman who is ahead of Yost. Also trying to make a push is Ethan Elliott from Hershey. He's currently in third, looking for his moment to try to pass Tice Yost.
I think we're going to see Drake Nemitz really try and make a push on this final 200. Nemitz had a lot left in the tank.
From Westholt. So Hageman gets passed by Drake Nemitz, and he's got the straightaway. But now look at this. Look at this charge from behind from Ponca. It's Micah Mormon, or rather, excuse me.
There's Zion Conrad.
Oh, my goodness.
Conrad from Ponca going 58.74, and almost all of that coming on the back stretch. Oh, my goodness. Conrad came out of nowhere. We thought Nemitz was flying out of nowhere, but he even got caught from behind. 2 minutes, 0.32 for Conrad. That is going to put him in competition for a medal.
Came out of nowhere. He was sitting in 5th on the final stretch, Pat, and then just had a burst of energy in that last moment to accelerate him ahead of Hageman, ahead of Nemitz. With 2 minutes 32, 2 minutes and .32, that is the time for Conrad.
Well, that's what everyone's got to keep in mind here in this second heat. As we look at Trenton Cum from Lincoln Lutheran is the favorite in this. He and Hayden Jansen from Freeman both went under 2 minutes in districts. But those times not all that far ahead of the one that Conrad just threw down. You're also looking at Mason McGreer from Perkins County. He and Brock Tynes looking to both get on the medal stand as Perkins County wants key points in this team race. But, I mentioned Trenton Cum from Lincoln Lutheran. He's got his own teammate in this in Cooper Shellcup. There are key points out there for a number of teams. Nolan Gartner from Syracuse, they want to remain in this team race. Dimitri Pettit from North Platte St. Pat's, if he could sneak onto the medal stand, that would be huge for them as well. I mentioned the 2 most likely candidates for Lincoln Lutheran to get on the medal stand, but there's a possibility of 3. Charlie Caldwell, just a sophomore, likely to be the pace man for the Warriors.
Underway now in the second heat. See who can come out ahead here. A good start's always important in this race. We've talked about that time and time again.
Well, if for nothing else, positioning, everybody has a different way they run this race. We saw that with Conrad flying from out of nowhere from Ponca at the end of that race. Certainly some coaches might say if you got that much left in the tank, you might want to lay a little bit more out there earlier.
Different strategies for different runners.
Absolutely.
take a look at Shelcop, who currently is ahead, and then McGreer passes him. So Mason McGreer from Perkins County. They're looking for huge points.
McGreer, a senior, he's been here a bunch of times. Mentioned Shelcop. Now, he's usually number 2 for Lincoln Lutheran. He's likely just a couple seconds away from being passed by his teammate, Trenton Cum.
McGreer's still pacing out ahead.
You've got Gardner trying to chase him down. Syracuse does not have as many entries left as Perkins County, as Lincoln Lutheran, as North Platte St. Pat's. They've got to maximize their points if they want to get on the team stand.
It is tight coming around the bend. McGreer and Gardner. Now it's Gardner out ahead. He's trying to pace out in front of McGreer, turning on the Rockets. Can he do it? And he does.
What a run from Nolan Gardner, the junior. 56 seconds on his final lap. 154.73. He went sub 60 on both laps and sped up on the final one. What a run from Gardner. He looked so strong in that final 200. Key points for the Rockets. And if you look a little, so still key points for Perkins County as well. They pick up 8 from Mason McGreer, going second with a very strong minute 55. Then you got Will Nelson from Boyd County. 2 medalists for Lincoln Lutheran, but a little further down, Trenton Cum 4th, Cooper Shelcop 5th. Then it goes Hayden Jansen, Dawson Meyer, and Tyler Witt.
Send it on to Michael Shively, who's got another interview.
Axtell, he's the Class D champion in the 800, 158.28. Luke, that's a PR for you, and it's a gold medal in your final race of your high school career. How's that feel?
Oh, it feels great, especially knowing that I beat my school record. That's a big accomplishment.
Well, it certainly is at Axtell. Let's go through that race. You got some good cushion, but what was it like trying to push to the finish to get the best time you could?
Well, it hurt, but I knew what I had to do, and I knew what my team was relying on. So, putting that into mind, it made it feel easier, but at the same time, it still hurt.
So giving this some context, you were last year's gold medalist. You got the silver in the 400 yesterday. This was the culmination of your Axtell Wildcat career. How's this sum up your track and field career?
I feel like it sums it up pretty good. I was able to prove who I can be and what I could have been. I'm really proud of this. I'm really proud of today. I'm really proud of yesterday. I'm excited for what the 4x4 brings.
Axtell now in the team lead. What's it mean to this group to compete, try to defend that title from a season ago?
It feels great, especially knowing that I've only got 6 guys to compete with me. Doing this, it feels like, it just feels like a lot, but it still feels very doable. And I'm very proud of what we can do.
A quick note on your style. Pink spikes with the blue cartoon SpongeBob socks. Tell us about what you're repping out there.
Oh, the SpongeBob socks have been my lucky socks since 8th grade. They've got massive holes in them, so I figured I got to keep them.
Well, it worked out. A gold medal. Congratulations, Luke.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
I wonder how Lopez's feet are feeling if he's got holes in his SpongeBob socks.
That is not a comfortable way to run, my friend.
But hey, lucky socks since 7th grade? You'll take that.
Yeah. Now, looking at the all-class gold after that boys' 800-meter run, Nolan Gardner ran a minute 54.73. He will not get the all-class gold, but if you're curious what a time that is, that's less than a second slower than what Juan Gonzalez ran. The all-class gold goes to Braden Lofquist from Gretna East out of Class B. Great runs from everybody all the way around.
We got some fun sprint races coming up next. It'll all start with the 4x1, so stay tuned. That is coming up right here from Omaha on News Channel Nebraska.
Kearney, Nebraska is the getaway you never knew you needed. With comfortable, premium lodging, eclectic shopping, and a variety of locally owned craft food and drink options, Kearney has something for everyone. By day, you'll find rich history, outdoor adventure, and some of America's most unique attractions. And by night, our many entertainment options, dazzling performances, and unique hangouts offer the perfect way to unwind. Visit Carney. It's so much more than just in the middle.
NCN Sports is brought to you by Currency. Visit gocurrency.com for details. The Carpet Shop, providing quality residential and commercial floor covering and installation for almost 50 years. And by See the Trainer, with locations in Columbus, Lincoln, Omaha, Bellevue, and North Platte.
A body in motion stays in motion until you feel that muscle tighten, that sharp pain you didn't expect, and suddenly you're stopped in your tracks. KRT helps you get back in action with all natural pain relief in just minutes. Don't get sidelined by muscle cramps. Stay in the game with KRT.
This broadcast is brought to you by Western Oil. Make your first and last stop to and from the game at your nearest Speedy Mart or good-to-go convenience stores today. See the Trainer. Need relief from pain or support for recovery? Don't see just anyone. See the Trainer. And by Zollner Ford Lincoln. Proud to be your local Ford and Lincoln dealer.
Do you know when the worst time to find out your sump pump isn't working? The day you need it. At John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical, we're offering a $59 sump pump inspection, so you won't have to find a watery surprise in your basement after a storm. For just $59, our licensed and experienced service professionals will examine your sump pump, inspecting its major components to ensure your sump pump is ready and working when you need it most. Hurry, this offer won't last long. John Henry's, serving your family since 1996.
Our broadcast today thanks in part to Doane University and Fleet Feet. Thanks for joining us from Omaha, Nebraska, Burke Stadium. My name is Kalen Devin, joined by Pat Jansen. Had some really fun races there in the 800-meter, but now we get on to some of the sprint races, and we start with the relay, the 4x1, which is one of the most exciting things to watch if you're down here in Omaha.
Yeah, and it's such a difficult race for a bunch of different reasons. These are teams that are all very well coached. You need 4 fast people. That much is obvious. But the rehearsal that goes into the baton exchanges is just so much. Obviously you've got to time that just right, not just to make sure that you get it to the person without dropping it. That goes without saying, but making sure that you do not surrender any speed from the previous person to the second. You want to maximize momentum, and the team who is able to do that the best and do it under pressure, I think you are managing small movements from your hand while you are moving as fast as you can. That is just such an art and such a challenge, and looking to see that out of these teams here, starting with the Class D girls.
I want to take a look at some more hometown salutes, and we'll start from Creighton. We'll look at a few names that made it down here to Omaha for Creighton from Brunswick State Bank. Thanks to them, as well as Fillmore Central. Thanks to Fillmore County Hospital and Fortify Group. Some more salutes. We'll get things started here with the 4x1 in just a moment. Big thanks to the crew here at NSAA for bringing us lots of water, coffee, food. It's fantastic.
Absolutely.
We have 2 sections. The state record set by Riverside in 2016 with a time of 49.
And Johnson County Central, another one of our hometown salutes today, thanks to Johnson County Central Public School.
The time of 49.50 seconds. Here the latest time in Sector 1, Lane 1, Bloomfield. Lane 2, Kimball.
As we're looking at this 4x100, it's similar to what we were looking at with the 800, where the fastest qualifying times will be in Heat 2. But there's even more of a likelihood in the relays of Heat 1 getting onto the medal stand than in the 800, because these are in lanes. The 800, they go beyond 8 people. You can only have 8 in each heat. There's a very real possibility that someone in this opening heat will find themselves on the medal stand. As we look at our entries here in Heat 1. For those who are maybe a little bit newer to track and field, the way the lane assignments go, you start with the fastest in lane 4, then the second fastest based on time in lane 5. So lane 4 is Cambridge, lane 5 is BDS. Then you go to the next fastest one, lane 3, Wausau. That's followed then by lane 6, Wineta Palisade. Then you're looking at lane 2, Kimball, lane 7, Sandhills Thedford, lane 1, Bloomfield, lane 8, Giltner. And they are underway, Kalen.
Here we go in this Class D, the first heat of the 4x1. Of course, the baton handoffs are always so crucial, and how things roll out here. Really nice start. And this is the handoffs are one of the crucial parts. I've been practicing this all season long for this moment here today. And don't, you can look at the turn from the far side, but the middle gets really intense.
Yeah, Wausau, that last one was just a little bit delayed getting out, but they've looked good in this race otherwise.
Oh, my goodness, and a big burst from Wausau. Look at the speed from the anchor as Wausau comes across first.
Gillian anchoring things for the Vikings. Really strong. Like I say, they were sitting in great position, even with maybe a little bit of a delayed handoff going into that third leg. It wasn't enough to slow them down. Great effort there by the Vikings as we see the finish from them. In that opening heat, it goes Wausau first, 50.90, then BDS, Cambridge, Wineta Palisade, Kimball, Giltner, Bloomfield, Sandhills, Thedford, and now we head on over to heat number 2.
Well, Wausau being the only team that's sub 50, we'll see if they can get on the medal stand. That'd be crucial. As the second heat about to get things started in this 4x1.
So that 50.90 that Wausau ran would have been the second best qualifying time out of district. So they're sitting in real nice position.
Another look at some more hometown salutes. Laurel, Concord, Coleridge bringing us this one. Big thanks to LCC and the Hanson brothers, as well as Niobrara Verdigris and the Bank of Hardington, plus Tom's Family Foods. Thanks, Niobrara Verdigris, for another hometown salute.
Now, if you're looking at the team standings here, Dundee County Stratton in girls Class D is sitting first right now at 38 points, and they have themselves an entry in this race, a chance to pick up some more points if you are Dundee County Stratton, but also a chance for some points from Elm Creek, as Elm Creek currently sitting in second, 7 points behind Dundee County Stratton. But if you look at that seeding, a chance for Dundee County Stratton maybe to distance themselves a little bit. They come in as the top-seeded team in Class D in this race, coming out of districts, Dundee County Stratton. They are in Lane 4. Lane 5 is Central Valley. Lane 3 is Loomis. Then you go to Osceola in Lane 6. Then Elm Creek, trying to make up some ground on Dundee County Stratton. They're in Lane 2. Southwest in Lane 7. Pleasanton is Lane 1, and Shelton in Lane 8. So you got Bulldogs flanking things on either end, Lane 1 and Lane 8. Very similar-looking Bulldogs in their logos as well.
I feel like it's a very common Bulldog logo. We see that quite a bit around here.
We sure do. We sure do.
Getting ready for this 4x1. So this is crucial. Wausau had the best time in the first heat, so now we'll see if they can get on the medal stand time of 50.90. But of course, this is huge. And you mentioned it already, Pat, but Dundee County Stratton trying to look for some big points here with Elm Creek kind of right on their tail in the team standings.
Yeah, and you got a couple Spargos from Dundee County Stratton. They've each got some points already in this state meet.
We are underway in the second heat of the Class D 4x1. Can be tricky early to see which teams distance themselves out on the straightaway. A big burst.
Osceola with a good start.
Osceola looking really good around the turn. See who can take charge out of the straightaway.
Clara Spargo, though, the anchor leg for Dundee County. Stratton gets it in good position. There is no catching Clara Spargo.
Unbelievable time. And that is a state championship for Dundee County Stratton in the 4x1.
They are going to pick up 10 more key points, 49.50 seconds. That Wausau run from heat number 1 is going to be good enough to get them on the medal stand in 4th place. But Dundee County Stratton flies across the line, and they are going to pick up 1st place, followed by Loomis, then Osceola, then Wausau from heat 1, then Elm Creek out of heat 2, Central Valley, then BDS from heat 1, then Cambridge from heat 1 as well. What an effort there, though, from Dundee County Stratton. Again, their time is, it looks like it's going to tie a Class D state meet record, 49.50. That was set by Riverside in 2016.
So fantastic race as we look at some more hometown salutes. This one from Norfolk Catholic and Castle Family Eye Care. Look at the 6 names that made it down here to Omaha. Also from Ponca, we saw that fantastic race from Zion Conrad. They got him on the medal stand. Ponca, thanks to them with the Bank of Dixon County. All right, here we're going to take a look at Class C girls 4x1. A look at the first heat in the lane assignments for them. You got Norfolk Catholic and Boone Central. A couple of rivals in the fast heat for 4 and 5.
Yeah, so this is the opening heat. Teams trying to sneak on to the medal stand here. As you mentioned, Norfolk Catholic and Boone Central, 2 of the better candidates to do that. It's pretty bunched up in the middle of the times. Honestly, the favorite is Kearney Catholic in this race. We'll see them in heat number 2. They are a pretty clear favorite in this race, but certainly a lot of things can happen in this 4x1. We saw that happen to the Waverly boys on Thursday, the favorite in the race, and they had a rough exchange on that final handoff, so you never want to count anybody out in this. Right. Certainly a lot of things can happen. But, yeah, as we look at the teams in this opening heat, in Lane 1, you've got Tri-County Northeast, St. Paul in Lane 2, David City in Lane 3, Norfolk Catholic in Lane 4, Boone Central in Lane 5, UTAN in Lane 6, Thayer Central in Lane 7, and Bridgeport in Lane 8. Really a nice mixture of geographical locations here in this opening heat.
Quite a bit. Also, broadcast thanks in part to Doane University and Fleet Feet, bringing you this race here today.
Section 1 and 2, Class C girls 4x100 meter relay.
Also want to say thanks to Blazer Athletic, from hurdles to high jump and pole vault landing pits. Blazer has been building equipment for the sports you love for 50 years. Check them out at blazerathletic.com. And also thanks to Bernard Real Estate, brought to you by Bernard Real Estate and Auction Company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net. As the gun goes off, we are underway in our first heats, Class C 4x1.
UTAN, as you just heard our PA announcer Rich Broderson say, really with a nice start and a good handoff there out of lane 6 as well. They're looking good, UTAN is.
I get a really nice jump, and they continue to maintain that lead so far. David City in 3.
And here comes David City, Trinity 5 to Angel Lane. Out on 6 is UTAN.
And look at this from UTAN, who's trying to charge the finish, and they do.
That was a great effort out of lane 6 all the way around. The exchanges, even efforts from UTAN as we saw Jones finish things up. That was a phenomenal effort by UTAN in that opening heat. As we see UTAN get under 50, 49.53 seconds, followed by David City, then Boone Central. We saw all sorts of red and black there. Then Thayer Central, St. Paul, Norfolk Catholic, Tri-County Northeast, and Bridgeport.
And we'll send you down to Michael Shively with an update.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm here with Dundee County Stratton. They just tied the state meet record. Let's meet the runners. Starting on this side, please introduce yourself.
I'm a junior. I'm Emma Balday.
I'm also a junior. I'm Kennedy Bailey.
I'm a freshman. I'm Abby Spargo. I'm a junior. I'm Clara Spargo.
Clara, you were the anchor leg, and you pulled away. What was that moment like?
It was super nice. After being runner-up last year and 5th place the year before, I was just super excited. Hopefully get the mission completed this year, and we did that. So it felt like we worked hard and we got it done.
Abby, what's it like to run with your older sister?
It's really fun. Claire's talked about it a lot as well, but we just always have each other every practice, like to push each other. So I think that's a big part of our success, just always having each other.
What's it mean to tie the state meet record?
Honestly, it's amazing. You know, we have such a diverse group of girls here. We have a hurdler, a sprinter, a thrower, and another sprinter. It's just so amazing to tie the record.
DCS in a good position to contend for a state title at the team level. What does that mean to this group?
Oh my gosh, it's phenomenal. I mean, I've been on this team since I was a freshman. We're 3 juniors. We've been here. It's our 3rd year, so it's really awesome to see, like everything come to fruition and then finally get rewarded for it. So it's really cool.
The 100's coming up, Spargos. What do you have to do?
I'm just going to try to run my own race. I think I have troubles with trying to rush my start, so I'm just going to try to run my race. I know what kind of runner I am, so just trust in my training and trust in my own ability and hopefully get it done, get another gold.
Yeah, same with me. We've been working a lot on my hurdle form, so hopefully I can just trust my training and run my race and perform well.
Dundee County Stratton, they are gold medalists.
Thanks, Michael. It's amazing how you have to run very quickly again. We talked to the Spargos. They're going to be back out of here in just a little bit.
Yeah, it won't take long, but, they are fantastic. I feel like it's been every year we've seen a Spargo down here at state track. But, so many great athletes we see year after year after year. They really start to cement their legacy. We saw a few just a couple days ago, whether they be Juan Gonzalez or Braden Lofquist, who just, really cemented their legacy. We've got somebody in this race looking to do that very thing today as well with Kearney Catholic and Hazel Harberg. She's trying to cement a legacy for the Stars. She's got a very, very good 4x1 team that's good all the way around. They are in lane 4. Their closest competition is West Holt. They're in lane 5. Conestoga is in lane 3. Syracuse in 6. Battle Creek in 2. Ord in 7. Cornerstone Christian in lane 1. And Stanton rounding things out in lane 8.
Of course, talking about Kearney Catholic as the favorite. They lead 50 points. Syracuse right behind them with 28. And then Johnson Brock tied at 22 with Battle Creek and West Holt.
Yeah, and of course, remember once again, the top time in that opening heat was UTAN coming out of lane 6. They're at 49.53. Shocker, Kearney Catholic sitting in good shape. It's a little bit of a delayed handoff there, though.
And a big charge from the middle. Stars still ahead. Coming around the turn.
Syracuse and West Holt.
Unbelievable.
But here comes Hazel Harberg trying to chase them down.
It will not be enough from West Holt, though, as West Holt, with a time of 48.69, takes gold.
West Holt just flying down there. What a run from the Huskies. They just looked smoother on the exchanges. That's the difference. Hazel Harberg, one of the best athletes in the state, did everything she could to chase down that championship, but there was too much work left to be done. So Westholt gets the state championship. Kearney Catholic will get runner-up. Syracuse finishes third. UTAN from heat number 1 finishes fourth. Then it's Ord, then Battle Creek, which actually tied David City at this point. They are it's still listed as a tie. David City came out of heat 1. Then finishing 8th is Boone Central, which also came out of heat number 1. What a race from Westholt as the Huskies bring home a crown. And you know what? Honestly, they're working their way back into contention for a as Westholt now moves into second place at 32 points. I don't think anybody's going to catch Kearney Catholic, but it's a strong effort there from Westholt, and they may be bringing home a trophy today.
And they're going to try to. They've always had some really nice runners, and that's one heck of a race. As we take a look at another hometown salute, this one from Meridian. Thanks to them in Meridian Public Schools. As Neely Oakdale once again take a look at theirs. Big thanks to Blackstrap Trailer Repair. Okay, so we move on to Class D and the boys 4x1. So East Butler had the best time in districts, 45.06, but really close. Pawnee City right behind them. It's really bunched up in this race pretty much all throughout the lanes.
Yeah, best time in districts in this heat. We'll be looking at heat number 2. Dundee County Stratton has the best overall qualifying time in Class D. But again, you know, we've seen a lot of medalists coming out of Heat 1 so far today. But we look at the lane assignments. It's Elm Creek in Lane 1, Bloomfield in 2, Hartington Newcastle in Lane 3, East Butler in 4, Pawnee City in 5, Bertrand in 6, McCool Junction in 7, then Kimball from way out west in Lane 8.
Our broadcast today, thanks in part to Doane University and Fleet Feet. Moving along this day, cloud cover is becoming pretty consistent over the stadium.
There has been a threat of weather listed throughout the week, potentially for today. We hope that we are able to avoid that. You can't fight nature. We'll do our best, but I have lost nearly every fight I've been in.
When it comes to nature?
The only reason why I say nearly is because I've been too scared to get into any.
Currently there's a lot of rain out in central Nebraska that's trying to make its way to the eastern portion of the state, but currently in Omaha, most of it is north of us, so I hope it stays that way as this one is officially underway.
Now, Lane 7 here in Heat 1, not usually a likely candidate to get on the medal stand, but that's your defending champion from last year, McCool Junction. They started off with an ice exchange out of Lane 7. Looking smooth again,
yeah, another really nice handoff there, too. Got Pawnee City in Lane 5.
And they look good.
Trying to make this straightaway, but being chased from behind. It will not be enough.
Good effort there by East Butler down the stretch, but it's Pawnee City across the line first in 44.65 seconds. Then East Butler, Bloomfield, McCool Junction. They will not be repeating as state champions. Hartington, Newcastle, Bertrand, Elm Creek, and Kimball. Let's take a look at that replay.
44.65 would put them at 7th in terms of the entire list. So trying to get on that medal stand. We'll see what happens.
This is a very, very strong second heat in Class D. We saw the Dundee County Stratton girls win a state championship in this event. They've got sprinters in that community All sorts of them, as Dundee County Stratton has the top qualifying time in the boys' race as well. They will be in lane 4. Then you've got Amherst in lane 5. No slouch themselves, just 5/100ths of a second behind them based on district times. Then you look at Central Valley in lane 3, High Plains in lane 6, then Riverside in 2, Axtell in 7, Loomis in 1, and Anselmo Myrna in lane 8. This should be a very competitive race, Kalen.
Looking forward to this one because you love Dundee County Stratton. You love how they have handled themselves so far. They're always a tremendous team when they get down here to Omaha. But we'll see what happens in this race. Again, talking about the effort from Pawnee City. Can that get them on the medal stand? Looking for more clean handoffs. That's always key.
I think the wind has picked up just a little bit here, which that is a challenge. If you are on those exchanges on the backstretch where the wind is the hardest, you're really – this is a timing-based thing. And if you're thrown off just a little bit by that, that can be a difficult thing. Now, that said, this isn't a foreign concept to Nebraska kids who are out running relays in March. They're used to wind. They're used to maybe some rougher weather conditions. This is really nothing to many of them. But, it can potentially throw off that timing in a handoff where, in an event like this, it's so important.
And we'll take a look here. This is Plainview, thanks to Michael Fludes of Bloomfield. There's a look at Randolph there. There you go, Randolph with Cameron Korth Trucking. So we saw Pawnee there too. Take another look at them in a moment. But Randolph, Cameron Korth Trucking. And then St. Mary's in O'Neill. And another hometown salute with St. Mary's. And theirs is thanks to Great Plains State Bank in O'Neill. Broadcast thanks in part to Doane University and Fleet Feet as we're getting ready for the fast heat here today in this Class D 4x1. The second heat, this will be a lot of fun too.
Yeah, and they're keeping them hanging out here for a while, trying to figure out what maybe the delay is as we have the athletes now sitting on the blocks.
Broadcast today is thanks in part to Larson Motors in Nebraska City. You can start your journey on the open road at larsonmotorgroup.com. And thanks to District Table and Tap. Craft beer, Bold Eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. Taste the district. All right, so we're getting back to the race now. We're getting the names announced and the teams in each lane. Of course, we talked about watching Dundee County Stratton, Amherst, 2 fastest times, but also Central Valley, High Plains Community, Axtell, who's a big name in this title race right now for Class D in lane 7.
Absolutely, but we mentioned it, the name to keep an eye out, Dundee County Stratton. Mentioned their qualifying time, 43.65. That's great. That's the fastest one so far for qualifying times, but not the fastest for this year in Class D. That is still Dundee County Stratton, though. 42.57 Dundee County Stratton unleashed earlier this season. They are the favorites for sure. It was reportedly an infraction in Zone 3 that they were getting sorted out that led to the delay.
Really tight race right now through the first 2 runners. Dundee County Stratton with a nice race so far. So we move into the final stretch. It is Dundee County Stratton.
If you can get to your anchor leg already with a good lead like Dundee County Stratton, you're in good shape, and they certainly were. What a race, 42.88. That is a new meet record. In fact, Amherst broke the previous meet record as well, but they won't even get a championship. Dundee County Stratton flying across the line in 42.88. That is the first time that anyone has gone below 43 in the Class D boys state meet in that event. What a race by Dundee County Stratton. They finished first, and Amherst, again, breaking the previous state meet record. They won't even get a championship. Third is Axtell, picking up more key points for the Wildcats. Then it goes Riverside, Central Valley, High Plains Community. Then Pawnee City out of Heat 1 finishes 7th, and Loomis finishes 8th.
Now, what a run from Dundee County Stratton. We talked about it before, why they were a favorite. You saw it just a moment ago, taking home gold. A fantastic race.
Now, I do want to point out, this is currently being listed as under review. I believe that has now been... Well, no, it does still look as though it is under review. We don't have further details. Sometimes there are issues within the handoff. So we are waiting to hear if there are any alterations to that. But as it stands at this point, 10 big points for Dundee County Stratton, as they actually will move ahead of Axtell in the team standings. Wow. Axtell picked up points in that race, but Dundee County Stratton's going to go around them.
That's a tight title race there, too, between Axtell and Dundee County Stratton.
It sounds like it was a potential Heat 1 infraction that has that 4x1 under review at this point.
So it would not affect Dundee County Stratton with that meet record. So take a look at some more hometown salutes. We'll look at Bonko once again. Take a look at them for their hometown salute. Thanks to the Bank of Dixon County. Then you got Southern and Southern Public Schools from Wymore. That's Maxon's Barber and Beauty. Also,
I go for the barber, not for the beauty.
You like the barber? I think we could all use some beauty around here too, Pat.
Stop it.
Southern Valley from Oxford with Hurt Limousine Ranch. You just got to share some of that beauty with the rest of us, Pat.
I got rid of it all.
You got rid of it all. Took the barber instead.
Not a single bit left in me. There's I don't think there's ever been, Kalen.
Well, now we move on to 4x1 in Class C. As we take a look at the first heat, Conestoga with the ninth best time in districts with 44.15. They'll be in lane 4. Bishop Newman right behind them in 5.
Yeah, then you got South Loop in lane 3, Exeter Milligan Friend in 6. Then you go Heartland in 2, Cedar Catholics in 7, UTAN, which had a nice performance from their girls in Heat 1. In the girls race, they are in Heat 1 here in lane 1 on the boys race. Then it goes Archbishop Bergen, in lane 8, rounding things out in Heat number 1 for the boys Class C 4x100. You know, UTAN in that girls race, they were in lane 6 in Heat 1, kind of coming out of nowhere to end up on that medal stand. UTAN boys trying to do the same thing.
We're underway in the first heat of the Class C 4x1 in the boys. And watching these early handoffs. No mistakes quite yet. Nice burst from the outside by Cedar Catholic.
Bishop Newman looking good, too.
Nice race from Bishop Newman so far as well. And Bishop Newman, it's the best race so far in this heat, as they will easily come across the finish line first. Conestoga and Cedar Catholic were really close there at second and third. We'll see where that puts them. Conestoga at 2 with 44.21, and then Cedar Catholic 44.27. But Bishop Newman a time of 43.29.
Yeah, the Cavaliers looked good all the way around. Good exchanges. They got to their anchor leg in a great position. Cavaliers now sitting at 43.29. They are the time to beat. That would have been the third best time based on district performances, putting them behind West Holt and Battle Creek. So it'll be interesting to see where the Cavaliers end up off of that heat number 1 performance. But a great effort by them all the way around. And now we get to heat number 2. We mentioned West Holt and Battle Creek. West Holt, the top qualifying time, 42.87. Just 1/100th of a second better than Battle Creek, but we'll get to them in a second.
Thanks to Stanton for another hometown salute. Stanton Telecom brings us this one with a look at some of the members who made it down here to Omaha. Also thanks to Summerlin and the Summerlin Bobcats. Big thanks to Clearwater Feed and Grain as we take a look at their salute. And Syracuse, a huge team that made it down. BC Meyer Homes, First Bank of Nebraska in Syracuse, Nemaha County Hospital, and Riverstone Bank. Thanks the Rockets, and wishes them a great rest of the day today. Today's broadcast also thanks in part to Home Innovations, where you can start your year-round luxury experience with Home Innovations Spas at spasonline.com, and Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burrfarms.com for machinery sales, service, and rentals.
Here in Class C boys, West Holt, as we mentioned, the top qualifying time out of districts there in lane 4, then Battle Creek in lane 5, North Platte St. Patrick's with some big points out there potentially for the team race. They are in lane 3. Lincoln Lutheran also wanting key points for the team race. They're in lane 6. Palmyra in 2, Boone Central in 7, Hershey in 1, Donovan Trumbull in 8. West Holt trying to pull off a sprint double here as the West Holt girls won their race in the 4x1 earlier today. By earlier today, I mean just a matter of minutes.
And that was a fantastic race, too, from the West Holt Husky girls.
Yeah. They really put themselves in consideration for the all-class gold. That was won in the girls 4x1 by Elkhorn South out of Class A. If you're looking for the time to beat in the boys 4x100, that race is really close. Right now, Lincoln Southwest has the top boys 4x100 meter time in this state meet so far this year. 42.26. That's 2/100ths of a second better than what Central City ran in Class B. We already had the D boys champion crowned just a little bit ago. 42.88, that was Dundee County Stratton. We've seen some fantastic times across multiple classes. So, will a team like West Holt be able to put themselves in consideration for the all-class gold? Will they push Lincoln Southwest? Will they claim their own state championship in Class D? So much to be decided here.
Runners ready. Second heat of Class C 4x1.
And honestly, if you're looking at the wind again, it is still picking up, but not really as much on the backstretch. Rather, this leg here is the one that's going to be affected probably the most with the direction that it's going. Good exchange from West Holt.
Yep.
Boone Central looking strong.
Really good start for the Cardinals out of lane 7.
I don't know that they're going to like that second handoff. It didn't seem to impact them too much. It did look a little clunky, though.
Westholt now, it's Lincoln Conrad who has a big burst out of the end. And it will be Westholt.
Huskies take the sweep. They had 2 Conrads in the girls' race, another in the boys, bringing home 4x100-meter titles, and they have set a state and meet record in Class C, going 42.4 seconds.
And the fact that Battle Creek did it too, but were beat by Westholt in this race.
Yeah, both topped the state and meet records as Westholt beats Battle Creek's 1-year-old state record, and they beat their own record from last year from the state meet. So defending champions continue on. 42.40 for Westholt. That will not be enough for the all-class gold. Lincoln Southwest will get that, but a great state championship performance by the Huskies there.
And big points for Westholt, who are currently sitting in 5th in Class C. So they're going to get 10 points there, which is massive. That will jump them into bigger consideration down the stretch.
Yeah, that bumps them up as we look at the standings there from that race. So Lincoln Lutheran did not end up on the medal stand in that race, even though they were in heat number 2. So that means Westholt moves around Lincoln Lutheran in the team standings in Class C. It was Westholt, then Battle Creek, then Boone Central, then Bishop Neumann, then Donovan Trumbull, then North Platte St. Pat's, then Palmyra, then Conestoga in the race.
So we'll get ready for some more awards. We'll have a bit of a break in the action before we get to some more of the sprint races. We'll add in some hurdles. We'll get to the 100-meter high hurdles coming up in just a little bit, which will be a lot of fun, and the 110 as well, plus the 100-meter dash. So that's going to be the next block after this medal presentation. And we'll have that for you in just a moment.
We will be doing the awards for the Class C girls high jump, Class D boys discus, Class C girls shot put, Class D girls triple jump, Class C boys long jump, all the 800-meter run medal winners. If you haven't yet reported, please do so now. Obviously, the Class D boys pole vault, which is still going on, we won't be doing those medals during this session.
At the racetrack or the rat race round town, fuel matters. Here, customers customers can expect the highest quality fuel that they deserve.
Does your business need quick, competitive financing for heavy machinery, trucks, or other equipment? Currency is here to help. Whether you're financing construction equipment, farm equipment, trucks, trailers, or any other big-ticket item, Currency will automatically find the best rates. Currency facilitates loans for up to $500,000 with repayment terms up to 72 months. It's fast, easy, and free to use. Visit GoCurrency.com and apply today.
Kearney, Nebraska is the...
And 5 feet 2 inches. We have a three-way tie for fourth place between Janessa Overgaard, a junior from Homer, Kendall O'Hare, a sophomore from Kearney Catholic, and Tally Irwin, a senior from LCC, at 5 feet 2 inches. In third place, Laura Blake, a junior from Grand Island Central Catholic, 5 feet 4 inches. Your runner-up, Kaylee Thompson, a senior from Palmyra, 5 feet 4 inches. She's a two-time medal winner. And your Class C high jump champion, Trinity Chatfield, a junior from Ord, 5 feet 4 inches. Trinity also a two-time medal winner and now a champion. And now for your medal winners in the Class D boys discus. 8th place, Cameron Kaup, junior from Stewart, 146 feet 10 inches. In 7th place, Eli Weber, a senior from BDS, 146 feet 11 inches. Three-time state qualifier, two-time state medalist. In 6th place, Ben Tromke, a junior from Loomis, 148 feet 5 inches. In 5th place, Drew Jepson, a freshman from Potter-Dix Public, 150 feet 10 inches. In 4th place, Cohen Rohde, a senior from Sumner Eddyville Miller, 153 feet 4 inches. He's a three-time state qualifier, two-time medalist in the boys discus. 3rd place, Caleb Offner, a junior from Winside, 154 feet 6 inches. Your runner-up is Derek Russell, a sophomore from Kimball, 158 feet 10 inches. And your Class D boys discus state champion with a winning throw of 160 feet 4 inches is Brock Bailey, a sophomore from Dundee County Stratton. And now your medal winners in the Class C girls shot put. 8th place, Sammy Wimhoff, a senior from Battle Creek, 36 feet 7 1/2 inches. 7th place, Avery Nemitz, a junior from West Holt, 37 feet 3 1/4 inches. 6th place, Fallon Dubois, a junior from Bridgeport, 37 feet 7 1/4 inches. 5th place, Haley Arp, a sophomore from Arlington, 38 feet 2 1/4 inches. In 4th place, Taylor Pavlik, a senior from Niobrara Verdigre, 38 feet 3 1/4 inches. 3rd place is Courtney Dimmitt, a senior from Wood River, 39 feet 2 inches. She's a three-time qualifier in the girls' shot put. Your runner-up, Taryn Ottoman, a senior from Johnson Brock, 39 feet 9 3/4 inches. And your Class C girls state champion, now a three-time medalist and two-time champion, Jade Worly, a senior from Battle Creek, 41 feet 3 3/4 inches, her winning throw. Next up, it's the medals for the Class D girls triple jump. 8th place, Aaron Gegg, a junior from Shelton, 34 feet 5 1/4 inches. In 7th place, Addie Sweeney, a senior from Cedar Bluffs, 34 feet 11 3/4 inches. In 6th place, Hallie Knapp, a senior from Elm Creek, 35 feet even. She's a 4-time qualifier and 3-time medalist in the girls triple jump. In 5th place, Kylie Brickachek, a sophomore from Howells Dodge, 35 feet 3 3/4 inches. 4th place, a junior from Elm Creek, Aspen Toole, 35 feet, 3 3/4 inches. She is a 3-time qualifier, 2-time medal winner. Third place, Isabella Wagner, a sophomore from Howells Dodge, 35 feet, 4 3/4 inches. In second place, Samantha Hiskey, a junior from Nebraska Lutheran, 36 feet, 4 3/4 inches. She is a 2-time medal winner. And your Class D state champion in the girls triple jump, a junior from Central Valley, Taylor McIntyre, 36 feet, 11 1/2 inches. Next up, it's your medal winners, Class C boys long jump. 8th place, Gage Sack, a senior from St. Paul, 20 feet, 9 1/2 inches. 7th place, Reese Swoboda, a senior from David City, 21 feet, 2 1/2 inches. 6th place, Isaac Cronin, a junior from Valentine, 21 feet, 4 1/4 inches. In 5th place, Walker Robertson, a junior from Boone Central, 21 feet, 9 inches. In 4th place, Jason Newkirk, a senior from Utan, 21 feet, 9 inches. In 3rd place, Bo Fuyan, a junior from Bishop Newman, 21 feet, 11 1/2 inches. Your runner-up, Ethan Fern, a senior from South Loop, 22 feet, 6 inches. And your Class C state champion, Xavier Mitchell, a junior from Alma, 22 feet, 6 1/2 inches, 2-time medal winner, and now a state champion. And now for your medal winners in the Class D girls 800-meter run. 8th place, Rachel Harris, a senior from Cambridge, 225.35. 7th place, Addie Kreidel, a sophomore from Burwell, 224.70. 6th place, Lillian Bowen, a junior from HTRS, 224.23. In 5th place, Izzy Brumbaugh, a senior from Nebraska Christian, 223.21. In 4th place, Addison Richards, a sophomore from Maywood Hayes Center, 223.13. In 3rd place, Addie Sweeney, a senior from Cedar Bluffs, 222.70. Your runner-up, Shelby Shaney, a junior from Bertrand, 221.68. And your champion in the Class D girls 800-meter run, Miley Weirs, a senior from Diller Odell, 220.87. A 3-time medal winner, 2-time champion. Next up, it's your medal winners, Class C girls 800-meter run. 8th place, Cameron Scott of Alma, 221.44. 7th place, Riley Campbell, a sophomore from Aquinas Catholic, 221.32. In 6th place, Sawyer Binney, a senior from Lincoln Lutheran, 221.31. In 5th place, Peyton Dolliver, a freshman from Malcolm, 220.95. 4th place, Paven Larson, a junior from West Holt, 220.53. In 3rd place, Talon Stark, a junior from Niobrara Verdigre, 220.24, 2-time medal winner. Your runner-up, Haley O'Daniel, a senior from Arlington, 217.75, a 2-time runner-up in the girls' 800-meter run. And your champion, Jaden Meyer, a senior from Syracuse, 217.08. Now medals, Class D, boys, 800-meter run. In 8th place, Kane Watovic, a sophomore from Fullerton, 203.19. 7th place, Connor Sutton, a junior from Sandhills Thedford, 202.81. 6th place, Jacob Smith, a senior from Bloomfield, 202.74. 5th place, Jace Hawkswell, a junior from Hitchcock County, 201.72. Fourth place, Carter Horner, a senior from Loomis, 201.67. Third place, Cale Garrett, a junior from Medicine Valley, 201.31. Your runner-up, Brody Flynn, a senior from Nebraska Christian, 201.05. And your champion, a senior from Axtell, Luke Lopez, 158.28. He was a runner-up in 23, champion in 24, and now champion in 2025. And now, your medals in Class C boys 800-meter run. Eighth place, Zion Conrad, a junior from Ponca, 2 minutes, .32 seconds. Seventh place, Dawson Meyer, a senior from Oakland Craig, 159.82. Sixth place, Hayden Jansen, a sophomore from Freeman, 158.47. In fifth place, Cooper Shelcuff, a senior from Lincoln Lutheran, 158.34. In fourth place, Trenton Cum, a senior from Lincoln Lutheran, 158.07. In third place, Will Nelson, a junior from Boyd County, 156.70. Your runner-up, Mason McGreer, a senior from Perkins County, 155.03. He's a two-time runner-up. And your Class C boys state champion, Nolan Gardner, a junior from Syracuse, 154.73.
Those gold medal winners right here. It's Jade Worly of Battle Creek, Class C girls state shot put champion, second year in a row. How's that sound to be a two-time gold medalist?
It's great. That was my goal coming into the year, and I knew that's what I wanted to do. Honestly, coming into my sophomore year, I wasn't expecting it, but after my junior year, I was ready for it.
41 feet, 3 3/4 inches, your second to last throw. What was your performance like this morning?
This morning, I didn't perform my best, but I definitely was giving it my all, and that's all we could ask. I didn't have I had competition about a foot and a half away, so my goal was just to win, and I knew that coming into the event.
Well, you had another teammate who placed. What's that like, being able to push each other at practice?
Oh, it's amazing. She didn't know if she was going to go out this year, so when she did decide to come out, it was really nice, and she's competed and improved all year.
Final high school athletic event for you as a Battle Creek Bravette. What's it mean to end with a gold?
It's amazing. I've had such a great community behind me, and just knowing that I gave it my all and was able to end with a gold for them and for me is just awesome. That's all I could wish for.
Congratulations, Jade.
Thank you.
She's a gold medalist, and there's more golds to hand out. Coverage of the state track and field meet continues next on News Channel Nebraska.
This broadcast is brought to you by Western Oil. Make your first and last stop to and from the game at your nearest Speedy Mart or good-to-go convenience stores today. See the trainer. Need relief from pain or support for recovery? Don't see just anyone. See the trainer. And by Zollner Ford Lincoln, proud to be your local Ford and Lincoln dealer. NCN Sports is brought to you by Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Find your new Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram today at LarsonMotorGroup.com. And by District Table and Tap, craft beer, bold eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. Taste the District.
Darling, I believe everything's gonna be alright. No need to worry, cause you got somebody on your side. We all need a fam, we all need a crew. When you're in a jam, don't know what to do. Just reach out your hand and we'll see you through. Doesn't matter where you're at, we got your back. We got your back.
With a Medica health plan, you're not just covered, you're cared for.
This broadcast is brought to you by Western Oil. Make your first and last stop to and from the game at your nearest Speedy Mart or good-to-go convenience stores today. See the trainer. Need relief from pain or support for recovery? Don't see just anyone. See the trainer. And by Zollner Ford Lincoln, proud to be your local Ford and Lincoln dealer. NCN Sports is brought to you by BC Meyer Homes. The difference is in the details when building your new home. Start building your future at bcmeyerhomes.com. And by Johnson County Central Public School. Good luck to all Thunderbirds athletes. NCN Sports is brought to you by Blazer Athletics. Not only made in America, but right here in Nebraska. And by Home Innovations. Visit their showrooms in Omaha and Lincoln to find your luxury at home with Home Innovation Spas. NCN Sports is brought to you by Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burfarms.com for machinery sales, service, and rentals. And by Bernard Real Estate, an auction company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net. NCN Sports is brought to you by Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Find your new Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram today at larsonmotorgroup.com. And by District Table and Tap, craft beer, bold eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. Taste the District.
Back in Omaha Burke Stadium as we continue our day, the Class C and D High School State Track and Field Championship. So saw a lot of really fun races to kind of start off the afternoon as we head into the second half of our day. I want to say a couple more hometown salutes. This one comes from Thayer with Norder's Supply. They thank you for supporting Thayer as well as Tri-County. Take a look at Tri-County Northeast and listen to some of the names that made it down here to Omaha. Their thanks in part to 41 Auto Parts and Dixon County Feed Yard. And also, we've got one from Wausau. Lots of familiar names on there on the list for the Vikings, and their thanks to Brunswick State Bank. Kalen Debin and Pat Jansen joining you here today from Omaha Burke. The press box, you guys probably have mentioned it a lot throughout the last few days.
A little bit.
This press box is fantastic.
Yeah. You know, there are, we're a little bit above the crowd. We don't get any of the high fives when there are some of the performances now, which is unfortunate. But I'll tell you this, it's really, really nice to not get sunburn or heat stroke. To come, for my wife to not see anything on social media with pictures of me at State Track and then saying, "Oh my God, are you going to die?" It's nice to not have to respond to those texts.
Say, where's the sunscreen, Pat?
Yeah.
Put on the sunscreen. Well, don't need it right now. Well, the cloud cover is out. Technically, you still do need sunscreen. If you're outside right now in Omaha, you want that cloud cover.
Good PSA.
UV rays penetrate through the clouds. It happens, all right? Anyway, we're moving on with the 100-meter high hurdles, and that's what we'll get started with for this after the big medal presentations now. So this is always a really fun race. The hurdles always add a little bit of excitement to the 100.
Absolutely. You've got in this 100-meter hurdles finals in Class D, a really, really nice group of athletes. Sheridan Faulk from Nebraska Christian with the top qualifying time from preliminaries, but Abby Spargo lurking right behind.
We saw a few of the Spargos already get interviewed by Michael Shively a little bit ago because of their fantastic days. And what Dundee County Stratton has done, they've had a fantastic day so far.
Yeah, if you look at Dundee County Stratton and what they've done, you're going to hear the Spargo name quite a bit. But there've been a lot of points to go around from Dundee County Stratton as you look at what they've been able to do. Kennedy Bailey in the field events has been huge for Dundee County Stratton, especially the shot put and the disc. Winning both of those were 20 very key points for Dundee County Stratton as they look to pick up a state championship here. They are currently 13 points ahead of Elm Creek. And we mentioned Abby Spargo, the freshman. She could pick up potentially up to 10 more for DCS.
Our broadcast today is thanks in part to Blazer Athletic. From hurdles to high jump and pole vault landing pits, Blazer has been building equipment for the sports you love for 50 years. Check them out at blazerathletic.com. Also to Bernard Real Estate and Auction Company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net and Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Start your journey on the open road at larsonmotorgroup.com.
Looking at the rest of this final in the girls' Class D 100-meter hurdles, you've got Zaylee Benish from Layton in lane 1, Jordan Margaret's from Giltner in lane 2, Mika Vandervalt from Burwell in lane 3. We already mentioned Sheridan Faulk with the top qualifying time out of preliminaries from Nebraska Christian. She's in lane 4. Lane 5 is Abby Spargo, the freshman from Dundee County Stratton. Anastasia Gallegos from Southwest is in lane 6. McKenna Lavelle from Bloomfield is in lane 7. And Grace Mahoney from Riverside rounds things out in lane 8. Got 3 seniors in this final: Benish, Margaret's, and Gallegos. They are the seniors. Everybody else expected back next year.
We also flipped sides, so now instead of we're running the other direction is what we're doing as of the hurdles. Keep of note as we get started here.
And interesting because, if anything, they're slightly against the wind. It's a cross breeze.
Sheridan Faulk with a heck of a start, and Sheridan Faulk makes it across first.
What a run there from Faulk. She came in with that top qualifying time from yesterday, holds off Spargo. A great effort there from Sheridan Faulk as she picks up 10 points for Nebraska Christian.
Add a state championship to her career. Fantastic job for the junior. Abby Spargo, the freshman, getting second, and then Vanderwalt from Burwell picking up third. Before we move on to Class C, want to say another hometown salute. We'll take a look at some more hometowns. We got West Holt, and they're thanks in part to West Holt Medical Center. We'll take a look at them here in just a moment. And the Huskies out in Atkinson. They had a huge list of names. Talked about the race they sweeped in the 4x1. West Holt, just a really strong program right now. Also, Wilbur Clatonia. Another hometown salute, thanks to 41 Auto Parts. And to Why Not, thanks to Jones Feed and Trucking. Broadcast thanks in part to District Table and Tap Craft Beer and Bold Eats. Now in Norfolk and West Point, you can taste the district. Also thanks again to Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burrfarms.com for machinery sales, service, and rentals. And thanks to Home Innovations, where you can start your year-round luxury experience with Home Innovation Spas at spasonline.com. So here we go in Class C for the 100-meter hurdles. Best time from yesterday from Bishop Newman, Aubrey Fuhan, and Aniston Wortman in lane 5 as well.
Yeah, this should be another good one here. Newman and Cedar Catholic, lanes 4 and 5, ready to battle things out, but don't count out Ava Hartzell from Norfolk Catholic in lane 6. Mila Tehota from UTAN is another one to keep an eye out for. You got Zaya Lewis from St. Paul in lane 2, Grace Johnson from Grand Island Central Catholic in lane 7. Sophie Humphrey from Battle Creek and Miriam Frazier from Aquinas are on the outside.
Those times between Fuhan and Wortman there in the middle. Very, very close. You can take a look at it right now if you look at your screen as we'll see who can bring home a state championship to their school. A lot of red there in the middle.
Yeah,
it's going to be fun to see who comes out of there streaking down the track.
And in case you're curious, looking at the all-class gold, we'll get to that in a second.
Good start from Wortman, but it is a tight race. Wortman and Fuhan, and it is close. We're going to check out the time with Fuyan and Wortman. It is Fuyan, a meet and state record, 14:54. Wortman right behind her, 14:56.
They both broke the state and meet records. And technically, according to the wind meter, they are going against the wind right now. So they broke a state and meet record while going against the wind, both of them. Fuyan had to kind of battle her way back into it, as Wortman really came out strong, but able to get across the line was Fuyan, get the state championship for the Cavaliers.
Oh, wow.
She was behind the entire time, but able to make it happen. 14.54. That is your state championship. Really not that far off the all-class gold, which is going to go to Celia McCoy of Grand Island.
That the Fuyan, you mentioned it, Pat, she was behind the entire time. It was that last hurdle where she was able to make up just enough ground to move in front of Wortman and then get across the finish line. Great job extending her body past that line and bringing home a gold to Bishop Neumann.
That, again, as we said, Fuyan and Wortman both went faster than the existing Class C state and meet record. That tops Kaylin Brannigan from Kearney Catholic in 2013.
A long record broken. Do a couple more hometown salutes to all the teams that have made it down here to Omaha. We'll start with Battle Creek. Thanks to Northeast Machine and Manufacturing. Had a lot of big names who made it down here for the Braves and Bravettes. Also move on to a few more here in just a moment. But first, we'll send you on down to Michael Shively with an update.
Sheridan Faulk of Nebraska Christians. She's a two-time gold medalist in the 100 hurdles, 14.82. Take us through that race.
It was just felt a really good race. I just tested my technique, and I just want to thank my coaches for helping me through this year and last year that to make me get better and stuff. And I just couldn't do it without them. So.
Well, this is your second gold because yesterday at long jump, you took that title as well. What happened in that event? I just trusted my training through all that, and again, my coaches. I just want to give all my credit to my coaches because they helped me through this all, and I also want to give my credit to my God because He also given me this ability to do all this for His glory, and so yeah. 300 hurdles coming up. What needs to go right in that race?
My goal for that is just to PR. I don't care if I place in it. I'm just trying to better my timing and through that, so.
Well, congratulations on an excellent meet so far.
Thank you so much.
She's a gold medalist in a couple events, guys.
Thanks, Michael. Great day from Sheridan Faulk, who continues to add to her career at Nebraska Christian.
And now the hurdles. Pretty well set here for the boys, 110-meter high hurdles. We move into the Class D finals, and we've mentioned Axtell, we've mentioned Dundee County, Stratton. Those are teams wanting to make some noise in the team race. Well, they're in lanes 4 and 5. Jake Halverson with the top qualifying time from yesterday. The Axtell senior is in lane 4. He'll have just to his left Kevin Garcia Guzman from Dundee County Stratton. The junior is in lane 5 with the second fastest qualifying time from yesterday. Trey Anthony from North Central is in lane 3. Alec Watchhorn from Layton is in lane 6. Tyson Freeman from Loomis is in lane 2. Nicholas Berger from Riverside is in lane 7. Andre Martin from Howells Dodge is in lane 1. And Mac Carlson from Wausau is in lane 8.
Boys 110 high hurdles. Take a look at another hometown salute. Thanks to Bloomfield and the Bloomfield Bees. Brought to you by Hefner Hardware in Bloomfield. Also to Boone Central. Again, thanks to No Worries Insurance. Boone Central Cardinals.
Now, I do want to point out, lanes 1 through 8 are typically left to right. I said that Garcia Guzman would be to Jake Halverson's right. He's actually technically to his left since we've switched the direction of the sprints here and the hurdles. So, you're used to seeing, if you're in lane 4, that lane 5, your primary competitor to your right, but instead to the left, a little bit of a difference here in this race.
Nobody separating themselves so far. It's tight in the middle. And incredibly close.
I think that
it
was
is
Halverson.
Halverson from Axtell. Oh, wow, look at the difference between Garcia Guzman and Halverson.
1/100th of a second deciding the state championship, and that could potentially decide the team championship. Halverson, 15.34 against a slight wind, edges Kevin Garcia Guzman as we look once again. And then you got Andre Martin not too far behind either of them in third from Howells Dodge. Then it's Trey Anthony, Tyson Freeman, Nicholas Berger, Alec Watchhorn, and Mac Carlson bringing things up from lane 8. What a race here.
Yeah, huge points for Axtell. That'll put them at 48.
Meanwhile, Dundee County Stratton picks up 8 themselves.
So they'll still lead by 2 for now.
Yeah, so Dundee County Stratton will have 50, Axtell 48.
Wow.
So a 2-point difference at the top of the Class D boys standings. It was a 4-point difference going into that race. And so Axtell makes up ground. Not a lot, but a little. And
every inch counts.
Wow. If 1/100th of a second ends up deciding the state championship, Halverson's going to look back on that with some pride.
Oh, yeah. Tremendous race as we get another hometown salute with Clarkson Lee. Their thanks to Clarkson Bank and Clarkson Wireless. Also to Creighton and the Bulldog is there. There's another good-looking Bulldog logo. That one looks a little more frightening.
Busting through the wall there.
Thanks to Brunswick State Bank for that one. Also Crofton. We thank Crofton for another hometown salute with Norr Wortman Engineering. Broadcast is also thanks again to Blazer Athletic. From hurdles to high jump and pole vault landing pits, Blazer has been building equipment for the sports you love for 50 years. Check them out at blazerathletic.com. Also a thanks to Bernard Real Estate and Auction Company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net. And again to Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Start your journey on the open road at larsonmotorgroup.com.
Now, this will be a fun one to watch here. If you have watched the boys' hurdles in Class C over the last few years, you have heard the name Puppy many times. Many, many times. This is now the third Puppy to come through trying to win a state championship for the Bears. There was Dagan Puppy, there was Daniel Puppy. Now, today in this race, freshman Dre Puppy. He is in lane 7 for the Bears, looking to become the third of the Puppy boys to win a state championship in this event.
I think they need a better nickname than the Puppy Boys.
It works. He, again, is in lane 7. We'll go through the rest of them. Colin Hillman from Palmyra is in lane 1. Xavier Mitchell from Alma is in lane 2. Evan Alt from Freeman is in lane 3. Bo Fuyan, we saw a Fuyan from Newman win the girls' race. Now Bo trying to do the same for the Cavaliers here in this boys race out of lane 4. Jackson Nicely could pick up some huge points for North Platte St. Pat's, which is lurking in the team race, just kind of behind that top group right now. But he could pick up some huge points potentially for St. Patrick's. Hudson Vetrovsky from Freeman is in lane 6. We mentioned Dre Puppy from LCC in lane 7, and Henry Stewart from Bishop Newman is in lane 8. So a couple teams with multiple representatives in this race.
Oh, good start, Fouillon. And Nicely kind of fighting out in the middle. It'll be one of them.
Oh, I have no clue. I cannot tell off of that look.
Nicely. Jackson Nicely 14-11 with Bo Fouillon at 14-14.
Jackson Nicely wins the all-class gold with that, slightly against the wind as well. 14.11. Jackson Nicely repeats as the all-class gold winner. Does not quite match his time from last season, but also he wasn't going against the wind last season either. What an effort from Nicely, picking up 10 huge points for North Platte St. Patrick's, just 3/100ths of a second better than Bo Fouillon.
What a race from Nicely. Adds to his career, which has already been very decorated, as we finish up the high hurdles.
It goes Nicely, Fouillon, then Freeman goes 3-4, Alt and Vetrovsky, then it's Puppy from LCC, then it's Hillman, then Xavier Mitchell, then Henry Stewart.
And I believe in just a moment we'll talk again with Michael Shively, who will grab Jackson Nicely. And that will happen in just a moment as well. But what a race from Nicely and Bo Fouillon, grabbing big 8 points for Bishop Newman. We'll do another couple hometown salutes, and we'll start with Elkhorn Valley and Rutgins Construction. Thanks to them for helping Elkhorn Valley make it down here. Also, Exeter Milligan Friend, 41 Auto Parts, Exeter Milligan Schools, and Weber Feed Yards with EMF. Also to Diller Odell, thanks to Diller Odell Public Schools and Husker Rehab. Broadcast thanks support to District Table and Tap Craft Beer Bold Eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. You can taste the district. Also thanks to Home Innovation. Start your year-round luxury experience with Home Innovation Spas at spasonline.com. And to Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burrfarms.com for machinery sales, service, and rentals. Get a little cloudy here, Pat. Looks like the storm. There's a storm that's coming west, trying to head east to Omaha. Haven't seen anything else yet on the radar, but it's been staying away so far. That's good.
Hoping we can keep it that way.
As a look at some of the clouds you can see from the north part as well and throughout the stadium. We'll talk with Michael Shively as he has Jackson Nicely right now.
Jackson Nicely of North Platte St. Patrick's. That was an interesting race. Came down to the wire. What were you seeing from your vantage point?
I know I'm a veteran in this event. I knew what it took to win. I knew I had to execute that last hurdle well. Obviously I didn't, but I'm glad I pulled it off and won.
You flashed the 3 fingers as you crossed the line. Did you know you were 0.3 or 0.03 of a second faster?
Yes, I did. I knew that race felt like. Although I kind of messed it up, I'm glad I came through and I finished strong.
What has this journey been like for you, specifically in this event, now a 3-time champion?
Yeah, I know it means a lot. Coming out here, I've been grinding every day. Getting myself ready to go. When I came out here, I knew I've been having an injury all
all outdoor. I was able to just compete like halfway through the year, and I was still able to accomplish this. You know, I'm just blessed.
Congratulations, Jackson.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
He's a gold medalist in the 110-meter hurdles, guys.
And with that, North Platte St. Patrick's picks up the 10 points, moves St. Pat's from a tie for 6th to 4th, and just 3 points out of 3rd, and honestly just 9 points out of the runner-up spot and 10 away from the lead. Those 10 points, when you look at Class C and D, it gets so spread out that those 10 points can make a massive difference.
Yeah, that is huge. The standings are incredibly tight in Class C and D alike. Right now in Class D, Dundee County Stratton does lead Axtell by 2. Talked about that a little bit earlier. And we'll get an updated points in Class C in a moment.
Looking, though, at our next event, we're just about set to get underway in the girls 100. Lane 1 is Annabelle Barlow from St. Mary's. Autumn Holt from Loomis is in 2. Jolie Farr from Cambridge is 3. Taylor McIntyre from Central Valley is in lane 4. Clara Spargo want to pick up some big points for Dundee County Stratton. Again, she's in lane 5. Samantha Husky from Nebraska Lutheran is in lane 6. Braylon Renz from BDS is in lane 7. And Shawnee Gamble from Layton's in lane 8.
And here we go with the 100-meter dash, Class D. Tight through the middle, and then a burst of speed from lane 5 with Spargo, who makes it across first. And Clara Spargo adds some more points to Dundee County Stratton with another state title.
And some more gold for Clara Spargo as well. Couldn't quite match her state record of 12.24.
In the Class D boys pole vault competition, 2 vaulters remain. Gage Ham of the Southwest.
She tops Taylor McIntyre. Then it goes Farr 3rd, Husky 4th, Holt 5th, Barlow 6th, Gamble 7th, and Braylon Renz from BDS is 8th. But Clara Spargo continuing to rack up points for BDS for Dundee County Stratton in the team race. That's going to have Dundee County Stratton getting close to doubling up Elm Creek in that team race.
And they're trying to pull ahead and see if they can bring home a state title, a team gold. That is a huge race to add on for Dundee County Stratton. As we take a look at some more hometown salutes to Fillmore Central. Thanks in part to Fillmore County Hospital and Fortify Group. Also to Hardington Newcastle, thanks to the Bank of Hardington and Midwest Tree. And Cedar Catholic with the Bank of Hardington, a huge team that's always down here in Omaha for Cedar Catholic and the Trojans.
Now we head to the Class C girls 100-meter dash. One of the stars of last year's state meet, Hazel Harberg. She had the all-class gold last year, looking to do something similar this year. Now, again, going slightly against the wind are the sprinters in this direction. Harberg is in lane 4. She has the top qualifying time from yesterday, 11.80. Atlee Janicek from Lincoln Lutheran is in lane 5. In lane 3 is Addie Hunt from Southern Valley. In lane 6 is Ord's Natalie Williams. In lane 2 is Bishop Newman's Kirsten Chopik. Allie Korth from Battle Creek is in lane 7. Molly Weber from Johnson County Central is in lane 1. And Maisie Stoklasa from Clarkson Lee is in lane 8.
All is good, Clarkson. Clarkson Lee's got some fun names to say, Pat.
Yeah, they really do. A lot of Czech names there.
They do. It's always fun to see. We talk about all the people, all the places and the towns that are represented here in Omaha. The names are always so fun to see, too. We talked about names that you might not recognize so much, and then, of course, the household names that we see that are just staples in the family, especially when it comes to state track in Nebraska. We see those pretty consistently. But
Harberg is one of those.
Oh, it is. She is, and this will be a really fun race. Hazel Harberg with that best time, and she'll be in lane 4 trying to add to her amazing high school career so far. Just a junior, Pat.
Absolutely.
Wind has picked up a little bit. Not as much sun outside as we would hope. But we're getting ready. Runners are in the blocks.
The leader for the all-class gold right now is Jaylee Francini, 11.87 from Benson.
Underway in the Class C 100-meter dash, and Hazel Harberg off to a good start already. She has a huge gap, and Hazel Harberg adds another gold for Kearney Catholic.
Never a doubt. Just a strong run from her, 11.96. It won't be enough for her to repeat her all-class gold from last year. Again, the wind situation, a little bit of a struggle for the sprinters a little bit today, perhaps. But Hazel Harberg winning by 0.4 seconds in the 100-meter dash. That is not insignificant.
She had it from the entire way.
Yeah, she did. Atlee Janicek from Lutheran is second. Addie Hunt from Southern Valley is third. Chopik from Newman is fourth. Williams of Ord is fifth. Battle Creek's Korth is sixth. Molly Weber from Johnson County Central is seventh. And Clarkson Lee, Classic, finishes eighth.
Well, it'll take us to the Class D finals in the boys for the 100-meter. Pretty fun to see how this one turns out, as we'll go back down to Michael Shively.
Hazel Harberg, a comfortable win there. Take me through the race and your reaction.
Yeah, it was a good race. Quite a bit of a headwind there. Good race, you know.
Second place in the relay earlier. How much has that fueled you for what's still to come in this meet?
Yeah, definitely pushed me a little bit there.
So the 200, that's coming up. What do you need to do to claim that title?
Just focus on me.
What's it been like these couple of days? High expectations coming in, and largely you're meeting those.
Yeah, feels good to meet them.
And you're going for that team title. Comfortable lead. What's it like competing with your fellow stars?
Feels great. I love having my team with me, you know. All my teammates are to cheer me on. I'm here to cheer them on. Feels great.
Well, Hazel, congrats on another gold, and good luck later today.
Thank you.
She's a gold medalist. She wanted a better time, but she's feeling good heading into the 200, guys.
Needed a couple of breaths of air as well after finishing up that 100 and another gold medal. So Hazel, a fantastic race. It's it's got to be hard to be someone like Hazel Harberg. As soon as you finish running, you got to go talk to Michael. And Michael's it's always
the hardest thing.
So it's the hardest thing. Not because it's Michael Shively, no, but it's because you have to catch your breath and do an interview. But Hazel did a fantastic job there.
Moving on to boys Class D 100-meter finals. We've got those young men in front of us. Graydon Rittner from Wilcox-Hildreth is in lane 1. Jeff Farwell from Pawnee City is in lane 2. Will Casey from Arapahoe is in lane 3. Jack Molt from Riverside is in lane 4. Isaac Chavez from Amherst is in lane 5. Tegan Rosenbaugh is in lane 6 out of Diller Odell. Zayden Wolf from Central Valley is in lane 7. And Laken Whiss from Dundee County Stratton is in lane 8. Again, you're hearing that Dundee County Stratton name. That could be some key points here for DCS as they look to distance themselves from Axtell. Currently ahead by 2 is Dundee County Stratton. Nobody from Axtell in this final, so a little bit of an opportunity here.
Yeah, big one. Especially considering that Axtell only has 6 athletes on the boys' side. That is incredible. Currently second with 48 points.
You know, it's something that you see in these lower classes. It can happen sometimes in B and A too, but there are fewer schools generally in those competitions. And so when you get so many schools and maybe with fewer athletes with each of those schools, sometimes you can have one or two people really carry things for a team in classes C and D. Now Wissink, he is in lane 8, but if he finds himself anywhere in the top half of this final here, those are found points for Dundee County Stratton.
And anything could happen that you're kind of running into the wind here.
Yeah, Hazel Harberg was talking about that. I don't think she was any too pleased with that headwind. She didn't really like her time, as Michael said, but it's difficult in these conditions. Yeah, probably in the sprints, not going to see a lot of folks get the all-class gold. The fact that we saw Jackson nicely in the 110 high hurdles is incredible.
Jam-packed, and you mentioned Wissink, Laken Wissink with a heck of a race.
Out of lane 8. We saw him anchor the 4x1 earlier. He runs an 11:07 this time around. What an effort, and 10 more huge points for Dundee County Stratton as they look to get a team title.
They're trying to separate themselves from Axtell. Laken Wissink put it on his shoulders. Look at this race. He came out of the gate strong, was hanging with that middle group, and then just charged ahead.
He took command pretty early there out of lane 8, a great start, and just flies across the line. The senior in 11:07, nearly 0.2 of a second better than runner-up Jack Molt. Then it goes Isaac Chavez, Tegan Rosabaugh, Will Casey, Zayden Wolf, Graydon Rittner, and Jet Farwell. Big effort from Wissink.
And we'll head on down to Michael Shively, who has got the Laken Wissink from Dundee County Stratton right now.
Laken, you were in lane 8,
yes, sir,
and now you're the gold medalist in the 100.
Yes,
How'd
sir.
you do it?
Ran hard, prepared myself, visualized it, and it happened. Just preparation's key, and I knew I could do it.
What was that moment like crossing the finish line first?
It was great. I expected it from the start of the season. Knew I was going to come down here, get some hardware. Just getting gold is great.
When we were walking over here, there's a huge section of DCS fans erupting. What's it like to have that community support?
It's awesome. Every single one of them is instrumental in our success. Just having them be here, support everybody, is awesome, and it feels great.
This puts you in great position in the team standings. What would a team title mean to you and your teammates?
It's amazing. It would be everything to us. We knew that we could do it, and if we can pull it off, which I know we can, it would be awesome.
Congratulations, Laken.
Thank you.
Guys?
Next on the track, Class 3 boys, 100 meter distance final. A state and meet record set by Dylan Counts at Norfolk Catholic with a time at 10.70 seconds.
Cooper Warford from Southern is in lane 1. Mason Giebler from North Platte St. Patrick's is in lane 2. These could be some key points for St. Pat's. Evan Alt from Freeman, as they're looking to move up the standings, are the Falcons. He's in lane 3. Andy Rikio from Battle Creek is in lane 4. Tyrell Fennell from EMF is in lane 5. Matthew Storm, as we're looking to ward off a storm here, he is in lane 6 out of Aquinas. Tice Calaros from Arcadia Loop City is in lane 7, and Eli Smith of Hershey is in lane 8. And that wind continuing to pick up and continuing to push a little further direction-wise against our sprinters.
It is lots of wind right now. It's definitely picking up, and more of the rain that we're seeing on our radar is east of Fremont and just south of Blair in that area. So it is still far north. You can see with the dark clouds from Burke Stadium. So it's staying clear of us, and we hope it stays that way.
We've seen a couple raindrops on the windows in front of us a little bit, but it's that wind that's really wreaking havoc at the moment.
Runners getting ready for this race to wrap up the 100-meter dash. We will have medal presentations right after this one. Good start from lane 3 with Alt, but Fennel in 5 having a good race. And then Rikio, I think, made up some really good ground from Battle Creek there in the middle.
It's going to take a second. This was tight at the finish line. Fennel!
Tyrell Fennel!
I thought Rikio got him at the very end, but by 1/100th of a second, Fennel gets Rikio, and Alt, not even a tenth of a second behind Fennel, 0.07 seconds away from a state championship. He's going to have to settle for third. Then it goes Storm, Giebler, Calaros, Warford, and Smith. What a race. Let's see the finish here.
Tyrell Fennel.
That lean.
Just got him above a Rikio. Oh, my goodness. What a race. And brings home a title for Exeter Milligan friend Tyrell Fennel in the 100-meter dash.
What an effort from that young man. 10 points there. There will be 4 more points for North Platte St. Patrick's with Giebler there. That's going to move them up into third place ahead of Westholt and just 6 points behind Perkins County for first.
And Perkins County still leads Syracuse 37-36. We'll go to medals with this next presentation.
In 7th place, Birdie Davenport Shickley, 51.47. 6th place, Central Valley, 51.20. 5th place, Elm Creek, 51.17. In 4th place, Wausau, 50.90. 3rd place, Osceola, 50.84. Your runner-up, Loomis, 50.63. And your Class D, girls 4x100-meter relay champions, Dundee County Stratton, 49.50, which ties the state meet record. Runners on the winning relay, Kennedy Bailey, Abigail Spargo, Emma Balde, and Clara Spargo. Next up, it's the Class C girls 4x100 relays. 8th place, Boone Central, 50 seconds even. 7th place, David City, 49.97. 6th place, Battle Creek, 49.97. 5th place, Ord, 49.62. 4th place, Utan, 49.53. 3rd place, Syracuse, 49.25. 2nd place, Kearney Catholic, 49.05. And your champions, Westholt, 48.69. London Conrad, Holland Conrad, Abigail Davis, and Ainsley Gallion. Next up, it's the Class D, boys 4x100 relays. In 8th place, Loomis, 44.75. 7th place, Pawnee City, 44.65. 6th place, High Plains Community, 44.34. 5th place, Central Valley, 44.13. 4th place, Riverside, 43.89. 3rd place, Axtell, 43.79. 2nd place, Amherst, 43.47. And your champions, with a new Class D state meet record time of 42.88, Dundee County Stratton. Kevin Garcia, Blaine Aldridge, Ethan Latta, and Laken Whiss. And now Class C, boys 4x100 relay. 8th place Conestoga 44.21. 7th place Palmyra 44.16. 6th place North Platte St. Patrick's 43.99. 5th place Donovan Trumbull 43.89. 4th place Bishop Newman 43.29. 3rd place Boone Central 43.27. Your runner-up Battle Creek 42.66. And your boys Class C champion with a new Class C state and state meet record time of 42.40, West Holt, Brody Gallion, Mirek Dvorak, Andrew Rentschler, and Lincoln Conrad. Next up, it's the Class D. Medals for the girls 100-meter dash. 8th place, Zaylee Benish of Layton, a senior, 16.88. 7th place, Jordan Margaret's, a senior from Geltner, 16.72. 6th place, Grace Mahoney, a junior from Riverside, 16.59. 5th place, McKenna Lovell, a sophomore from Bloomfield, 16.37. 4th place, Anastasia Galagos, a senior from Southwest, 16.05. In 3rd place, Mika Vanderwalt, a sophomore from Burwell, 15.77. Your runner-up, Abigail Spargo, a freshman from Dundee County Stratton, 15.32. And your champion, Sheridan Faulk, a junior from Nebraska Christian, 14.82, now a two-time champion. Next up, it's your medals in the Class C girls 100-meter hurdles. 8th place, Sophie Humphrey, a senior from Battle Creek, 15.59. 7th place, Zaya Lewis, a sophomore from St. Paul, 15.43. 6th place, Eva Hartzell, a senior from Norfolk Catholic, 15.38. In 5th place, Miley Takota, a junior from Utan, 15.36. 4th place, Grace Johnson, a junior from Grand Island Central Catholic, 15.36. In 3rd place, Miriam Frazier, a senior from Aquinas Catholic, 15.35. Your runner-up, Aniston Wortman, a sophomore from Hardington Cedar Catholic, 14.56. And your champion with a winning time of 14.54 is Aubrey Fuyon, a sophomore from Bishop Newman. She is a two-time champion, and she also is your Class C state and state meet record holder. Next up, it's the Class D boys 110-meter hurdle medals. 8th place, Matt Carlson, a sophomore from Wausau, 16.65. 7th place, Alec Watchorn, a junior from Layton, 16.01. 6th place, Nicholas Berger, a senior from Riverside, 15.94. 5th place, Tyson Freeman, a junior from Loomis, 15.79. In 4th place, Trey Anthony, a junior from North Central, 15.75. He's a two-time medal winner. In 3rd place, Andre Martin, a junior from Howells Dodge, 15.61. Your runner-up, Kevin Garcia, a junior from Dundee County, 14.35. And your Class D champion, Jake Halverson, a senior from Axtell, 15.34. Next up, it's the Class C medals for the boys 110-meter hurdles. 8th place, Henry Stewart, a senior from Bishop Newman, 16.09. 7th place, Xavier Mitchell, a junior from Alma, 15.65. 6th place, Colin Hellman, a senior from Palmyra, 15.54. 5th place, Trey Puppy, a freshman, Dre Puppy, a freshman from Laurel Concord College, 15.30. 4th place, Hudson Vetrovsky, a senior from Freeman, 15.09. Evan Alt, a senior from Freeman, 14.65. Bo Fuyon, a junior from Bishop Newman, 14.14, your runner-up. And your champion, Jackson Nicely, a senior from North Platte St. Patrick's, 14.11, a 3-time state champion in this event, and he is your Class C boys 110-meter high hurdle state and state meet record holder.
Halfway through the final day of the state track and field meet here in Omaha's Burke Stadium alongside Pat Jansen. I'm Eric McKay on a potentially rainy afternoon and evening in Omaha. It is the kind of day that makes you appreciate the ability to run track indoors. And there's a place you can do that. That's the Kearney Sportsplex, owned by the city of Kearney, just opened a few weeks ago, with their 3 lanes of running and walking along the 300-meter track indoors, along with that 66,000 square foot premium turf field, already hosting all kinds of single-day events, multi-day regional tournaments. Kearney Sportsplex, equipped to meet the demand of sports fans and athletes by offering an exceptional facility and a professional team. Well, Pat, the rain has, for the most part, stayed away. It appears to be trying to stay north of us, which is a good thing. Although, as you have mentioned, as the broadcast has gone on, the wind has really picked up and is as strong, if not stronger, than the conditions we saw on Thursday.
Yeah, and it's been so tricky because it's been moving around as far as direction. They tried to anticipate it with the sprints just a little bit ago and changed the direction, which in some cases may have cost some people an all-class gold. You feel for the competitors, but, you're out here competing with those in your race, in your class, and, you can only do what you can do in that particular moment. We've seen still some incredible times, even running against the wind. It will be interesting to see. It's a lot like what it was the other day, you just kind of mentioned. We'll see what that does for the 1,600 and for the 300 hurdles. Honestly, it's probably the toughest for the 300 hurdles because you're trying to keep your strides consistent. You count off your steps. I talked to the potential gold medal winner, the Class B champion earlier, Addie Darnell from Auburn, and she was saying that creates a lot of challenges in that first 100 where you're trying to go out strong. We'll see how that impacts people and what kind of times and performances we get. We've got a lot of really interesting team titles still shaping up yet. We had that 2 days ago, and it seems like we might be getting that again in a couple classes.
If nothing else, it appears the boys' events will indeed come down to the final event, although Dundee County, Stratton, and Kearney Catholic starting to run away with things on the girls' side. The 1,600-meter run is coming up. You're watching the 2025 State Track and Field Meet on News Channel Nebraska. Stay with us.
NCN Sports is brought to you by Blazer Athletics, not only made in America, but right here in Nebraska, and by Home Innovations. Visit their showrooms in Omaha and Lincoln to find your luxury at home with Home Innovation Spas. NCN Sports is brought to you by Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burfarms.com for machinery sales, service, and rentals. And by Bernard Real Estate, an auction company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net. NCN Sports is brought to you by Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Find your new Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram today at LarsonMotorGroup.com. And by District Table and Tap, craft beer, bold eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. Taste the District. NCN Sports is brought to you by Greg Young Automotive. We'll go the extra mile for you. Diller Odell Public Schools. Good luck to all Griffins athletes. And by First Bank of Nebraska in Burchard.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Speedy Mart. When you have to fuel your journey and feed the crew, whether it's many or a few, Speedy Mart is fresh, ready, super clean, and convenient.
Here, customers can expect the highest quality fuel that they deserve.
And when you make a pit stop, it's gotta be fast. Easy in, easy out. Speedy Mart for the win.
A body in motion stays in motion until you feel that muscle tighten, that sharp pain you didn't expect, and suddenly you're stopped in your tracks. KRT helps you get back in action with all natural pain relief in just minutes. Don't get sidelined by muscle cramps. Stay in the game with KRT.
Kearney, Nebraska is the getaway you never knew you needed. With comfortable, premium lodging, eclectic shopping, and a variety of locally owned craft food and drink options, Kearney has something for everyone. By day, you'll find rich history, outdoor adventure, and some of America's most unique attractions. And by night, our many entertainment options, dazzling performances, and unique hangouts offer the perfect way to unwind. Visit Kearney. It's so much more than just in the middle.
Back at Burke Stadium in Omaha, getting set for the beginning of the 1,600-meter run here at the State Track and Field Championships on News Channel Nebraska alongside Pat Jansen. I'm Eric McKay. Our 1,600-meter run brought to you by Greg Young Automotive, where they go the extra mile for you. A lot to talk about when it comes to this 1,600-meter run in Class D. Ashley Robertson, your defending champ. She had the best time in districts. You've got Kaylee Softly from Maywood Hayes Center. Finished 12th in this event a year ago. But a runner to watch will have the 6 on her uniform. Peyton Paxton of Mullen, a 3-time medalist in this event. Runner-up as a freshman and a sophomore. 5th last year, trying to break through and finally win what would be her first state championship in this event. A loaded field as we start things off in the final half of things today. Dundee County Stratton, a pretty strong lead, 31 points with 4 events to go. That is all but clinched. In fact, depending on what happens in this race, they very well could clinch the team title.
Yeah, and now as you mentioned Ashley Robertson, and you also mentioned Peyton Paxton, person who finished between them last year, Delaney Runnels. Actually, we won't even see until the Class C race. That's where she'll be this year. Now, it'll be interesting to see how this race is run. Last year, this was a very fast first lap. Delaney Runnels is who set that pace. She was going 1:14 in that first lap, kind of as did Paxton. The two of them went out really fast. Robertson hung back by a few seconds. So I'll be interested to see now with one of those key members of that race from last year, Runnels, being in a different class, how that will affect how these runners approach this race. Also how this wind will as well.
Also, McCool Junction, a team to watch. A couple of interesting runners. Kaylee Betka, the freshman, qualified 5th in districts, but has the top time in this event this season. She ran a 5:19.92 on her home track during the Underwood Classic back on May the 8th. Leah Dawson, who's a little bit back, qualified 13th, was the state champ yesterday in the 3,200-meter run. So this is a deep pool of talented distance runners running in the 1,600 meters today.
Absolutely, and if you are curious where things stand in the all-class gold race right now, CC Cramper from Roncalli Duchesne went sub-5 2 days ago, 4:58.26. She was the only person to go sub-5 so far in this state meet on the girls' side of things. She leads when it comes to the all-class gold.
State and meet record set back in 1985. Donna Spickelmeyer of Hayes Center ran a 4:58.06.
Well, we mentioned fast starts. Somebody's looking to set the tempo.
Yeah, certainly seeing that early on. I believe that's Lillian Ravenscroft, the freshman from Cody Kilgore, who is out in front.
No relation to Laszlo.
Or Thurl Ravenscroft, perhaps?
Oh, I was thinking Laszlo Cravensworth. Sorry about that.
Fair enough. Be that as it may, she's hoping the final 3 laps aren't a Grinch in her plans for a state title.
That's why you're here, Eric. That was fantastic.
Oh, is that why? Uh-oh. Now we see Ravenscroft starting to fade a little bit as we get past the first lap. Avery Reason of Giltner coming up on her back. Angela Frick of North Central up there as well, as is Shelby Shaney from Bertrand.
Yeah, you can see kind of who's got the more comfortable strides right now. Gotta respect the effort from the freshman Ravenscroft, but sometimes you've got to reel in that adrenaline just a little bit here at the state championships. She's got plenty of years to learn that, but she's still hanging with that top pack right now.
Ravenscroft ran a 1:17.57. Our live clock brought to you in part by Doane University, rooted in liberal arts. Learn more at doane.edu. Also by Fleet Feet, located in Lincoln and Omaha. Not much separation as we get set to finish what will be the second of 4 laps in the 1,600-meter race.
So Robertson ran a 1:18 first lap. It was a 1:17 she ran last year in the first lap when she won the state championship. That was 3 seconds off the lead at that point. She was only 1 second off the lead this time around, not even a full second.
And Robertson has moved out in front, as has Peyton Paxton. Again, Paxton, a 2-time runner-up in this event, finished 5th a year ago, has never won a state title, but looking to be a 4-time medalist. But I think she would much rather win the gold. She's had plenty of silver in her running career. She sits second halfway through the race.
Yeah, she and Robertson, both seniors. They've both been here plenty of times. They've got a lot of history. Neither wants to go out with a runner-up, really, at this point. It's championship or bust for both of them.
Robertson was the state champ a year ago. Really kind of a breakthrough athlete. She also finished 3rd in the 3,200 yesterday.
Her brother has brought home championships in this event and the 32 as well. These are competitive folks.
Peyton Paxton, already a double medalist here at state, finished 5th in the 3,200, was also part of their 5th place finish in the 4x8 yesterday.
Gotta say, if you are evaluating the strides, it's easy to say this because Robertson's gained a little bit of distance, but she right now looks a lot more relaxed than the rest of the field at this point. It's a good, just steady stride from her right now.
Miley Weirs of Diller Odell starting to push up on Paxton and has overtaken her for second, as Robertson setting a strong pace as we get set to begin the final lap of the Class D girls 1,600-meter run. It's Robertson in first to start the final lap. Weirs behind her, and Paxton starting to fade a bit, slips to 4th. Shelby Shaney of Bertrand is in 3rd.
If anybody looks like someone positioned to make ground on Robertson. It's Shaney at the moment, but Robertson not really giving up any ground at this moment.
Looking very strong as they get into the back stretch, running right into the face of that wind, which has slowed a bit as we started this 1600.
Well, if you look at Robertson compared to some of these other athletes who are a little bit taller and lankier, Robertson's a little bit more low to the ground, and I think that helps her in this backstretch.
Robertson pulling away. I don't know that anyone will be able to catch her. The race very well could be for second here. Here comes Ashley Robertson, the defending champ from Wallace, digging in. Racing against time now. Robertson for the final 100. No one's going to catch her. Ashley Robertson, the senior, will go out a two-time champ in the 1600.
She had so much still left in the tank.
A great push from behind for second by Leah Dawson from McCool Junction, so she wins the 3200, ends up second in the 16. Shaney from Bertrand third. Miley Weirs of Dilla Rodell, Angela Frick of North Central round out your top five. But Ashley Robertson, 5 minutes, 20.24 seconds, is your state champ.
Paxton just gets onto the medal stand in 8th place, finishing behind Softly, who was in 7th, Carr in 6th.
Boy,
wow.
Amazing run by Robertson. Incredible that she had enough in the tank for that sprint at the end. There was no chance Leah Dawson was going to catch her. Ends up 5 seconds clear and gets the state champ for Wallace.
Hugs all the way around. You know, honestly, regardless of where people finish, you know, these are all athletes who've accomplished a lot this year getting to this point. And, you know, anybody who's ran a mile competitively knows that, to put it bluntly, it stinks at the end of it.
It is tough, especially after a mile. Literally just ran a mile. All right, we move on to Class C. Haley O'Daniel of Arlington, she is your defending champ. She had the best time out of districts. Emma Williams of North Bend, 6th last year. A lot of returning medalists. Riley Campbell of Aquinas was 5th last year. Jalen Witter from Kearney Catholic, 8th a year ago. Keep an eye on Sawyer Benny from Lincoln Lutheran. This is the 4th time she has qualified for this event at state, but has never medaled. She finished just off the stand as a freshman, 9th in 2022, 15th in 2023, 10th a year ago, a 4-time qualifier for state, and has yet to medal. You know she wants to have her best performance here.
Yeah, and you know, Delaney Runnels, a fantastic cross-country and track runner as well. She's looking to finally bust through with a state championship. She's battled injury at points. You mentioned Haley O'Daniel. She was a state cross-country champion this past fall. You know, so many names on here who could get things done. And you can never count out anybody with that Crofton name on their jersey when you're looking at Cecilia Wortman.
Witter is someone who potentially from the back of the pack could make some noise. She has the best time in the event this year. Ran a 5:24.58 of the Broken Bell Invite on April the 11th.
So what we're saying is there are a lot of ways this race could break.
Absolutely. We saw a bit of a false start there. I think perhaps sensing that, the athletes on the front line ready to go.
Crowd hanging strong here.
Yep.
I thought, based on the way things were shaping up earlier this morning, that it was going to warm up a little bit, but it has really cooled off once that cloud cover came in.
State meet record in this event, Riley Rice of Ainsworth ran a 5:05.25 back in 2017. And again, Riley Rice ran the, I'm trying to remember, I believe it was the 1600, the 300-meter hurdles, then did the long jump and the triple jump. I believe those were her 4 events at state.
That's about as Class C of an effort as you can find.
Of course, Ainsworth in Class D this year. So you won't see an Ainsworth Bulldog in any of these Class C events. First lap of the 1600. solid grouping, led as they make the turn by, I believe that's Isabella Qualls of Hastings St. Cecilia out in front. The senior running her final race for St. Cecilia. 1:13.85. She was also part of their 4x8 relay team. She was the third leg of the third place finish for the Blue Hawks. And Haley O'Daniel running a solid start. You know, she's the one who everyone's going to want to keep an eye on in terms of how she's pacing herself, now starting to overtake and get into first place.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that she didn't wait a little bit longer and try and draft just a little bit off of Qualls, but she could kind of sense that pack behind her moving in and kind of needed to go ahead and get out in front of them.
That first lap time, 1:13.85.
Which is ahead of the Class D pace that we just saw.
So it's O'Daniel who has slipped into first. Qualls hanging tough, still in second. 2 laps in. Really not much separation from the leader as of yet. You see Delaney Runnels in there as well, third. That lead group also featuring Jalen Witter of Kearney Catholic as well. So 2 laps in, it's O'Daniel. Cole's in second, but Cole saw a 12-second drop in time from first lap to second.
Yeah, it's really tough to go out as the leader in that first lap. You know, again, it's kind of one of those adrenaline issues. But O'Daniel, part of what's really becoming quite a tradition for Arlington in the mid-distance and distance.
So we've got O'Daniel in front, and Witter hanging tough. She's worked her way into second. Runnels is in third from Niobrara Verdigre.
This last lap is shaping up to be a doozy, Eric.
Very little separation, pretty strong pace. Doesn't look like anyone's really laboring all that much. How about in fourth place? That's Madison Shaw of Sandy Creek. She qualified 24th out of 24. But sitting in the top 4 as we get set to start this final lap.
It's sometimes hard to tell coming out of districts because some athletes are doing so many things, and sometimes the conditions are just so different.
Here we go. It's O'Daniel with the lead to start, trying to defend her title. Runnels is in second. And Madison Shaw has worked her way up to third for Sandy Creek. Shaw, who also ran in the 400 yesterday, finished in 6th. She was part of their state championship team in the 4x8 yesterday.
Freshman with no fear. You don't know that you're not supposed to be in this point if you're a freshman.
She's gotten her way up to second and is challenging the defending champ on the back stretch. It's the top qualifier and the 24th qualifier as they work their way into the turn. O'Daniel trying to hold off the upstart freshman from Sandy Creek. We're going to have a race here. Shaw trying to overtake through the final turn. On the outside, shoulder to shoulder, it's Shaw. Madison Shaw, the freshman, qualified 24th. Can O'Daniel catch her? Trying to dig in, it's Shaw. To the line first, a shocker in Class C.
My goodness, the final qualifying time in this 1600 takes state. My goodness, what a race from Shaw, biding her time. She looked 100% confident and knew the moment she was going to make her move. What a race from Shaw.
Madison Shaw shaved 43 seconds off her district qualifying time to win the state champion and take down the defending champ the senior from Arlington. What a race from Madison Shaw. What a moment for Sandy Creek.
A 72-second final split that looked so effortless, too. She was just methodically picking off runners in that final lap. Again, it looked like 100% confidence. She looked like a veteran who knew what she was doing. That is a well-orchestrated race by her and her coaches.
Delaney Runnels of Niobrara Verdigre finishes third. Emma Williams fourth. Riley Campbell of Aquinas rounding out the top five. News Channel Nebraska saluting the hometowns that have made it to state. Howells Dodge, their roster brought to you by Clarkson Bank. Also saluting the fine folks at Johnson County Central, that brought to you by Johnson County Central Public Schools. And by Laurel Concord Coleridge, brought to you by Hanson Brothers Parts and Service, and not Hanson Brothers Hockey.
You just keep supplying the reasons that you're here, Eric.
I have to. All right, so now we move on to boys. Incredible drama in Class C.
I do want to say, we did, before we move off of the girls, we do have the official all-class girls champion in the 1600 is Cece Cramper from Roncalli Duchesne. Congratulations to her.
All right, we move on to Class D. Jacob Swanson, runner-up last year. He's the top qualifying time. This is his third time here at state. Hayden Helgoth from High Plains Community was here last year, finished 15th. Cale Garrett from Medicine Valley finished 4th last year. Not a lot of returning medalists from a year ago. This is a lot of new names in this group in the Class D Boys Mile.
See Brandon Lemeron from Falls City Sacred Heart in there. A lot of folks remember the name Brian Lemeron from, goodness gracious, about a quarter century ago now.
If you're wondering, as far as team standings go, in Class D, it's Dundee County Stratton with a 12-point advantage over Axtell. It's essentially a two-horse race now. Nebraska Christian in third with 24 points. Riverside and Amherst with 21. But they find themselves 26 and 29 points behind the leader, Dundee County Stratton, respectively.
All sorts of bunched up here on this first lap. We've got a competitive 1600. Got folks looking to bide their time. Now, certainly understand everybody's got to run their race, and you want to maybe pick people off toward the end, but sometimes you're making yourself run a little bit more on those curves if you're too much a part of that pack, especially toward the outside.
That's Hayden Helgoth in front, Jacob Swanson of Nebraska Christian in second through the first lap. Helgoth's time 1:07:68. Our live clock brought to you in part by Doane University. Rooted in liberal arts. Learn more at doane.edu. Also by Fleet Feet, located in Lincoln and Omaha. Helgoth of High Plains Community has been busy down here. He was part of their 4x800 meter relay. Also the 4x1 you just saw earlier today that finished 6th in Class D. If you're wondering, High Plains Community, that's Hortville, Polk, and Clarks. That's why you have to make sure you say the community every time, because the HPC is for each town in the combined district there.
I love when people get creative with names.
Absolutely. The Storm, as we hope to keep the actual storms at bay. The only storms we want to see are on the track today. Although it is Swanson from Nebraska Christian, not too far away from High Plains Community in Central City, overtaking first place. And in third was Cale Garrett of Medicine Valley. Garrett had the top time in this event this season. Ran a 4:32.28 at the best of the Midwest back on May the 6th. Now we see, Madison Valley is up into second. It is Swanson, the favorite in this event, out in first. Swanson, a runner-up a year ago. This is his third time here at state running the mile. He also ran the 3200 yesterday and won the state championship. The time at 10:07:44, finished third in the 4x8 relay. He was the lead leg for Nebraska Christian. So already a lot of hardware for the junior from Nebraska Christian. Connor Rohrer from Creighton, also part of that lead group, as is Kaylin Whith of Weeping Water. But so far it is Swanson and Garrett as we start the final lap. Whith making a bit of a run from Weeping Water. He's up into third.
You know, it's interesting. You've got Garrett moving behind Swanson. You might think this is a moment where somebody drafts against that win, but Garrett's so much taller than Swanson, I'm not sure there's really much to be gained by drafting.
Garrett trying to overtake now, making his move on the back stretch. Keep an eye on Whith in third. He's making a move as well. Garrett now into first. Swanson second. Whith third. That's Medicine Valley, Nebraska Christian, Weeping Water running 1, 2, 3. Well, Garrett had a lot left in the tank. Can Swanson dig in and catch him? Into the final 100 we go. It's Cale Garrett, the junior from Medicine Valley, beginning his sprint. Whith making a move. He's up into second, and it's Garrett. Cale Garrett from Medicine Valley, the state champ in the 1600. Whith second. Swanson slips to third.
Well, we'll see Garrett and Swanson again next year, a couple of juniors, but Garrett throws up the arms in victory. That was a really well-designed run by him. Knew the moment to make his move, made it soon enough, but also not too soon to allow Whip a chance to catch him. That was a really, really smart race by Garrett. Nice 4:35 from him. Great effort for the junior.
We'll get set for the Class C 1600. Before we do that, down to the sidelines, Kaylin Devin.
From Wallace, Nebraska, now a two-time state champion, Ashley Robertson. Ashley, take us through that last 1600 meter race.
Yeah, it was, those girls got out really hard, and I was like, oh man, like, you gotta stay at the front, and then, I ran my race. Can't really remember much of it besides, when I started that last lap, I could only think of last year I came from behind. I could only think, there was somebody like that, like me, back there coming for me, so that's all I really remember from the race was thinking that, so.
Yeah, didn't have to do that this year. What was it like after winning last year, your mentality coming into this year's race?
The first one, it's a new year, you can't put too much pressure on yourself, but I think of racing as the reward for all of the hard work and the miles you run. You can't, ruin that with stressing about it, but, it was the reward today, and I did well, so.
Also got second in the 2-mile yesterday. Now your day is done. You're finished up. What's next for you, Ashley?
I'll take my two-week break, no running, and then in the fall, I'll run at Concordia, majoring in exercise science, and then I'll go to chiropractic school, so.
Well, good luck. It's going to be a lot of fun. Very successful high school career at Wallace.
Thank you.
That's Ashley Robertson, a two-time state champion in Class D, the 1600 meter. Back to Eric and Pat.
All right, thank you. Congratulations to her. We move on to Class C. And in Class C, we will see one of the most decorated athletes here at state. Mason McGreer from Perkins County. He's already won the 3200. He finished second in the 800 and was part of their runner-up in the 4x8. He will be in second. He and Elijah Goodell both with a chance to really get Perkins County back into the team standings. McGreer, the defending champ. He was also runner-up in 23. You've also got Colton Ham in this race from North Platte St. Pat's. He was a medalist a year ago. And Briar Cerny from North Bend Central, who finished fourth last year. A lot of experience here in Class C. But Perkins County, potentially a chance to go 1-2 in this race and vault in the team standings.
Yeah, they've been in first for a while, but it feels like they've been dormant for quite a bit. Teams making up ground, whether that be Syracuse, North Platte, St. Pat's, Westholt, Lincoln Lutheran. They've all been getting points. Freeman as well, while Perkins County has been sitting idle. Now a chance to really bust themselves back up in front of folks again. This could be huge in the team race. Now, when you're looking at that, there's a chance out there for North Platte St. Pat's to kind of cut into those potential points for Perkins County. If Colton Ham can get big points and kind of, maybe nullify some of that advantage for Perkins County, that'd be huge for St. Pat's.
McGreer's been busier, but Goodell's the one who had the best time at district, 4:30.38. He also has the top time in this event this season. He ran a 4:27.06 at the Dundee County Stratton Twilight Invite. The second best time in this event this year, run by Mason McGreer, teammates and rivals in the 1600 this year.
Another person looking to kind of put a damper in that, though, is Drew Martin from Westholt. They're still in consideration for this team championship, too.
Martin was part of that 4x8 relay yesterday that finished 8th. What a day in the 4x8 yesterday in all classes.
Yeah.
We really saw some blistering times in that distance relay.
Well, and it was Martin who had the fastest lap here in this opening round of the 1600. He's trying to establish a little bit of distance. He ran a 63-second first lap. That'll be a lot to maintain. You're talking Juan Gonzalez pace.
Absolutely, and here come the twosome from Perkins County, giving chase now in second and third. Those two have been so used to running side by side all year long toward the front of the pack, and it appears as we wrap up the second lap, it will be them running 1-2 yet again. It is Goodell in first, McGreer in second for Perkins County, who have among, if not the best track outfits you will see all week. So there goes Perkins County overtaking Drew Martin.
Such an advantage having teammates. Sorry about that, Eric.
That's all right.
Such an advantage having guys who you can work together and have that team operation in a distance race like this.
It's Goodell and McGreer 1-2, Martin third, Cerny from North Bend Central is fourth, Colton Ham from North Platte St. Pat's drifted a bit down to fifth, Dayton Graves from Syracuse is in sixth.
Yet another team looking to get those points in that team race. They don't have as much left out there, Syracuse. They do have potentially a state championship 4x4 team out there, but they've got to stay within striking distance, and so they might be leaning pretty heavily on Graves to kind of maybe move up that pack a little bit.
Perkins County trying to slam the door, still running 1-2. You've got North Bend Central Cerny, who's moved up now into third. Briar Cerny, the senior, finished seventh in the 3200 yesterday for the Tigers. All right, so if you're Perkins County, Goodell's the sophomore, McGreer's the senior, and the defending champ. I mean, if you're Goodell, do you let him have it or do you take it from him?
Oh, you can never take for granted that you'll ever have a chance to do it again. I don't think I'd have that in me. I like to consider myself a good teammate back in the day, but if I had a chance to win it, I think I'd do it. But I don't think it's going to matter. I think McGreer's going to overtake him here.
McGreer says you're going to have your chance, young man. I won this thing last year. He was the runner-up as a sophomore, so maybe, perhaps, Goodell, if he finishes runner-up, can lean on that for his future. Basically, this has been a Perkins County-dominated event for the last 4 years, and it will continue to be so. How about Elijah Goodell, a runner-up 2 years ago, defending champ, with plenty left in the tank, used his sophomore teammate to sustain throughout, and is really going strong at the finish. A tremendous time.
Mason McGreer down to the track level. He gave it all there. But I'll tell you this, we are going to see a lot of Elijah Goodell. Yep. I loved watching that kid stride. They both ran fantastic races, and that's 18 massive points, extending Perkins County's 1-point lead to 19.
McGreer goes almost a minute flat in that final 400. He takes first. Goodell is second. Elijah Pollard of Ord runs a 102 final lap. He jumps from 9th to 3rd. Colton Ham from North Platte St. Pat's finishes 4th. Briar Cerny of North Bend Central 5th. Drew Martin of West Holt, Miles Clausen of Battle Creek, Dayton Graves of Syracuse, your final medalists in the boys 1600. News Channel Nebraska continues to salute the hometowns here at State. Osmond sent Caleb Vincent down here. This salute brought to you by New Frontier Insurance. Also saluting the town of Plainview, brought to you by Michael Foods of Bloomfield. And also Rock County, representing North Central, Tri-County Bank of Stewart. All right, so the 1600 in the books. We get the hurdles back on the track. That gives us a chance to remind you that State Track on News Channel Nebraska brought to you in part by Blazer Athletic. From hurdles to high jump, pole vault, landing pits as well. Blazer's been building equipment for the sports you love for 50 years. Check them out at blazerathletic.com. Also, brought to you by Bernard Real Estate and Auction Company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net. And by Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Start your journey on the open road at larsonmotorgroup.com.
Just in case there was any doubt, in the 1600, all-class gold goes to Juan Gonzalez. Not a lot of shock. One of the best to ever do it.
Absolutely. Well, Perkins County just went 1-2. Now they get to talk with our number one guy on the field. That's Kalen Devin with the state champs.
Perkins County, what a way to represent Mason McGreer and Elijah Goodell. 1 and 2 in the 1600 for Class C. First of all, Mason, the champion, back-to-back champion. How are you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty horrible. I definitely, my legs are done for, but it was completely worth it.
Elijah, how are you feeling your sophomore year right behind Mason?
Well, I mean, at times it's difficult every meet going against the best competition I have in the state. But at the same time, having Mason here, I wouldn't be as fast if it wasn't for him, because every day he pushes me to work harder. He sets a standard for me of what I need to be.
What was it like during the last stretch where you probably knew it was both of you guys back to back? You passed Elijah there at the very end. What was that moment like for you?
It was definitely a scary moment. I just kind of had to give it my all, push my hardest. And yeah, I couldn't have had a better person to finish it out with.
Elijah, so Mason is going to graduate now. You're taking the reins as a junior and senior. What do you hope is coming up next for you?
Well, I mean, I hope to get the wins, win a title or two before I graduate, yeah.
Got plenty of time to do it. You guys are fantastic workers and huge points for Perkins County. You get 10 and 8. How are you guys feeling right now, trying to finish up and win a team state title?
Yeah, that's incredibly awesome. I'm just so flabbergasted that this is possible. And we have amazing teammates that have really brought us here. And it's just incredible that we've been able to make it, 50 years since the last time, or about 40 years. It's incredible, and it's really a life-changing moment.
I love it. Elijah?
Well, I want to thank God for him allowing me and Mason to do our part, and now we just got to trust him with our teammates that they'll do theirs too. It'd be really cool if we could finish it out for the title.
Fantastic. Mason McGreer, Elijah Goodell, first and second in the Class C 1600, trying to win a state title. We'll see if they can get there at the end of the day.
Thank you, Kalen. Congrats to those young men. We got the 300-meter hurdles next. You're watching the 2025 State Track and Field Championships on News Channel Nebraska.
NCN Sports is brought to you by Blazer Athletics, not only made in America, but right here in Nebraska, and by Home Innovations. Visit their showrooms in Omaha and Lincoln to find your luxury at home with Home Innovation Spas. NCN Sports is brought to you by Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burrfarms.com for machinery sales, service, and rentals. And by Bernard Real Estate and Auction Company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net. NCN Sports is brought to you by Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Find your new Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram today at LarsonMotorGroup.com. And by District Table and Tap, craft beer, bold eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. Taste the District. NCN Sports is brought to you by Greg Young Automotive. We'll go the extra mile for you. Diller Odell Public Schools. Good luck to all Griffins athletes. And by First Bank of Nebraska in Burchard.
Ready to begin the 300-meter hurdles in girls Class D alongside Pat Jansen, Kaylin Debin downfield level. I'm Eric McKay as we see the first of three heats in the 300-meter hurdles. They will be running back our way in this. You see McKenna Carr, Silver Lake. In lane 4, Ella Eichhoff from Hardington, Newcastle. They're flanked by Kelson Vogel of Crawford and Avery Hardesty of Plainview. Jenna Donahoe and Kaiten Zwingman in lanes 2 and 7, respectively. And Zay Bowie and Amy Priest of Howells Dodge will be on the outside as we begin to start our 300-meter hurdles, brought to you by Medica. With a Medica health plan, you're not just covered, you're cared for. Again, you'll see three heats in the 300-meter hurdles running against time.
And in case you are curious, again, this is just the second year of both the 300 hurdles and the 400-meter dash being done as finals only here at State. It makes sense. Nobody runs preliminaries in those events throughout the rest of the year. So that's why we're seeing three heats. They are classed in order of time based on district times, the fastest times being in the later heats.
And we see Avery Hardesty representing the Plainview Pirates well. She'll be to the line first in Heat 1, followed by McKenna Carr from Silver Lake. Hardesty's time, 48.14. If you're wondering, fastest time out of districts was 45.97. Out of districts, there was no one over 47. So Hardesty, some work to do to try to get to the medal stand.
Now, these are some really difficult conditions for the 300 hurdles today. It is really, really challenging to start off in that kind of wind because it really can knock off your steps that you've got pretty intricately planned out. In case you are curious, looking at the standings for the all-class gold medal coming into today, the top time coming out of Class B, junior Addison Darnell, as she ran a 43.68 2 days ago, holding off Ogallala freshman Shaden Rasby. The Class A champion in this event was Celia McCoy. There were some really good efforts in this event 2 days ago, and expecting more of those today.
Team standings, Dundee County Stratton has already clinched the team title. They cannot be caught. An interesting race for second, though. We'll get to that in a second. You see our starters in the second heat here. Baylor Barons in lane 6 for Dorchester here actually finished 4th in this event just last year. So she's someone who could potentially spoil things on the medal stand. She also ran the prelims in the 100-meter hurdles yesterday, just out of the medals. She finished in 9th place there. So hoping to try to do better here today for Dorchester. Lane 4, Annabelle Barlow of St. Mary's. She has already medaled today, finished 6th in the 100-meter hurdles. Also finished 5th in the pole vault.
Well-rounded effort.
Absolutely. I mentioned the team standings. You know, Dundee County Stratton is 31 points clear of Elm Creek, but there is quite a race for second. Elm Creek, Nebraska Christian, Bertrand, North Central, McCool Junction, Maywood Hay Center, Nebraska Lutheran, Central Valley, Cedar Bluffs, all within 15 points. So that race for second is by no means over, and I think could be very interesting as we get to the 4x4.
Again, that's one of my favorite things about C&D.
Yeah.
Man, if you could just get someone late to pop off an event, suddenly the race gets a lot different.
It's a good run here by Barlow of St. Mary's. She's out in front. You see Barron's trying to give chase in lane 6. And Annabelle Barlow, time to beat 48-14 by Hardesty. Barlow will have that and then some. What a run by Barlow.
The senior.
She's across in 46-23. Barron second, 47-35. That was Anastasia Gallegos from Southwest finishing in third. So Barlow setting the new standard at 46-23. A very competitive time, and absolutely not just someone who could potentially medal, but potentially be a high finisher here in this event.
Yeah, showing out for Holt County there as, she did everything she needed to do in that second heat. Now, 2 days ago, we even saw someone get on the medal stand from Heat 1.
That's true.
It is very doable, but now here we go. Now we get the ones who have put themselves in Heat 3. There is a very strong group here and a very young group in the middle lanes, too.
A lot of experience here. You've got Grace Mahoney of Riverside. We'll show you the lane assignments here. Mahoney in lane 6. She finished third last year, was fourth 2 years ago. We got Mika Vanderwall from Burwell. She finished fourth last year. Zaylee Benish from Layton won this 2 years ago, but finished seventh last year. Sheridan Faulk of Nebraska Christian, meanwhile, in lane 2, she was in 8th place last year. So while there is youth in the middle, there's a lot of experience. And, of course, you've got Abigail Spargo, who has been the star of the show for Dundee County on the track today.
Yeah, Faulk won the 100 hurdles earlier. Spargo just behind her. And then, so Spargo just a freshman, Vanderwalt just a sophomore, Faulk a junior. You know who we haven't mentioned? Gentry Lechtenberg, who is a competitor in her own right, a fantastic basketball player for Sacred Heart.
Has not been as active this week. She did compete in the triple jump, was part of their 4x800 meter relay team that finished in fourth. You mentioned Spargo, already a state champ earlier today in the 4x1, was a runner-up yesterday in the 400 and was runner-up in the 100 meter hurdles. Time to beat 46-23 state record, 44.76, set by Skylar Hadley of Loomis. The meet record, 44.9, same year, Claire Cornell of Elm Creek. Spargo off strong. Seems to be among the first of the hurdles.
Honestly, Faulk and Benish really looking strong, kind of more toward the outer part of the track.
As they make the turn, you see Spargo in lane 5 out in front. It's been a clean race so far. Spargo and then Benish in lane 7. Here comes Vanderwalt from lane 4. Will they catch her? It's Spargo first to the line, a freshman state champ. 44.91, just 1/100th of a second away from a new meet record.
Wow. What an effort. The Spargo family is putting their mark on this state championship.
So Spargo's your state champ. Vanderwalt finishes second. Benish third. Annabelle Barlow ends up fourth from the second heat. Mahoney of Riverside in fifth. Faulk in sixth. Barons of Dorchester gets seventh from the second heat. McKenna Lovell from Bloomfield finishes in eighth. News Channel Nebraska continues to salute the hometowns that have made it here to state. Niobrara Verdigris, brought to you by Bank of Hartington and Tom's Family Foods. Norfolk Catholic, also here. That's brought to you by Castle Family Eye Care. And St. Mary's, here from O'Neill, brought to you by Great Plains State Bank of O'Neill. We move on to let you know that State Track is brought to you in part by District Table and Tap. Craft beer, Bold Eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. Taste the district. Also brought to you by Home Innovation. Start your year-round luxury experience with Home Innovation Spas at spasonline.com, and by Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burrfarms.com for machinery, sales, service, and rentals. So we talked about the potential of medaling from the first heat. We might get that here. Here's why. In this first heat is, as we move on to the Class C hurdles, Heat 1 in this first heat is Adeline Bosak of Bishop Neumann in lane 3, who just last year finished 6th in this event. And Bishop Neumann has been very good here today. Now, Bosak failed to get out of prelims in the 100-meter hurdles yesterday. Also see Addison Vasa, Aniston Meintz, Kendall Sack, Haley Sherman, Ella Homan, and Paige Springer from Valentine in this first heat of 3 in Class C.
I feel like Valentine's been very active at this state meet this year.
They have indeed. Team standings, again, it's already over. Kearney Catholic has won the state champion, but again, like in Class D, second is very much up for grabs. Syracuse in the lead right now with a whole host of teams within 15 points behind them. Meanwhile, this first heat, you've got lane 6. That's Kendall Sack of St. Paul out in front. Pushing hard from lane 3, that's Bosak from Bishop Neumann. Again, a medalist in this event a year ago, but it's Sack first to the line. Her time, 47.08 seconds. Best time out of districts was 44.84. We'll see Ashlyn Vestal from Syracuse, who ran that time.
Sack, you know, the freshmen are really showing out in this event so far today, as we just saw Spargo winning Class D as a freshman, and Sack top time in that heat.
They just announced they have corrected the time on Abigail Spargo, 44.90, meaning she has tied the state meet record as a freshman.
Wow.
In the 300-meter hurdles. So congratulations to her. Here we see the second heat of this 300-meter hurdles. A lot of experience here as well. Miriam Frazier from Aquinas. She was 5th in this event last year. You'll see her in lane 7. Grace Johnson from Grand Island Central Catholic in lane 5. She was 7th in this event. I should say in 2023. Same with Frazier. They both medaled in this event 2 years ago. Now trying to get back on the medal stand. Frazier, a senior. Johnson is a sophomore.
Well, we've seen Holland Conrad in lane 2 for Westholt win a championship in the 4x1 earlier. Riley Beathy from Johnson Brock, she's in lane 4. She is a fantastic competitor who has shown out for the Eagles in several sports the last couple of years.
Miley Dakota from UTAN as well. She's had a very good state track and field meet. Finished 5th in the 100-meter hurdles. Was part of their 4th place 4x100-meter relay team earlier today. Frazier, a 3rd place finisher in the 100-meter hurdles earlier today. So this is a talented second heat in the 300-meter hurdles. This is a very competitive group in Class C.
Much more talented than my attempt to throw the cup in the trash
I
can
wasn't going to say
now.
anything. People didn't see it. You didn't have to say anything. But, folks, he missed by a mile, and that thing is right behind him. That was remarkable. Science should study that toss and how inaccurate it was. All right, we are underway. Second heat of 3 in the 300-meter hurdles. Top time in this event this year was run by Ava Hartzell of Norfolk Catholic. That was at the Norfolk Catholic Invite. Ran a 44.69 earlier this year. Seeing good running out of lane 5. That's Johnson. Again, she knows what it's like to medal in this event. Johnson well out in front.
Really doing a nice job managing her steps and strides. Smooth run so far.
Good push from behind. Johnson first to the line. It looked like maybe Beathy got into second. We'll see. No, Miriam Frazier of Aquinas does end up in second. Johnson's time, 45.83. That's going to be tough to beat, even in the third heat. A really, really strong. We've got 4 sub-47 times in this second heat.
Wow, what an effort there from Johnson. That is the tricky part about not having preliminaries. I think it's the right call that the NSAA made in not doing so. It's too grueling of a race to do it twice in 2 days, but you don't see all your competitors next to you.
Right. So now we get to the third heat. We mentioned the top time coming out of districts. That was Ashlyn Vestal. She is the defending champ in this event. You will see her in lane 4. Ava Hartzell in lane 2 for Norfolk Catholic, the top time in this event this season. Aubrey Fouillon from Bishop Neumann in lane 5 finished 4th in this event a year ago. This is a talented group on the track right now. Aniston Wortman of Cedar Catholic, you saw her just edged out in the 100-meter hurdles earlier today. Also was 4th in the long jump. Zaya Lewis from St. Paul was part of that 100-meter hurdle finals earlier today. You've also got Ayla Garrett, who's been great in the field events, finished 6th in the triple jump this year. And Addison Headland, the latest in a long line of incredible Headland athletes at Boone Central. She was part of their 8th place finish in the 4x1 earlier today.
Well, and this event could go a long way. You mentioned that Class C girls team race and how bunched it is for the runner-up spot. We've got Syracuse and Bishop Neumann going head-to-head right here in this very race.
And as we stand at Syracuse in second with 34, West Holt, Battle Creek, Bishop Neumann is right behind them with 7 points. But you have a ton of teams within 15 points of Syracuse. So if Vestal can get the gold here, that would go a long way toward a state runner-up. Time to beat 45.83 by Grace Johnson.
Very, very even for the most part across this particular race. We're starting now finally maybe to see a little bit of separation, but 7 of the athletes are really going over the hurdles at almost the exact same time.
Vestal and Fouillon basically shoulder to shoulder. Now it's Vestal out in front. Fouillon trying to hold on. Wortman making a run in third. Wortman starting to charge, but it's Vestal out in front, defending her state title. Fouillon in second, Wortman third. We'll take a look at the compiled times. Vestal 43.75.
Oh my goodness, she was just 0.07 of a second off of the Class B time, which would have been for the all-class gold. It will be Addie Darnell from Auburn winning the all-class gold, but nearby, Syracuse, Vestal nearly stole that away from her.
So Vestal in first, Fouillon second, Wortman third, Ava Hartzell finishes in fourth. From Heat 2, Grace Johnson ends up fifth. Zaya Lewis from St. Paul in sixth. Miriam Frazier from Aquinas Catholic and Miley Dakota from UTAN wrap up the medalists, both of them coming from Heat 2. Folks, News Channel Nebraska continues supporting our hometowns. Randolph, brought to you by Cameron Korth Trucking. Also saluting the folks from Southern Public Schools in Wymore, brought to you by Maxon's Barber and Beauty. And Southern Valley Public School, based in Oxford, but with a whole bunch of communities represented. That brought to you by Hurt Limousine Ranch. All right, so now we move to the Class D boys, 300-meter hurdles, first heat of 3. You see the athletes there. Gavin Nipp, Rob Freschel on the inside, Ty Kraus, Tyson Freeman in lanes 3 and 6, Sawyer Dibburn and Kelby Newyar flanking them with Trenton Hoddle and Jackson Tenbessel of Silver Lake on the outside. We check in on team standings, still up for grabs. Dundee County, Stratton, and Axtell. Basically probably going to come down to them for the team title. Dundee County, Stratton with 60, Axtell with 48 points. with 3 events remaining. You've got Nebraska Christian in third at 34. Not mathematically eliminated, but it's going to be difficult for them. Medicine Valley and High Plains Community rounding out the top 5 in the team standings. Top time in this event in Class D this year was set on April the 1st, way back at the beginning of the year. Jake Halverson of Axtell ran a 40 flat at the Kennesaw Invite. The record in this event set back in 1998, state and meet record Anthony Harms of Philly ran a 38-48.
Remains one of the most incredible high school athletes I've ever seen in the state of Nebraska. Averaged 30 points a game as a senior on the basketball court. He was listed in the program as 5'11". He may have been 5'9", and he could dunk. And he ended up at UNK, largely because of those height reasons. But as a freshman against Wayne State in the NCAA tournament, second round, this was a team, Wayne State team that was coached by Greg McDermott, now at Creighton, that had John Dolliver, who now works for the NSAA, and had Eric Henderson, who's now the coach at Drake. And Anthony Harms went for 37 against them to knock them off in Rice Auditorium in the NCAA tournament. That's a guy who was an incredible athlete. And I think what's incredible, too, I mentioned, that he was not a particularly tall man. That doesn't lend itself well to the hurdles.
Yeah.
And yet here he is just flying around in 38 seconds in the 300 hurdles. He's been a fantastic coach over the years, too, in the state of Nebraska in both basketball and track. One of the legends.
Underway, first heat of 3. Saw some issues. I believe that was Rob Freschel had issues with the hurdle. Now, Tyson Freeman in this first heat for Loomis, he was a medalist in the 100-meter hurdles earlier today. And that is who is over the hurdle first as we get into the final stretch. It is Freeman. Up ahead and from lane 8, a great run by 10 Bessel. He's in second. So it'll be Freeman first, 10 Bessel in second. But Tyson Freeman, 42.07. That's a solid start. And again, someone who was a medalist earlier today for Loomis in the 100-meter hurdles. See Sawyer Dibburn, Gavin Nipp of Wausau, Kelby Newyar from Osceola, rounding out your top 5 as the rain starts to come down. Not heavy, but enough to no doubt feel it out there. Starting to see folks reaching for the ponchos and umbrellas.
We are very lucky this year with the new press box, as we've discussed.
Absolutely. As we get set for the second heat, let's take you down field level with Kalen Devin.
2 of 3.
Back-to-back state championships for Ashlyn Vestal from Syracuse. Doing it last year and this year. How are you feeling?
I feel great. A little tired, but I feel great.
Feeling great. And multiple school records, as I'm hearing, too. I mean, what has your career been like at Syracuse?
It's probably the most amazing experience anybody could ever get. Syracuse is probably the best school you could go to for environmental. I mean, we're all one big family.
Ashlyn, tell me about finishing the race, the emotion that you had on you.
I was a little surprised. There's a lot of great girls, that I ran against. Our times were all really close. So, it was hard, but, at the end, I got it done.
And you're looking over at your team consistently. What do they mean?
They mean everything. They're literally the best team of my life.
They're excited for you. We're all excited for you, Ashlyn. Congratulations on another championship.
Thank you.
As Syracuse makes a push to the end, we'll see how they can do in the team standings. Ashlyn Vestal, another state championship. Back to Eric and Pat.
Thank you, Kalen. Now, in this second heat, keep an eye on some of the times here. We got Jake Halverson. Remember, he ran a 40 flat earlier this year. That's tops in the state. He was runner-up in this event last year, also medaled as a freshman in 2022. Taylor Nilsson of Creighton, someone who could do well as well. He finished 7th in this event a year ago.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Mac Carlson from Wausau as well, who was a finalist in the 110-meter high hurdles.
Time to beat so far, 42.07. That was Freeman from Loomis.
One thing you want to see, if you're watching this, who is not breaking their stride as they're getting to the hurdles. And I'd say one person Who you could say of that is Halverson. He just looks so smooth right now.
He has been incredible. What a run from the second heat. That's Halverson. His time, 40.47. Pat, that's going to be tough to beat.
He was just gobbling up hurdles. The stride remained unbroken throughout his run. That is a veteran. That is a senior who knew what he was doing. And you're right, Eric. That's a tough one here for this third heat that they've got to chase that time down.
Yeah, the winner of the third heat cannot assume that they have won this event. 40.47 stands as among the best times in this event this year. That's the third best time that's been run this year, Pat. And it came from the second heat.
Guy knows how to achieve when the time comes.
State Track on News Channel Nebraska, brought to you in part by Blazer Athletic. From hurdles to high jump and pole vault landing pits, Blazer's been building equipment for the sports you love for 50 years. Check them out at blazerathletic.com. Also brought to you by Bernard Real Estate and Auction Company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net and Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Start your journey on the open road at larsonmotorgroup.com. All right, third heat of the 300-meter hurdles in Class D features Luke Bailey of Ansley Litchfield in lane 4, best time out of districts. He was 4th in this event a year ago. And Kevin Garcia Guzman from Dundee County Stratton, trying to get a team title to join the girls who've already clinched one. He could go a long way to helping them do that here. He finished 6th in this event 1 year ago.
And was just a very close runner-up earlier today to the man who may still win this event that we just saw in the last heat.
Also was part of that setting the new meet record in the 4x1 earlier today as well. Ran the opening leg of that race. But, you know, we talk about the team standings. That race we just saw in that second heat, Axtell trying to keep pace 12 points down. I mean, that is a clutch run from your senior. Can Dundee County Stratton answer that here, or will it be somebody else? Like perhaps Luke Bailey or Jaden Fuhrer from McCool Junction, Elijah Canonico from Fall City Sacred Heart, all of whom have run very good times in this event this year. Hold everything.
The peanut gallery really
the
is
fans
letting them have it over there.
Fans over there. And we'll see, do we still have all 8 of our runners? That's always the question. Did someone leave early? Was there some type of lane violation? So we'll get set up here. Looks like all 8 runners are still in it. Not really sure what the restart was for.
You know, I got to figure if you're part of the crowd that's here, fighting through the wind, fighting through the rain, you're gonna maybe let people hear some things. You're a hearty crowd at this point.
Absolutely.
I mean, I had to
Absolutely.
tilt the viewfinder.
A lot of folks coming a long ways here to Omaha to watch these small-town athletes perform. And again, Jake Halverson of Axtell, the man to beat in this event, 40.47. Our live timing brought to you in part by Doane University, rooted in liberal arts. Learn more at doane.edu. Also by Fleet Feet, located in Lincoln and Omaha.
I think that, again, just goes to show how incredible that 1998 time from Anthony Harms is. What a run that was by Halverson, and it's still 2 seconds off the record.
Incredible. Yeah, he wouldn't have even been within shouting distance. All right, let's see what we can get here. Can someone beat that 40.47? Well, it looks like Jaden Fuhrer from McCool Junction is out in a hurry. That's who's first to the hurdle in the final 100. Correction, That is Luke Bailey. My apologies. That is Bailey. To his left, Garcia Guzman giving chase. It is Bailey to the line. He goes sub 40. Best time in the state of Nebraska in Class D this year, 39.84. Luke Bailey, your state champ. Garcia Guzman finishes second. Halverson from the second heat will settle for third. We'll also see Andre Martin from Howells Dodge finish fourth from the second heat. Jaden Fuhrer from McCool Junction in fifth. Two of the final three medalists, all from Heat 2, Taylor Nilsson of Creighton and Nicholas Berger from Riverside. Half of the medalists coming from the second heat in this race.
You talked about clutch from Halverson, but honestly, Garcia Guzman, as well as actually now Dundee County Stratton, is going to gain a little bit of extra breathing room. They're now up by 14 instead of 12.
With just two events remaining, that is monstrous. A great run there by Garcia Guzman. Congratulations to Luke Bailey, state champ in the 300-meter hurdles. State Track and Field on News Channel Nebraska is brought to you in part by District Table and Tap. Craft beer, Bold Eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. Taste the District. Also by Home Innovations. Start your year-round luxury experience with Home Innovation Spas at spasonline.com, and by Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burrfarms.com for machinery, sales, service, and rentals. We move to Class C. First heat of three in Class C. There you see the lineup. It's Ahan Galati from Omaha Brownell Talbot in lane 4 with Joseph Wiley of Bishop Newman. Jake Walters from Malcolm, Jack Kuchera from Ravenna, Levi Klein of Ord, Aiden Harris of Homer, and then on the outside, Connor Hendricks from Sutton, and Cale DeMode from Hershey. This is the first heat of three in the Class C 300-meter hurdles. The record in this set by Easton Freeze at Chase County just last year. Don't have to worry about him in Class C this year. Chase County was in Class B, ran a 37.99 here at this meet last year.
Whew. The second smallest Class B school on the boys' side of things, Chase County. Freeze was flying last year.
Perkins County has an 18-point lead on Syracuse, 19 up on St. Patrick's, and 22 up on Westholt as we start this first of the final three events on the track. Good running there out of lane 3. That's Jake Walters out of Malcolm. Just clips a hurdle. Able to stay through it, though. Nice job to fight that off. And he's running a very strong race. Walters, the junior, will be first to the line.
He may have clipped a hurdle, but he is a clipper. That's what he does.
Absolutely.
Got across
and
the line.
despite clipping the hurdle, still runs a 40.21. That's an incredible race. Wiley ends up with the second best time, 42.01. But Jake Walters, the junior out of Malcolm, he missed making it out of the prelims in the 110 hurdles yesterday. But, boy, he set a pretty good time in the 300 out of the first heat.
And regardless of what happens with these final two heats, got to feel like Walters has created a little bit of belief for himself for next year as a senior.
News Channel Nebraska continues to salute hometowns here at State, including Why Not Public Schools, brought to you by Jones Feed and Trucking. Also saluting Wilbur Claytonia, brought to you by 41 Auto Parts. And Westholt, whole bunch of kids making the trip from Atkinson and the greater area around there. Westholt Medical Center, your sponsor there for those hometown salutes. Second heat of three in Class C includes a medalist from a year ago. That's Cole Redden. He's in lane 4 for Cross County. He finished 7th in this event last year. Next to him is Darren Vodichka from David City, Jessen Booth from Takema Herman, Wesley Paralek from Palmyra, Drake Rosno from St. Cecilia in lane 2, Deacon Burnett from Johnson Brock in lane 7, Xavier Mitchell from Alma, he finished 7th in the 110-meter hurdle and is your state champ in the long jump this year. Logan Black from Elkhorn Valley is in lane 8, failed to make it out of the prelims in the 110 hurdles yesterday. Second heat of 2, the time to beat so far, 40.21 seconds. Seeing a lot of good effort out of the outside runners early on. As they make the turn here. You see in lane 5. And now from the outside comes Xavier Mitchell from Alma. How about Mitchell? Already a state champ today. And from lane 1, he'll be first to the line. However, he has not topped Jake Walters. His time 40.74. So Jake Walters still the standard bearer in the first heat. Drake Rosno from St. Cecilia second, Jessen Booth third, Logan Black finishes 4th. But boy, you really get a sense for just how fast Jake Walters went out in that first heat.
Yeah, and again, like you say, maybe even left a little bit on the table.
Yeah. News Channel Nebraska salutes the hometowns here at State Wausau. Brought to you by Brunswick State Bank. Also Tri-County School. Tri-County Northeast. Allen and Emerson Hubbard. That brought to you by 41 Auto Parts and Dixon County Feed Yard. And Thayer Central. Brought to you by Norder Supply.
Well, going back to it, you know, we alluded to it earlier. There were actually 2 young men in Class B in this event who got on the medal stand from Heat 1 2 days ago.
Yep.
Braxton Badman from Waverly and Wyatt Liebentritt of Scott. There were actually 3 people in Class B who did not come from the final heat on the medal stand.
Meanwhile, in lane 1 here, we've got Henry Sturr from Bishop Newman. Was a medalist last year, finished 5th place. Also got 8th in the 110 hurdles and was part of their 4th place 4x1 relay. Lane 2, you got Jack Poppy from Donovan Trumbull, 2nd in the triple jump and part of their 4x1 relay that finished in 5th. In lane 3, Isaac Cronin of Valentine. He finished 6th in this event last year. Set the new meet record in the high jump, 6 feet 10 inches. This year, also finished 6th in the long jump. Lane 4, Connor Hillman from Palmyra, who finished 6th in the 110 hurdles earlier today, also was part of that 7th place 4x100 meter replay. Evan Alt of Freeman in lane 5. He was 4th in this event a year ago. His teammate Hudson Vetrovsky in lane 6. They were both medalists in the 110 hurdles earlier today. You've also got Brian Isom of Tri-County Northeast and Hunter Wetlaufer from West Holt, all of them trying to beat Jake Walters and his 40.21.
You know, as is often the case, again, we've got a lot of well-rounded athletes here. Jack Poppy, one of the best basketball players in Class C1 the last couple of years.
Third heat of 3, time to beat 40.21 seconds. Boy, Cronin came out fast for Valentine. That long stride that helped him turn in a top 30 performance in the high jump in the nation this year.
It honestly looks like a high jump approach as he's getting to each hurdle.
Really legging it out. He's been smooth so far. Here's Cronin. Now look out from behind. Here come Hillman and Alt. Who got it? We'll take a look at the times. Boy, we got a lot to sort out here.
I'm not sure I think Cronin may have just let up just a smidge too early. I don't know that he felt his competitors on his shoulder.
It's Hillman from Palmyra who came through at the end, wins by 1/100th of a second. Colin Hillman of Palmyra just edging out Cronin. And that will be enough to be a state champ. Cronin finishes in second, Alt third. Jake Walters from the first heat will be fourth on the medal stand. Henry Sturr ends up fifth, Brian Isom sixth, Hudson Vetrovsky seventh, and Xavier Mitchell from Alma from the second heat finishes in eighth. But Colin Hillman from Palmyra, never giving up on the race, and he's the state champ. News Channel Nebraska salutes our hometowns here at State. Syracuse Public Schools, brought to you by B.C. Meyer Homes, First Bank of Nebraska, Syracuse, Nemaha County Hospital, and Riverstone Bank. Also saluting Summerland Public Schools, brought to you by Clearwater Feed and Grain, and Stewart Public Schools, brought to you by Tri-County Bank in Stewart. So now we get the hurdles off the track. We get set for the 200-meter dash. So 2 events remaining. Again, Dundee County Stratton cannot be caught. You've got Nebraska Christian right now with the edge in second in the team standings. Elm Creek right behind them. Nebraska Christian with 36, Elm Creek 35, Bertrand 25, North Central McCool Junction rounding out the top 5 with 24 points. So again, it's a race for second in Class D and still a pretty competitive one.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see in these final couple races. You know, it's going to come down to some solid sprint performances.
State Track on News Channel Nebraska, brought to you in part by Blazer Athletic. From hurdles to high jump and pole vault landing pits, Blazer's been building equipment for the sports you love for 50 years. Check them out at blazerathletic.com. Also by Bernard Real Estate, an auction company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net. And Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Start your journey on the open road at larsonmotorgroup.com. So our finalists in the 200-meter dash about to take the track. Our 200 meters brought to you by Custom Sports. From screen-printed T-shirts to sublimated jerseys, they have what your team needs to look great. Check them out at CustomSportsCO.com. Top time yesterday, Taylor McIntyre of Central Valley. She finished third in this event last year. You've got Sam Hieske from Nebraska Lutheran, fifth in this event last year. Autumn Holt, a medalist in this event 3 years ago. As a freshman, she finished seventh, has not medaled since. She's a finalist and will, provided she finishes, medal today. And Clara Spago from Dundee County Stratton, eighth last year, seventh this year. She'll be in lane 5 next to McIntyre. Record in this event. The meet record has stood since 1975. Carol McKenzie ran a 25.2. Now, earlier this year, Clara Spargo ran a 24.86. That's the current state record. We'll see if she can duplicate an effort like that and break the meet record here today.
Well, you know, Dundee County Stratton, it feels like so much has broken their way today. It feels like they're shaping up for something like along those lines. It has been, you know, it's going to be a fantastic drive back for both of those teams, it seems.
That 24.86, by the way, Spargo ran that at district, so she is absolutely peaking at the right time.
And that's such a key piece, too. I think a lot of times people don't necessarily realize, you know, sometimes the performances that you see, you know, while it's good to have a record-breaking performance, sometimes that's because, you know, a person is doing fewer events in a meet, but sometimes, too, it might be a sign that training has built up towards something. You may see a slower time from a competitor that you think, well, they won state last year. Why are they going so much slower? Well, they're building up for that moment at state. I think specifically of Jordan Metzler from Wakefield, who won the 800 a couple times, and, you know, she – maybe in some of those earlier meets, based on some of the heavier training, she was carrying kind of heavier legs. Well, that's because she was building for this moment. And that's a mark of really good coaching when you can know how to really space out that training the exact way you need it for your competitors to hit at the right time.
So Clara Spargo, the junior, trying to be a 4-time gold medalist here at state. She won the 100 earlier today. She won the 400 yesterday, and she was part of that 4x100 meter relay team earlier today. By the way, the 400 and the 4x1 both set new meet records, and she was one of the multiple runners who set new meet records in the 200 qualifiers yesterday.
Well, and they are back kind of with the wind here in the 200 in the way they weren't with the 100. The wind situation was a little different from Thursday to Saturday, at least as it sits with the sprinters. If you are curious who is the leader for the all-class gold in this event so far, it is Class A's Jaylee Francini from Omaha Benson. She won the all-class gold in the 100 and is currently sitting in the pole position for that here in the 200 at 24.69.
So I should mention, by the way, we mentioned that record that has stood since 1975. It stands no longer. Both Taylor McIntyre and Clara Spargo ran 25:16s in qualifying yesterday. So technically right now McIntyre has it by like 1,000th of a second, but both she and Spargo essentially tied in setting the record in qualifying yesterday. You'll also see Jolie Farr from Cambridge, who finished third in the 100 earlier today. Samantha Heesky from Nebraska Lutheran, like we mentioned. She was a runner-up in both the long jump and the triple jump earlier this week. Autumn Holt from Loomis, a fifth-place finish in the 100, was part of their runner-up 4x1. Kennedy Gilliland from Wausau, part of their 4x1 that finished fourth. Shawnee Gamble from Layton in lane 1. She was a seventh-place finisher in the 100 earlier today. And Grayson Painter of Ainsworth qualified also in the long jump, just missed the medal stand, finishing in ninth. This is the final of the 200. Will we see another record fall? Here comes Spargo. Trying to hold on. McIntyre giving chase, but this is not a race. This is a coronation. 4 for 4 for Clara Spargo, a 4-time gold medalist at state.
And the funny thing is, the wind actually went a little bit in their face again by the time they were turning the corner, but that's a new state and meet record once again for Clara Spargo.
24:63. Rewriting the record books, breaking her own state record and breaking her own meet record from yesterday. Clara Spargo, what a week for Dundee County Stratton. And by the way, she's just a junior. She'll be doing this again next year.
And she is now in the pole position for the all-class gold. She went around Jaylee Francini.
Boy, the talent in Class D. Just an incredible race. Run by Clara Spargo. Congratulations.
Now, does previous gold medal winner Hazel Harberg catch her? You know, she was disappointed that she did not get that all-class gold. Honestly, her brother on social media was as well. Heinrich Harberg wasn't real happy with the switch of directions in the wind. Now maybe we get an angry Hazel Harberg. I'm scared to see what that produces.
She was the defending champ a year ago. She's in lane 4. The runner-up from last year, Kirsten Schopek, is in lane 2 from Bishop Newman. She also was third 2 years ago. So she's got a third and a second. She would love to spoil the party and get the state championship this year. Natalie Williams, also a finalist here from Ord. She was an 8th place finisher last year. She's in lane 6. But Harberg trying to win what would be her third gold medal. She was part of the 4x1 that ended up runner-up to Dundee County Stratton earlier today. Harberg, though, she really pushed them on that last leg earlier today.
Yeah.
Really ran an incredible final leg of the 4x1. And now
they were not in great position by the time she got the baton.
And you've also got Atlee Janisek from Lincoln Lutheran, a freshman who has been incredible down here, runner-up in the 100. and was 6th in the long jump earlier this week. So there is a lot of talent in here. Also, Addie Hunt, the senior from Southern Valley, who was 3rd in the 100 and 2nd in the 400 yesterday. So this is by no means a cakewalk for Hazel Harberg. But this is going to be very interesting. Like you mentioned, the all-class mark that was just set by winning the race and getting the new state record by Spargo. A lot of clock watching here.
Yeah. And honestly, I think a lot of people anticipating something. A lot of phones out right now. A lot of cameras.
Harberg in lane 4. Harberg set the state record earlier this year with a 24:04. The meet record 24:06. Sarah Lyons of Omaha, Brownell Talbot back in 2006.
Harberg attacked that start and that turn. Holy cow.
Forget about it. This is Hazel Harberg and everyone else. My goodness. Hazel Harberg. What's the time going to be? Harberg to the line.
24:08. She's got herself another all-class gold medal.
The all-class gold. She just misses out on breaking her state record, but at 24:08, she gets all-class gold. By the way, Addie Hunt also goes sub-25 and finishes 2nd. Atlee Janicek, the freshman, in 3rd. Natalie Williams of Ord and Kirsten Chopek of Bishop Neumann round out the top 5. But Hazel Harberg, you said it, Pat, she attacked it out of the blocks. She was not going to be denied this state title.
And she absolutely was not. That I think that was maybe a little bit of frustration taken up, but she looks happy now. I think there's a little bit of a relief at that point, getting across the line there.
News Channel Nebraska salutes the hometowns here at State. Our hometown salute here for Stanton. Brought to you by Stanton Telecom. What a week for Barrett Wilkie. Incredible run for him. Also saluting North Central out of Rock County Public Schools. Brought to you by Tri-County Bank of Stewart. And saluting Osmond. Brought to you by New Frontier Insurance. All right, on to Class D. Let's talk team standings really quick. Dundee County Stratton is up 14 points on Axtell with 2 events remaining. They do have Laken Whiss, who had an incredible performance out of lane 1 earlier today, and Ethan Lotta, both in this event. They're essentially going to slam the door on the team title, I think, in this race, provided all those two got to do is finish, basically, and they will have all but wrapped it up.
Yeah, this has been shaping up to be their day at this point. It would take, I think, something pretty significant going wrong for Dundee County Stratton, especially when you think about that Dundee County Stratton is lane 5 in Heat 2 in the 1,600-meter relay. Axtell is in that final heat with them in the 1,600-meter relay, but it's unless these two guys finish at the bottom, it seems to have shaped up nicely for Dundee County Stratton.
And you saw the lineup there. Meanwhile, Class D, Jack Molt of Riverside. He has medaled in this event 3 times. He was 4th last year, 8th 2 years ago, 6th as a freshman in 2022. Zayden Wolf of Central Valley, where those two have seen each other so many times. Those are rival schools not far from one another. They see each other at every track meet. They will run against each other one more time. Wolf had the best time out of districts. He's in lane 4. It'll be Wissink of Dundee County Stratton in lane 5. State record 21:48 set by Dylan Miller of Brady in 2023. William Kulhanick of Overton set the meet record just last year, 21:54. Finals of the 200 underway. Boy, this one's close. Very competitive. Now it's Wissink starting to pull away. How about Wissing, the senior for Dundee County Stratton, pulling away over the final 100? The state champ time, 21.87 seconds. Jack Molt of Riverside wraps up his brilliant career in second. Isaac Chavez of Amherst third. Will Casey fourth. Zayden Wolf of Central Valley finishes in fifth. But it's Laken Whissing, who was part of that 4x1 that won a state title earlier today, and that improbable win in the 100-meter dash from lane one. Laken Whissing has shown out for Dundee County Stratton this week.
Yeah, he has, and all that speed, not a small man either. I would not want to step in front of him. He had a lot of force going there, but on top of that, it is officially official. Dundee County Stratton is your Class D boys state team champion.
And girls state team champ, a big part of that, standing by with our Kaylin Devon.
All right, we got Clara Spargo, yet another state championship. Clara, how are you feeling after that race?
I was a little tired at first, but I'm recovered now, so all the emotions are kind of setting in. It's awesome.
You and Abby are just crushing it today. Dundee County Stratton leading by 50 points in the state title race. You pretty much have it locked up. What does that mean for you?
It means a lot. I didn't get to finish my state meet the past couple of years, so it's been nice to be able to finish it like with a big win and then another big win hopefully to come. So it's been super awesome. I feel like everyone on our team deserves it. We worked so hard, so it's super great.
Also a state meet record for you, too. You broke your own record, which is amazing. And then you've also got the boys for DCS. Laken just had a fantastic race. What would it mean for you if both the boys and girls can bring home state titles to Dundee County Stratton?
That was the plan. We were hoping, like, our boys, it wasn't super, like, solidified, so they've had to work hard, like, score points. Brock's one shot, but he wasn't supposed to, so everyone's really played a big part in it, girls and boys, and I think it's super awesome if we can both bring home trophies, and all season we're just, don't get complacent, just keep working. We had top times, so we just had to keep them. Everyone else has to compete, too, and everyone else ran well, so just trying to stick with everyone and go above.
Great. Well, back to the race. Clara, thank you so much.
4 gold medals, not bad. Clara Spargo helping Dundee County Stratton get the gold. Now this Class C 200, no returning medalists from a year ago, but certainly some talent here. Now one guy who was a medalist last year was Thomas Reeves in Chase County, but again, they moved up to Class B this year.
There are some key points up for grabs here.
Ryder Potts of Perkins County is in this race, which is all but going to sew them up the team title as well, I believe.
You got 2 Westholt Huskies in here as they're looking to bring home a trophy of some sort as well.
And it is Conrad and Gallion side by side. Look out, that's Andy Rikio from Battle Creek. The Braves, another great run for Battle Creek. It's Rikio to the line. Lincoln Conrad of Westholt in second. Rikio runs a 22.06. So he gets Battle Creek, a state champion. Always a great sprinting program. Rikio brings another one. How about Westholt, though, going 2-3? So they have vaulted perhaps into those team standings with a key 14 points there.
Yeah, that's going to move them into second. Perkins County.
Ryder Potts finished 6th, so that's 3 more points for them as well. We're doing literal back-of-the-napkin math.
Well, and the thing of it is, so that keeps Westholt within 8 points of Perkins County. Westholt does have a 4x4 team. Perkins County does not. So the state championship.
They do. Perkins County is also in that second heat. So Westholt and Perkins County will both be running in the second heat of the 4x4, the final race of this evening.
But the point does still stand that that the state championship is still in play.
It absolutely is. Time now to hand out some awards brought to you by KRT, helping you get back in action. Learn more at krtrelief.com. And proudly presented by Visit Kearney. Find it all in Kearney.
Medal winners, we need you at the awards area immediately for the 100-meter dash, 1,600-meter run, And the 300 hurdles. Report immediately.
Now up on the medal podium, we'll hand out medals for the Class D boys pole vault. We have a tie for 7th place between Peter Russell, a junior from Kimball, and Aiden Jones, a senior from Medicine Valley, 12 feet 6 inches. 6th place, Keston Beavers, a freshman from Elm Creek, 13 feet even. 4th place,
a tie between Braden Foose, a freshman from Kimball, and Isaac Hernandez, a sophomore from Bertrand, at 13 feet even. Hernandez, a 2-time medal winner in the Class D boys pole vault. In 3rd place, Lucas Hodges, a senior from Elm Creek, 13 feet even. He is a 3-time medal winner and was champion last year in 2024 in the pole vault. 2nd place, Jackson Sainer, a junior from Sutherland, 13 feet 6 inches. He is a 2-time medal winner. And your Class D state champion with a winning vault of 13 feet 6 inches, a sophomore from Southwest, Gage Hammond. And now for your medals for the Class C girls. Class C girls 100-meter dash. In 8th place, Maisie Stoklasa. A sophomore from Clarkson Lee, 13.10. 7th place, Molly Weber, a sophomore from Johnson County Central, 12.86. 6th place, Allie Korth, a freshman from Battle Creek, 12.85. 5th place, Natalie Williams, a senior from Ord, 12.71. In 4th place, Kirsten Chupik, a junior from Bishop Newman, 12.60. 3rd place, Addie Hunt, a senior from Southern Valley, 12.52. Chupik and Hunt, both 2-time medal winners. In 2nd place, Atlee Janacek, a freshman from Lincoln Lutheran, 12.35. And your champion, Class C girls 100-meter dash, Hazel Harberg, a junior from Kearney Catholic, 11.96. She is a 2-time champion, and she is also your Class C state and state meet record holder. Next up, it's your medal winners for the Class D girls 100-meter dash. In 8th place, Braylon Renz, a senior from Burning Davenport Shickley, 13.33. 7th place, Shawnee Gamble, a senior from Layton, 13.26. 6th place, Annabelle Barlow, a senior from St. Mary's, 13.21. 5th place, Autumn Holt, a senior from Loomis, 13.11. 4th place, Samantha Hiskey, a junior from Nebraska Lutheran, 13.05. 3rd place, Jolie Farr, a senior from Cambridge, 12.89. Your runner-up, Taylor McIntyre, a junior from Central Valley, 12.73. She is a 2-time medal winner in the girls 100-meter dash. And your Class D state champion, a junior from Dundee County, Clara Spargo. Her winning time, 12.51. Next up on the medal podium, it's the Class C boys 100-meter dash. In 8th place, Eli Smith, a junior from Hershey, 11.50. 7th place, Cooper Warford, a senior from Southern, 11.45. In 6th place, Tice Calaros, a junior from Arcadia Loop City, 11.41. 5th place, Mason Giebler, a junior from North Platte St. Patrick's, 11.37. In 4th place, Matthew Storm, a senior from Aquinas Catholic, 11.31. 3rd place, Evan Alt, a senior from Freeman, 11.13. Your runner-up, Andy Rikio, a junior from Battle Creek, 11.07. And your Class C state champion, Tyrell Fennell, a senior from Exeter Milliken, His winning time, 11.06. Next on the podium, Class D boys 100-meter dash. 8th place, Jet Farwell, senior from Pawnee City, 11.70. 7th place, Graydon Rittner, a senior from Wilcox-Hildreth, 11.68. 6th place, Zayden Wolf, a senior from Central Valley, 11.51. 5th place, Will Casey, a senior from Arapahoe, 11.47. In 4th place, Tegan Rosebaugh, a senior from Diller-Odell, 11.46. In 3rd place, Isaac Chavez, a junior from Amherst, 11.26. 2nd place, Jack Molt, a senior from Riverside, 11.25. And your Class D boys state champion, a senior from Dundee County, Laken Whiss, 11.07. Next up, it's the medal winners in the Class C girls 1,600-meter run. In 8th place, Jalen Witter, a sophomore from Kearney Catholic, 527.74. 7th place, Sawyer Binney, a senior from Lincoln Lutheran, 524.88. 6th place, Ava Brennan, a sophomore from Ponca, 522.03. 5th place, Riley Campbell, a sophomore from Aquinas Catholic, 521.54. 4th place, Emma Williams, a sophomore from North Bend Central, 520.82. In 3rd place, Delaney Reynolds, a sophomore from Niobrara Verdigre, 519.31. She's a 2-time medal winner. Your runner-up, Haley O'Daniel, a senior from Arlington, 517.09. She is a 2-time medalist, and she was the champion in this event last year. And your state champion for 2025, a freshman from Sandy Creek, Madison Shaw, 516.15. And now your Class D medal winners, girls 1,600-meter run. In 8th place, Peyton Paxton, a senior from Mullen, 534.76. She is a 3-time medal winner. In 7th place, Kaylee Softly, a sophomore from Maywood Hayes Center, 534.75. 6th place, Kaylee Carr, a freshman from Silver Lake Public, 533.85. 5th place, Angela Frick, a junior from North Central, 533.73. 4th place, Miley Weirs, a senior from Diller-Odell, 528.18. 3rd place, Shelby Shaney, a junior from Bertrand, 527.19. Your runner-up, Leah Dawson, a sophomore from McCool Junction, 525.66. And your girls champion for the 2nd time, Ashley Robertson, a senior from Wallace, 520.24. Here's your medalist in Class C, boys, 1,600-meter run. 8th place, Dayton Graves, a junior from Syracuse, 429.71. 7th place, Miles Clausen, a sophomore from Battle Creek, 429.70. 6th place, Drew Martin, a senior from Westholt, 429.43. 5th place, Briar Cerny, a senior from North Bend Central, 428.62. 4th place, Colton Ham, a sophomore from North Platte St. Pat's, 428.07. 3rd place, Elijah Pollard, a senior from Ord, 427.74. In 2nd place, Elijah Goodell, a sophomore from Perkins County, 424.57. And your state champion, Mason McGreer, a senior from Perkins County, 420.92. He is a 3-time medal winner, 2-time champion, Mason McGreer. And now your Class D medal winners, boys 1,600-meter run. 8th place, Brody Flynn, a senior from Nebraska Christian, 447.95. 7th place, Brendan Limerond, a junior from Fall City Sacred Heart, 447.43. Sixth place, Luke Powell, a sophomore from Nebraska Christian, 446.28. Fifth place, Hayden Helgoth, a senior from High Plains, 445.81. In fourth place, Connor Rohrer, a junior from Creighton, 444.04. Third place, Jacob Swanson, a junior from Nebraska Christian, two-time medal winner, and his third place time is 438.80. Your runner-up, Kaylin Whip, a senior from Weeping Water, 437.55. And your Class D champion with a time of 435.37, a junior from Medicine Valley, K.O. Garrett. Next up at your Class C medal winners, girls 300-meter hurdles. Eighth place, Miley Takota, a junior from Utan, 46.56. Seventh place, Miriam Frazier, a senior from Aquinas Catholic, 46.48. In sixth place, Zaya Lewis, a sophomore from St. Paul, 45.92. Fifth place, Grace Johnson, a junior from Grand Island Central Catholic, 45.83. Fourth place, Eva Hartzell, a senior from Norfolk Catholic, 45.54. Third place, Aniston Wortman, a sophomore from Hardington Cedar Catholic, 44.62. Your runner-up, Aubrey Fuyon, a sophomore from Bishop Newman, 44.44. And your Class C champion, Ashlyn Vestal, a junior from Syracuse, 43.75, two-time medal winner and now a state champion. Here are your medal winners. Class D girls 300 hurdles. Eighth place, McKenna Lovell, a sophomore from Bloomfield, 47.56. Seventh place, Baylor Barons, a senior from Dorchester, 47.35. Sixth place, Sheridan Faulk, a junior from Nebraska Christian, 46.78. Fifth place, Grace Mahoney, a junior from Riverside, 46.46. Two-time medal winner. Fourth place, Annabelle Barlow, a senior from St. Mary's, 46.23. In third place, Zaylee Benish, a senior from Layton, 45.64. She's a two-time medal winner in the 300 hurdles. In second place, Mika Vanderwalt, a sophomore from Burwell, 45.42. And your Class D state champion, a freshman from Dundee County Stratton, Abigail Spargo. Her time, 44.90, ties the Class D state meet record. And now, here's your medal winners, Class C boys 300 hurdles. Eighth place, Xavier Mitchell, junior, Alma, 40.74. Seventh place, Hudson Petrovsky, a senior from Freeman, 40.64. Sixth place, Brian Isom, a senior from TCNE, 40.32. Fifth place, Henry Stewart, a senior from Bishop Newman, 40.24. Fourth place, Jake Walters, a junior from Malcolm, 40.21. Third place, Evan Alt, a senior from Freeman, 39.45. Your runner-up, Isaac Cronin, a junior from Valentine, 39.17. And your Class C state champion, Colin Hillman, a senior from Palmyra, 39.16. Now, here are your Class D medal winners in the boys 300-meter hurdles. Eighth place, Nicholas Berger, a senior from Riverside, 41.78. Seventh place, Elijah Canonico, a junior from Fall City Sacred Heart, 41.77. Sixth place, Taylor Nilsson, a senior from Creighton, 41.67. In fifth place, Jaden Firer, a senior from McCool Junction, 41.50. Fourth place, Andre Martin, a junior from Howells Dodge, 41.41. Third place, Jake Halverson, a senior from Axtell, 40.47, a two-time medal winner in the 300 hurdles. Your runner-up, Kevin Garcia, a junior from Dundee County Stratton, 40.13. And your Class D state champion with a winning time of 39.84, a senior from Ansley Litchfield, Luke Bailey.
State track and field coverage on News Channel Nebraska, brought to you in part by District Table and Tap. Craft beer, Bold Eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. Taste the district. Also by Home Innovation. Start your year-round luxury experience with Home Innovation Spas at spasonline.com. And Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burrfarms.com for machinery, sales, service, and rentals. Kaylin Devin standing by with a state champ.
Here with Andy Rikio from Battle Creek, bringing home a gold in the 200. First of all, Andy, take me through that race. What was going through your head?
Well, I wanted to get out strong, catching up with Lincoln Conrad, because he's a fast guy, and if I caught him pretty early, knew I had a pretty good shot of winning it.
What's always super fun about watching you guys, it gets really intense at the end. You kind of had that gap. You got over Lincoln a little bit, and then once you crossed the finish line, what was going through your head?
I was very, very excited. It was really cool having the West Holt guys come up, congratulate me. We're really close with them, and with the 4x1, it's really fun running against them. And
you guys also you had 2 silvers as well as your gold. You told me the 100 wasn't the way you wanted to finish it off. So coming back from the 100 in the race that you won, the 200, I mean, what was that like?
That was very, very cool. It gave me a lot of motivation. I mean, like when I lost 100, I was a little sad, a little down in depths, and people brought me up, got me going for this race, and come back with a W.
Well, Andy, congratulations. Just a junior. You're back again next year. We'll see what you can do, all right?
All right. Thank you.
It's Andy Rikio from Battle Creek getting ready for the 4x4 to finish off the day. Coming up next on News Channel Nebraska.
NCN Sports is brought to you by Blazer Athletics, not only made in America, but right here in Nebraska, and by Home Innovations. Visit their showrooms in Omaha and Lincoln to find your luxury at home with Home Innovation Spas. NCN Sports is brought to you by Burr Farms Machinery in Dunbar, Nebraska. Visit burrfarms.com for machinery sales, service, and rentals. And by Bernard Real Estate, an auction company in Auburn and Nebraska City. Find your next dream home at bernardrealestate.net.
Back at Burke Stadium in Omaha, getting set for the final event of the evening, the 4x400 meter relay, the mile relay, brought to you by Greg Young Automotive. At Greg Young Automotive, go the extra mile for you. Also by Nebraska Public Power District, always there when you need them. Class D up first. Not as much team drama in the standings as there was on Thursday. All of the team titles have already been clinched. In Class D, Dundee County Stratton has just lapped the field in the girls in Class D. But there is some drama yet in the race for second. And we see our first heat here. You've got Mullen in lane 1. Harper Anderson will be leading things off. Humble Table Rock Steiner with freshman Eden Duryea. Loomis's Kennedy Wood will be leading things off in lane 3. Osceola's Addison Tice in lane 4. Cambridge's Jensen Weiss in lane 5. Adeline Einspar for Juanita Palisade in lane 6. Lizzie Gartner for CWC in lane 7. And McKenna Carr for Silver Lake in lane 8. This Mullen team that has qualified for state, Harper Anderson is a sophomore. The final 3 legs, freshman.
That's a little terrifying.
One of the youngest 4x4 teams ever in the state of Nebraska in lane number 1.
Well, and you're usually a little bit more likely to see something like that on the girls' side than the boys' side.
Yep.
Yeah, that's still really, really impressive, and a team that we might see a little bit of the next couple of years.
Ponchos are out. We are underway. First heat of 2 running against time. in the 4x400 meter relay. So we talked team standings. Nebraska Christian currently second, 36. Elm Creek 35. Central Valley 29. We will see Nebraska Christian and Elm Creek in the second leg of this. It's down to those two for second place. Again, Dundee County Stratton has already run away with things for the team title.
Now, as we watch this race, we've talked about it in a few other events before. The faster district qualifying times will be in the second heat, but we have seen plenty of high medals from the first heat in recent years, including this year. Now, in this particular race, first leg is in a lane, and then eventually we will see the second leg filter in after they get past 100 meters here in this second leg.
One thing to keep in mind, it's raining now harder than it has all week. The relays, the baton handoffs, incredibly important that they're clean because those batons are going to be a little slicker than usual.
Absolutely. Now, the degree of difficulty on this particular handoff, not quite the same as a 4x1. Maybe not as crucial either, but it is still, you can lose some very valuable seconds in these handoffs. You don't want to look past them. The other piece, too, is, these are the faster races right now that we're finishing up with. We just had the 200. Now we've got the 4x4. Now, certainly everybody's wearing spikes, but, a little bit more prone to a slip with those faster races than in something like a distance race.
We've got Silver Lake out in front. This is Paige Feynman. She'll be handing off to Kaylee Carr. Silver Lake is in front, followed by CWC. Abby Ehlers will be handing off to Paige Walensky. Silver Lake, CWC, and then Osceola. 1, 2, 3, halfway through the 4x4 first heat.
Now, we talk a lot about the volunteers and the staffing of this particular event.
Yes.
One key piece here in this race, we just saw the handoffs. They try and organize the handoffs. They filter them in closest to lane one and then out based on the order that these teams are in right now. And you can start to see, then a lot of shuffle down the backstretch. It is kind of chaotic down there trying to manage those handoffs. It's not just the athletes who have to manage all that. You've got these race officials trying to keep order here too, and trying to make sure that the athletes don't collide with each other. You want to make sure they go off on the inside of the track as well.
Look at this push. This is Jolie Farr from Cambridge. Cambridge will catch Silver Lake and be first to the exchange on the final lap. Cambridge, Silver Lake, Osceola, 1, 2, 3. For Cambridge, it's Rachel Harris, the senior. For Silver Lake, Sophie Schmidt, the junior. For Osceola, Alexis Burrett, the sophomore.
Harris was great in the 800 earlier today as well, getting onto the medal stand from heat number 1. She's trying to do the same thing here in the 4x4.
Getting a great push from behind by Sophie Schmidt. She's in second for Silver Lake. Again, they started in lane 8. Wanting to turn in a pretty good time here. Cambridge was at 3:11.77 at that exchange.
We've talked about it before. It would not be unprecedented for a Heat 1 Lane 8 team to win a state championship. The Norris boys did that in Class B a couple of years ago.
Here comes Harris. Schmidt trying to catch her. Does Sophie Schmidt have enough? She does not. It's going to be Cambridge first to the line in the first heat of the 4x4. Silver Lake second. A great race for third, and it'll be CWC, or rather Mullen, finishing in third. There you see the times. Cambridge runs a 4:12.82. Our live clock brought to you in part by Doane University, rooted in liberal arts. Learn more at doane.edu. And by Fleet Feet, located in Lincoln and Omaha. So 4:12.82, Pat, that's a pretty good time.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are trying to get on that medal stand, that's... you're going for time there. That's the important piece.
That would have been third best of the district finals. In fact, second best, actually. So Cambridge is in with a strong time. 4:12.82.
And that would have medaled last year. That would have put them in 6th place last year.
So Cambridge sitting pretty well as we start the second heat. So again, in terms of team standings, the second heat, very, very important for two of the teams running here. That would be Nebraska Christian and Elm Creek. Nebraska Christian will be in lane 6. Elm Creek will be in lane 5. Elm Creek is 1 point behind Nebraska Christian for second place.
And there are exactly 2 trophies in each class given out. So there's hardware at stake. They want a little heavier bus ride on the way home.
Absolutely. So while the state champ has been decided, there is still a lot of drama. Because like you said, that runner-up trophy, that's a trophy. All right, lane 1, that's going to be St. Mary's. Emerson Minoric, the junior. Burwell's got a freshman starting things off. Laurel Mann, Arapahoe, another freshman. Sawyer Schaefer. Maywood Hayes Center. Top time in district. Blakely Farr, the junior, leads off for them. Elm Creek, Kendall Cavity. A fantastic athlete in a number of sports. The sophomore leading things off. Nebraska Christian's Kara Sidek is in lane 6. Layton's Riley Jones is in lane 7. And for Wausau, another freshman, Kenley Anderson, in lane 8. Time to beat so far, 4:12.82. The record, 4:03.27. Humphrey St. Francis ran that back in 2009.
There have been some very fast times in the state. D is the only one that has not seen anyone go sub 4 minutes.
We'll see. And again, Elm Creek lane 5, Nebraska Christian lane 6. For those wondering about the team standings, Elm Creek has got to beat Nebraska Christian by at least 2 spots in this race to finish in second.
Depending on what place.
Exactly. Yeah, that is true. They just need to gain 2 points on them.
There we go.
That's what you need to do. If that means they finish second and third or first and second, that could also get it done as well.
Now, the leaders in the clubhouse when it comes to the all-class gold, that's coming out of Class B right now. Bennington was flying 2 days ago. 352.
Yeah, they didn't need a win, but they certainly needed to finish strong to get that team title, and they slammed the door on it with a very impressive performance this past Thursday. Now we're getting the ponchos out for the speakers down on track level because they're starting to get wet. And we're making sure they can hear them down track level as well.
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
It's the second of 2 heats, and again, I've been radar watching as well. There is some rain moving in. If you're wondering about any more of the bad stuff, thunder, lightning, that type of thing, there has been a little bit of that west of us, but it's been tracking south for the most part. So we'll keep our eye on that.
Yeah, I think, keeping things moving as smoothly as possible is kind of the priority at this point.
Absolutely.
Because you do kind of feel at some point something's going to happen.
You just hope it's once everything is done.
Yeah.
First leg of the 4x4 is underway. The time to beat right now was set by Cambridge, 4:12.82 in the first heat. Dundee County Stratton has sewn up the team title. They don't even have someone in the 4x4. They didn't even need the 4x4 to win a state title. That is remarkable. Even the teams that have it sewn up usually have someone in the 4x4, especially given the caliber of sprinters that they have.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a little bit of sometimes a Class D strategy where, if you can redirect some of those people who would be in a relay into individual events and utilize them across multiple individual events, sometimes you're going to maximize your points a little bit more, especially, in these smaller schools where you don't have a lot of bodies to spare. If you can say, hey, Clara Spargo, hey, you, Abby Spargo, you're each taking an individual event rather than being part of this relay, yeah, you might make out ahead point-wise there.
Starting to get a sense for where these teams stand on the back stretch. That is Nebraska Christian, Sheridan Faulk out in first, but here comes Addison Richards of Maywood Hayes Center. It's Nebraska Christian, May Hayes second, Wausau slipping to third, and now Maywood Hayes Center into first place. Great second leg here run by Addison Richards, the sophomore. And now Elm Creek is in third. Looks like it'll be Maywood Hayes Center first of the exchange, but Nebraska Christian right on their heels with Elm Creek in third.
And they are getting after it at the start of this third leg here.
So Maywood Hayes Center, Nebraska Christian, Elm Creek, they've got some work to do if they're going to catch Nebraska Christian for second.
Well, they're trying to do it here.
They absolutely are. But Nebraska Christian now out in first. This is Emma Rathjen running their third leg. Fought off nicely there by Reagan Stengel, the senior, for Maywood Hayes Center. Elm Creek is in third. That's basically your race for second right there. Nebraska Christian in second, Elm Creek in third, Maywood Hayes Center. This is a fantastic split by Stengel. She has pulled away after it looked like Nebraska Christian was going to catch them. And now Elm Creek starting to fade. It'll be Stengel for Maywood Hayes Center, handing off to Ava Messersmith, the freshman. Nebraska Christian is second. Arapahoe third. Elm Creek fourth. They've got to get on their horse if they're going to leapfrog Nebraska Christian for second.
And it wasn't a great handoff for Elm Creek. It's going to take a very Herculean effort here on this final leg.
That's
by Knapp.
Hallie Knapp, the senior. Nebraska Christian's got Izzy Brumbaugh. Arapahoe running very well. You've got Desi Farner about to catch for second. Maywood Hayes Center still out in front. It's Maywood Hayes Center. Arapahoe second. Nebraska Christian third. Elm Creek fourth. Time to beat 4:12:83. Off the final turn, it's Maywood Hayes Center, Arapahoe, Nebraska Christian, Elm Creek. Can Knapp leapfrog Elm Creek into third? It does not look like it, and Maywood Hayes Center is going to cross the finish line, it appears, first. Maywood Hayes Center first, Arapahoe second, Nebraska Christian third to wrap up the runner-up trophy, Elm Creek in fourth. Maywood Hayes Center's time, 4:06:82. Arapahoe second, 4:08. Nebraska Christian third. Elm Creek. Cambridge ends up fifth out of Heat 1. Layton in sixth. Silver Lake will medal from the first heat, while Wausau finishes eighth overall. But Maywood Hayes Center took over the lead in the second lap, never surrendered it. Ava Messersmith, the freshman, wrapping it up for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, that was a great all-around effort by Maywood Hayes Center. And honestly, a very clutch effort from Nebraska Christian as well. They knew what they had to do. That's what they did. They got it done. They will bring home a team trophy.
Class C has been won by Kearney Catholic. As far as runner-up, Syracuse has 44 points, Bishop Neumann 39, West Holt 35. So we get set for the Class C 4x4. We do not have West Holt. Well, we do have West Holt. My apologies. West Holt and Syracuse and Bishop Neumann will be lanes 3, 4, and 5 in the second heat. So you got to believe, if you're a Syracuse fan, that you're sitting pretty well for a runner-up trophy this year.
Yeah, they've really made a late push.
Yep.
Did the Rockets, with that 800, or excuse me, with the 300 hurdles, beg your pardon. A huge moment there from Vestal that put them in position to be where they're at right now.
As we Take a look at the lane assignments. South Loop will have Jade Bierman, the sophomore, in lane 1. Addison Steck, the freshman, for Valentine in lane 2. Junior Olivia Taylor in lane 3 for Ponca. McKenna Jones, the senior, for Yatan in lane 4. Kerrigan Rempe, the freshman, for Sandy Creek in lane 5. Lane 6 has Faith Samick for Aquinas Catholic, a freshman. Senior Whitney Wohlberg running her last race for Arlington in lane 7. And Hallie Dolliver will lead things off for Malcolm in lane 8. I'm told she's pretty athletic.
It runs in the family for sure.
You'll see a couple of Dollivers, actually. The freshman Peyton Dolliver will be running their anchor leg here in the 4x4.
Maya Dolliver was here for Pender this week as well. Unable to get into the finals, but they are cousins. Certainly their fathers, Jason and John, were fantastic for Stanton basketball in the mid-'90s. There's a lot in the family there.
A lot of great athletics in the family, and of course a lot of great basketball yet to be played at Malcolm. So here we go for the 4x4. The top time in this event this year in Class C came back on April the 17th, actually out of state at the Kansas Relays. Westholt ran a 3:58.52. They went sub-4. Did the team, that was Larson, both the Conrads and Ainsley Gallion there on April the 17th.
I'm more impressed by the fortitude of the bus driver to take them all the way from Atkinson down to Lawrence.
Kansas, yeah, that is a long ways away. The fastest in-state time was the Centennial Conference meet. Bishop Newman ran a 4:04.05 at that meet.
In case you are curious, that's about a 6.5-hour drive with no stops.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I'll bet if it was on a bus, they stopped here and there. First heat of 2. You see out in front there, that's Aquinas' Samick. Lane 7, you've got Wohlberg for Arlington and Dolliver for Malcolm on the outside lane. Want to take this opportunity to thank all the NCN crew that we've got down here doing a great job both Thursday and today. Today, not as dry as Saturday, and of course, or as Thursday, but just doing yeoman's work as well. We thank them for everything they do. You know, I walk around down here, I get a lot of folks coming up to me and saying, wow, thank you for putting this on TV. I don't do it. I sit in a chair and talk into a microphone, which I would be doing whether I had a microphone or not. It's the young men and women in the NCN T-shirts that are out there doing the hard work out there. Those are the folks that deserve the thanks, and we thank them for that.
They felt your moment and spoken to our headphones at that exact moment.
Getting set for our second exchange here in the 4x4, Heat 1 of 2 in Class C girls. Congratulations to Kearney Catholic, wrapping up a state title earlier today. Harberg with 3 golds and a silver to her credit here this week. A big part of that. Well, this is UTAN looking really strong. Jordan Campbell, the junior, will be handing off to Miley Takota. Behind her, Ponca. That's Elson Ruda for Ponca in second.
That's a great leg they just ran.
Really setting a strong pace is UTAN 2:02.13. 3 seconds clear of Ponca at the exchange. Third leg for UTAN, like we mentioned, Takota, who's been very busy here this week as well. She'll be handing off to Gabby Tetterman, the senior. Can anyone challenge the Chieftains here in heat number 1?
Well, you know, in this heat, you got to go for time.
Yep. UTAN certainly doing their best to set a high bar to clear.
Well, and, you know, it's easy to look at, okay, Heat 1 versus Heat 2, but they were just off of that getting put into Heat 2 based off of their district time. They came in with the fastest time in this heat, but they are looking smooth, looking strong.
Takota hands off to Tetterman. That was a 101 split run by Takota. And UTAN 6 seconds, well, 5.5 seconds clear of Aquinas as they start the final leg.
The challenge here is you can't take the foot off the gas pedal if you're UTAN.
Miriam Frazier for Aquinas running their final leg. She's being chased from behind by Sandy Creek. Anna Paz, the junior, really pushing. But it's still UTAN well out in front. This is going to be a pretty strong time for the Chieftains. As Tetterman, the senior, running the final leg of her high school track career, her final 100. Tetterman pushing hard. And it'll be UTAN. That's Valentine that is in second. But UTAN to the line. Their time, 4:07:23.
Wow.
4:10:40 for Valentine in second. That was a sub-minute final leg, by the way, for Valentine, run by Maylee Patterson, the junior. Aquinas ends up third. Sandy Creek fourth. Ponca rounds out the top five, but UTAN, a 4:07:23. That would have been the fourth best time of the district finalists.
Yeah, that was a really, really well-run race. But I do want to go back to that final leg from Valentine.
Yes.
Goodness gracious, she continued to make up ground even as UTAN was putting together a fantastic performance. So great efforts all the way around. Now let's see how they stack up to heat number 2.
So for heat number 2, Syracuse trying to hold service. You see, yeah, you run a strong final leg, you carry them off. That's how it works. All right, we've got Johnson Brock. That'll be Brooklyn Barons, the senior, in lane number 1. Pender, Kyla Kruzmark in lane 2. Westholt has Pavan Larson in lane 3. Syracuse starting with a freshman, Tatum Walters. In fact, they go freshman over their first 2 legs. Kirsten Chopik for Bishop Neumann in lane 5. Cedar Catholic will have Lauren Bernecker in lane 6. St. Paul Camden Sack in lane 7. And the junior Grace Green will go for Palmyra in lane number 8. Syracuse lane 4, Bishop Neumann lane 5, Westholt lane 3. Mathematically, those are the 3 teams still alive to finish runner-up to Kearney Catholic. Syracuse with 44 points, Bishop Neumann with 39, Westholt with 35. Westholt has to win this event to even have a chance, and we've seen the times that they have turned in this year. They are capable of doing so.
Oh, absolutely. We have seen, this is a Westholt team that, in boys and girls is very balanced, but some great sprinters from coming down from Atkinson. If there's a team that can do it, it is absolutely them.
And they always have a strong track program. You heard Andy Rikio talking to our Kaylin Devin earlier about, the friendship that they develop. Battle Creek and Westholt, in boys and girls, really kind of become rivals in track. They see each other at a lot of meets. They end up being finalists and in lanes 4 and 5 against each other often in a lot of meets. Battle Creek and Westholt, I think kind of an underrated rivalry in track up in northeast and north central Nebraska.
Yeah, and honestly, there are some monster meets in that part of the state throughout the year across different classes. I think that's one of the fun things is you get to see a lot of cross-class competition. Certainly not unique to Northeast Nebraska, but there are a lot of different classes represented up there.
All right, set for the second heat of 2. Time to beat a good one. 4:07:23, run by UTAN. That 3:58, by the way, that Westholt ran earlier this year is a new state record. The meet record was set by Westholt last year, 4 minutes, 0.79. So technically, no one has gone under 4 in the state of Nebraska in Class C. Westholt ran that 3:58 in Manhattan, Kansas. Westholt's relay team has had a brilliant last couple of years. Pavan Larson out for them first. They'll have Holland Conrad, the freshman. The Conrad sisters Holland and London. Holland a freshman, London a sophomore. So Westholt not going anywhere at state track.
Three different ones.
Yep.
From the family here.
Here we go. First exchange. Was a good first lap run by Kirsten Chopek. She hands off to Nicole Bloom for Bishop Neumann. Got a pretty solid lead to the Cavaliers through one. We'll see where things shape out here after the first curve. But Bishop Neumann out in front. That's Nicole Bloom.
I wonder how much track, speaking of Westholt and the Conrads, how much track gets talked at home when you have three people winning state medals all in the same house.
You know, it's one of those things you wonder if you do it so much you don't talk about it much at all at home. I know that's the case in some sports sometimes. We've got Westholt now working their way into second. That is Conrad. Holland Conrad. Syracuse is in third. But Bishop Neumann in first for now. Here comes Conrad, though.
Cool.
What a final 100 for the freshman. She will pass Bishop Neumann, and it's Westholt first to the exchange at the halfway point. Bishop Neumann is second, and now St. Paul. Charlie Wagner, a great second run, and it's St. Paul in third. Westholt almost 2 minutes flat, 2 minutes .99 at the exchange.
Syracuse trying to make their move here. They started this leg in fifth, but tracking toward third now.
And that's Ashlyn Vestal, who has had a brilliant day today. She's a state champ already. Now trying to gain on Bishop Neumann. Westholt still out in front. You've got Westholt, Neumann, Syracuse running 1, 2, 3. That's Conrad for Bishop Neumann. Adeline Zwick, the senior, and look out. Here comes Ashlyn Vestal, Syracuse, trying to go from fifth to second in this 400-meter run, and they will. Westholt to the exchange first.
And I think she even made up ground on Westholt by a fair bit.
She did indeed. Westholt is off first. That's Ainsley Gallion. Jaden Meyer running the final leg for Syracuse. Aubrey Fouillon, the sophomore, for Bishop Neumann. Here goes Westholt. Gallion well out in front. Can Syracuse catch them? Syracuse likely will have done enough to finish second, regardless of what happens here. Unless they really fade, but it doesn't look like Meyer's going to let that happen. Neumann is starting to gain. The final 200, Westholt still well out in front, trying to defend their title in the 4x4. Here comes Gallion, the senior, wrapping up her career for Westholt. Wants to bring home the state title. This is going to be an impressive time. Gallion down the front stretch trying to go sub-4. And does. A new state record. That's going to be a new state record. 3:57.20. Westholt sets a new state and meet record in winning the state title. 3:57.20, breaking the state record they set earlier this year in Manhattan, Kansas.
Bishop Neumann and Syracuse did everything they could. They both nearly hit 4 minutes at 4:01, but Westholt just brought the hammer. That won't be enough for them to get the team runner-up trophy, thanks in large part to Syracuse putting a good performance in there as well, and Bishop Neumann. But what a race by the Huskies.
So the Huskies get the state title. Syracuse gets the runner-up. Bishop Neumann will finish in third. Westholt will finish in fourth. Kearney Catholic, your state champ. Congrats, though, to Westholt on setting a new state record. What an incredible race that was. That was a fifth. They both went sub-minute in the final two splits there, 58-57 over those final 400s.
Not too shabby, my friend. Not too shabby. That won't be enough for an all-class gold just because Bennington was so dang good 2 days ago. But I don't think they care. I don't think they care.
All right, on to boys, Class D. You'll see Howells Dodge in lane one. That's Dane Meyer, the junior, leading things off. Owen Blumenstock of Ainsworth, a senior, in lane 2. Hayden Sitch of Arapahoe in lane 3. Jace McGill, freshman, in Weeping Water. In lane 4, South Platte's Braden Einspar will lead things off for them. Stewart will be in lane 6 with Drew Schmaderer starting it off. Hyannis has Dom Bopry in lane 7, and it's Noah Manka of Baird in lane 8. First heat of 2 in Class D boys. Again, no drama anywhere in Class D.
Nope.
Dundee County Stratton's first, Axtell second. Nothing that you can change in terms of trophy stands there. Congrats to DCS sweeping Class D, both boys and girls this year. And congrats to Axtell. Who could forget that dramatic finish with them and McCool Junction ending up tying for the state champion last year. Axtell will be on the medal stand again as a team for the second straight year, a remarkable achievement.
Yeah, these are two schools that really are the class of Class D, it seems, lately. Just putting in fantastic performances across the board and bringing back trophies. Going to have to make some room.
Absolutely. For Dundee County Stratton, the state title this year for them. It has been a little bit since they have won. In fact, this is the first ever boys title for Dundee County Stratton. So they're winning a state championship in track for the first time ever.
Which feels kind of wrong.
Actually, it's first for both boys and girls. Neither of them had won a state title coming into this season.
Well, that's a way to break through.
And now they've swept it. Kearney Catholic, meanwhile, girls winning the state team title. They are no stranger to those. This is their fourth state title, second in a row. They also won state titles in 2013 and in 1999. First leg of 2, 4x400 meter relay. State meet record set back in 2004. Eustace Farnham ran a 3:26.85. That is flying, especially in Class D.
Yeah. By the way, the coaches who will be bringing home those trophies for Dundee County Stratton, one of them, Hannah Stroop, and you might recognize the last name of the other coach, Mike Spargo.
Absolutely. Track runs in the family out there in southwest Nebraska. Congrats to them. Fastest time in this event this year in Class D was run by Central Valley. That was at the Central Nebraska Track Championships. They ran a 3:30.25. You'll see them in the second heat. Underway first heat of 2.
In case you're curious where we stand on the all-class gold for the boys 4x4, well, everybody's chasing Lincoln Southeast.
Yeah,
a top 100 time in the country this year. 3:17.25.
Yeah, they wrapped up our coverage on Thursday with an absolutely brilliant performance. Especially that final leg that Thorne ran.
Yeah.
Just felt like he could have lapped the field if he wanted. He was flying.
And we'll see Thorne for a while,
yes,
too.
Yes, we will. Here we go, first exchange. Among the first there was Stewart in lane 6. Looks like Ainsworth out pretty strong in lane 2 as well. All 8 clean exchanges. Here we go. Now Ainsworth starting to separate themselves a bit on the second leg. That's Chris Fernandez, the junior. Stewart settling into second. Luke Ludwig, the senior. So it's Ainsworth Stewart running 1-2 in this first heat, with South Platte, I believe, in third, although now they've just been passed by Howells Dodge, Andre Martin. And now we've got a pretty good group of 5, led by Ainsworth. But only for now. Here comes Stewart back out in front. Here comes Howells Dodge on the outside. They're 3 wide as Howells Dodge. Andre Martin. What a run for him.
Yeah.
And it'll be the Jaguars first to the exchange. Stewart and now Weeping Water. Weeping Water is vaulted into second. Tucker Bickford ran a second 400 for them. Jacob Lean, the freshman, is running for them. It's Howells Dodge 1, Weeping Water 2.
I feel bad for Howells Dodge's Andre Martin. He didn't know which direction to get off the track to avoid any extra traffic.
So Howells Dodge, Weeping Water, Stewart running 1, 2, 3. Stewart's third leg run by Ben Paxton, the senior. This is Isaac Meyer, the sophomore for Howells Dodge. And the freshman Lean for Weeping Water about to get past Ben Paxton and Stewart, trying to get them in a second. Look at this. They might both catch Howells Dodge. Howells Dodge really fading. 1, 2, 3, virtually identical, and now Stewart sprinting out in front. Stewart's final leg. That's Cade Ram, the junior. South Platte has vaulted into second. Correction, Arapahoe in second with Will Casey, the senior. Howells Dodge now third, Weeping Water fourth. Stewart, 1. Here comes Arapahoe. Here comes Casey. Casey around the outside. Arapahoe in first. Arapahoe, they were fourth at the final exchange, but Casey getting on his horse. Arapahoe. Now Howells Dodge passing Stewart. It's going to be Arapahoe first, Howells Dodge second, Stewart third in the first leg of the 4x4. That was a 48-8 that Will Casey just ran.
Will Casey.
Arapahoe gained 6 spots over the final 800 meters, and they set the standard at 3:30.83.
Well, you understand how and why Will Casey won the 400.
Absolutely. What a run by Arapahoe. 3:30.83. That would have been third best time in the district finals behind only Central Valley and Dundee County Stratton. Now lane assignments for the second heat in Class D. You'll have McCool Junction in lane 1, Carson McDonald, the junior. Axtell, Elijah Bergstrom in lane 2. East Butler will have Grant Kozasek, the sophomore, in lane 3. Central Valley, best time in districts, 3:30.38. Zayden Wolf wrapping up his brilliant career in the first leg here. Dundee County Stratton, the team champs, will have August Shaw running first in lane 5. Quinn Oberg of Elm Creek in lane 6. He's a junior. Fullerton will have Fletcher Dubas, the senior, running first for them. And Deschler in lane 8, Brendan Lemke, the junior, running for the Dragons in lane 8. Time to beat 3:30.83. Again, not far off the best time this year. In fact, that's only the third 3:30 that's been run this season in the state of Nebraska. Central Valley ran a 3:30.25, like we mentioned, at the Central Nebraska Track Championships. They did almost equal that at district. And then Dundee County Stratton ran a 3:30.42 at district. As we pay attention, the rain really not falling that hard, which is good.
Indeed. It's the wind itself has died down quite a bit too.
It really has. The McCool Junction, they won this event last year. They're in lane 1.
You know, when you look at Dundee County Stratton, you look at Axtell, you look at these, they are putting their best athletes in this. We talked about the strategy of that with Dundee County Stratton and their girls, maybe trying to make sure that they maximize the amount of individual championships they can get. But, you know, there are some teams throwing their best out there right now.
And they'll need to be their best. That was a really, really good race run by Arapahoe to lead things off.
Got them down there in the blocks quite a while.
Yeah, they really do. Off and running, second heat in the 4x4 in Class D.
Interesting, McCool Junction, the defending champs, already a baton hand switch right out of the start.
That is their junior, Carson McDonald. A lot of experience from McCool Junction. They'll have 2 juniors, a senior, then a freshman. The Fuhrer brothers, Jaden and Jason, will be the final 2 legs for the Mustangs. Central Valley, there's Zayden Wolf out in front there, along with Fletcher Dubas of Fullerton in lane 7. 2 young men who know quite a bit about each other on the basketball court as well.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting looking at the handoff strategy there. Even though they've got the stagger start, they hand it off right around the same point as one another.
And it looks like Fullerton out in front right now. This is Cale Dubas, the freshman, who's out in front. Central Valley in second with Lane Foltz, the sophomore. And you've got Dundee County Stratton moving up to third. That's Noah Zoltenko, the sophomore. It'll be Kevin Garcia Guzman, their star, running the third leg. And I think, are we down to 7 teams?
Well,
we've got Central Valley out first. Yeah, there are only, no, we've got 8 teams left. I thought maybe a baton had dropped, but we still have all 8 teams out there.
Wausau's back there a bit, but yeah,
they struggled with the exchange.
Yeah.
So now you've got Central Valley out in front.
And I beg your pardon, that was Deschler.
It's Jairo Lazos who's out in front. Central Valley was out in 1:44.55 through 2 laps. And now Lazos really building some momentum. He'll be handing off to Boston Wood, the senior. Central Valley out in front. And here comes Axtell, now in second. And in third is Fullerton. So here we go. Anchor Lake for Central Valley, Boston Wood. Fullerton has Kane Watovic running for them. Axtell has Kaysen Hivronik running for them. And now here comes Dundee County Stratton behind everybody in fourth. Trying to change that is Ethan Latta.
You mentioned Watovic, very talented, very lanky basketball player.
Yep. But it's Central Valley out in front. Nobody is going to catch them. Boston Wood, the senior, coming down the final 100, not slowing up at all. Axtell trying to hold off Dundee County Stratton. It appears they will. It is Central Valley to the line in a blistering time. 3:26.62, a new state and meet record for Central Valley.
My goodness, the records are just falling like crazy today, Eric McKay.
3:26.62. That's good for first. That was a 50.68 that he just ran on that final 400, helping Central Valley set a new high watermark in the 4x4. Axtell ends up second. Dundee County Stratton third. Arapahoe fourth. Fullerton fifth. McCool Junction sixth. Howells Dodge will be seventh. Stewart eighth. Arapahoe, Howells Dodge, and Stewart all get to the stand from the first heat. But Central Valley making history with a 3:26.62.
I honestly think that wind dying down has made a big difference in some of these 4x4s here.
I think it has certainly helped Westholt. They're the state champs. They're standing by with Kalen Devin.
Westholt does it again, beats your guys' own record once more. I'll have you guys introduce yourself.
I'm Ainsley. I'm the anchor leg. I'm Pavin Larson. I'm Holland Conrad. And I'm London Conrad.
So everybody here was a part of last year's state championship team except Holland. Holland's the new one, the freshman. What was this race like?
Oh, I mean, we just went into it with full belief in God's plan for us. And for those two plans, ours and his, to align was truly awesome today.
What was the motivation to want to beat your time from last year and then earlier this year?
I think just the competitiveness and the desire to just keep wanting to keep getting faster and improve on ourselves, and just the competitive nature that we all have.
Holland, as a freshman, what was it like stepping into this group?
It just feels good. I mean, I sat in the bleachers last year and I watched them get the state record, and I was just wanting so bad to be on that team, and it feels great to be on that team now.
And then London, you have your sister step into it, and then you guys take it back to back.
It's so much fun. It's fun having my sister here, just a part of this team. It's just different when part of your family is running it with you, and it's so much fun running this race with these girls. And I thank God so much for this opportunity, because we've had a lot of those this year, and we've taken advantage of it. And he's kept us safe and been with us this whole time.
What does this West Holt team mean to all of you guys?
Oh, it means the world. I mean, it's such an honor to run for this team. I wouldn't want to run for anybody else.
Well, congratulations, West Holt, back-to-back state champions. You guys, you ladies earned it. Awesome. Thanks, guys. We'll get back to the race.
Thank you, Kaylin. West Holt, meanwhile,
Arcadia Loop City,
sitting pretty for second in boys Class C. They're leading that right now by 7 points, and they had the fastest time in districts. You'll see them in the second heat. Meanwhile, heat number 1 here, you've got Cedar Catholic in lane 1. Cooper Hookstein, the freshman. Wakefield's Jesse Lundahl, the senior, running in lane 2. Boone Central has Thomas Roberts, the senior, in lane 3. Freeman has Evan Alt in lane 4. Utan A.J. Arnsberg in lane 5. All of those seniors. Also Thane Wetchin, a senior from Heartland in lane 6. Ryan Caslin from Arcadia Loop City, the junior, in lane 7. Connor Douthit, the sophomore for St. Paul, in lane 8. First heat of the final 2 races of the state track and field meet is underway.
That is hard to believe, Eric McKay.
Incredible to think. Fastest time in this event this year was run by West Holt at those same Kansas relays. In fact, both they and Lincoln Lutheran turned in incredible times. West Holt ran a 3:18.75 down in Kansas. Lincoln Lutheran ran a 3:24.27 in Kansas. That 3:18.75, by the way, is a new state record. Chase County set the meet record just last year. They ran a 3:21.17 to win the state title that they will not be able to defend because they are no longer in Class C. Lane 6, that's Heartland. Wetchin handing off to Holden Switzer, the junior. Off quickly in lane 5 is Ryan McGuire for Utan.
That opposite side of the stadium has remained vociferous today. They have been undaunted.
Yeah, the crowd has stayed over there even after the pole vault wrapped up. Generally, you've got a lot of field event fans over there. They've stuck around, stuck it out. That's good to see. So you've got Boone Central in first, Utan in second, Cedar Catholic in third. For Boone Central, this is Talon Stokes handing off to Brogan Benish. Utan will have Owen Egger. Cedar Catholic will have Hunter Kukta running their third leg. Brogan Benish for Boone Central out in front. And you've got Egger for Utan. Cedar Catholic, they've been staying 1, 2, 3. Although Cedar Catholic might get past here for fourth as, Boone Central and Utan going shoulder to shoulder. Egger and Benish. Benish holding Egger off. Nice job to find that final push. Meanwhile, behind them, Freeman has jumped up into third after a great leg from the sophomore Hayden Jansen. It's Boone Central off first, UTAN second, now Freeman in third.
And it's interesting to see in this final leg from UTAN where you've got Schwartz, a tall guy, but kind of the short, choppy strides, but he's making ground.
Trying to catch Jaden Hageman for Boone Central. It's Boone Central and UTAN 1-2. This is going to be a fun final 100. Hageman and Schwartz. Schwartz trying to catch him on the outside. Hageman for Boone Central. Schwartz. Shoulder to shoulder. Schwartz. Hageman. Boone Central. UTAN. It's the Cardinals first to the line. What a finish in the 4x4's first heat.
Wow, what an effort by both young men. That was a fantastic finish there. It does not get much closer than that, Eric.
Separated by just 0.08 of a second. Boone Central, a 3:24.98. That's a great time. Both they and UTAN have a good chance at medaling. What a final 400. How close was it? That differential, that 0.08? UTAN was 12/100ths of a second faster on that final leg. They just could not gain enough. That final 100 told the story.
My goodness. You know, there may not be team titles up for grabs, and those particular teams may or may not find themselves on the medal stand in this particular race. But that's still fun to watch anyway, to see those guys fight for pride, scrap and claw. That's a blast to watch.
Absolutely. Final race of the evening, Heat 2 of the 4x4. Bishop Newman's in lane 1. I'll send off freshman Henry Woy to first. Wilbur Claytonia has Grayson Viken going out second. He's a junior. Syracuse's Will Jansen. Their first leg, West Holt, Drake Nemitz out first as they try to break their state record, repeating what the girls did earlier today. Palmyra's Harrison Boyd out first for them in lane 5. Lane 6, Lincoln Lutheran, Charlie Caldwell, the sophomore. Homer in lane 7 with Junius Snowball. And Perkins County in lane 8, Colton Kraker will be starting things off for them.
Now, you mentioned Syracuse.
Yep.
With that opening leg, I'm not saying this because Will Jansen has my last name and spells it correctly. I'm not sure. I don't think we're related. But so Syracuse, if they want to get a team runner-up trophy, they absolutely have to win this race. Now, something that is not out of the realm of possibility, this is a very, very good 4x4. Jansen, he's got more than just pride, at least with his own school. His girlfriend won an all-class gold 2 days ago, Addie Darnell. She is here watching him today, and she got her dad, who has coached for Auburn on the football team against Syracuse. She got her dad to wear green. Now, it was Northwest Missouri State.
Okay, that's how you get it through, is by wearing a different type of green. I get it.
Addie's brother Bailey played at Northwest Missouri State for a little while, so Chris Darnell had some Northwest green to wear, and he would have been forgiven. He played football at Falls City Sacred Heart, but they are here rooting for Will Jansen and Syracuse in this particular race.
I do love that he couldn't be brought to wear a Syracuse. Not going to do that. These rivalries run deep.
They sure do. But not only does Syracuse need to go first in this race, they need West Holt to finish off of the medal stand to have a chance to pick up a share of the Class C team runner-up.
Which, given what West Holt has done this year, seems
a little bit unlikely.
Unlikely, at the very least.
It would probably take a baton drop.
They have been the new standard bearer in this event in Class C history earlier this year.
Perkins County, meanwhile, just trying to add to their total as the team champs.
Yes, congratulations to them winning the team championship.
if you go back to that 200, every little place counts because Westholt went second and third in that race. Ryder Potts from Perkins County went sixth. If he goes seventh, this is still a team race for the championship.
Now, Perkins County, this will be their first ever state championship as a team. However, Grant has won 5 state titles, but they did not win a state title since 1976. So that part of the state has gone titleless in track for a long time. That streak ending today.
That's unreal to think of. The last time I was out in Grant, and now granted that's almost 20 years ago now, on a trip with Wayne State. We had a player from Grant at the time playing a tournament in Colorado while I was the play-by-play person for Wayne State. A lot of banners there in the high school in Grant right before they became Perkins County.
First exchange just happened, and there's Westholt setting the tempo. That's Andrew Rentschler, the senior. They are senior laden. Drake Nemitz, Andrew Rentschler. You'll see Lincoln Conrad third, all seniors. Brody Gallion, the anchor leg, though, is a sophomore. But this kind of a last hurrah for what has been a legendary 4x4 team in the state of Nebraska. And Rentschler, he doesn't want there to be any doubt. He runs a great second leg, although coming up quickly from behind, Trenton Cum from Lincoln Lutheran. Lincoln Lutheran, a very good 4x4 as well. Third leg for Westholt, Lincoln Conrad. It's Henry Prokop for Lincoln Lutheran. They're running first, second. It's Palmyra in third. David Unruh, the senior, running their third leg.
Yeah, you mentioned Lincoln Lutheran. It is definitely not a coronation, although distance being built.
Yeah, starting to pull away. Lincoln Lutheran trying to just keep them in their sights. But this is a great split here run by Lincoln Conrad. Westholt was already out in 141.97 at the halfway mark. And Conrad has built on that advantage. It'll be Conrad handing off to Brody Gallion for Westholt. One last hurrah for the Huskies. Lincoln Lutheran in second, Palmyra in third. Brody Gallion, the sophomore, trying to bring him home. They were at 2:30.45 at the handoff. Again, the record that they set earlier this year, 3:18.75. That should be within striking distance. No one's going to catch them for first. Will they catch themselves for the record? Brody Gallion, the sophomore, for the final 100. Westholt will be second in the state. Will they have the record? Gallion. It's going to be close. Gallion down the final stretch. To the line. Probably not a record, but still an incredible time. It is a meet record, 3:19.17. Westholt in first. Lincoln Lutheran, the runner-up. Palmyra ends up in third in this heat, but Boone Central and UTAN will be 3 and 4. But Westholt, they set the state record earlier this year and now break the meet record with a 3:19.17. Congrats to the Huskies on sewing up second place as well in Class C.
Yeah, that record from Chase County, everybody's going to forget that they were in Class C. They got that record taken away from them that they set a year ago. What a run, though. You mentioned it was within striking distance, and I thought, that's really going to be pushing it with a 48-second split, but he came darn close.
To the award stand, brought to you by KRT, helping you get back in action. Learn more at krtrelief.com. Also proudly presented by Visit Kearney. Find it all in Kearney.
Once again, 1,600-meter relay team medal winners. Please head over to the medal areas as soon as possible. If I could direct your attention to the medal area, we'll now present the Class D medals for the girls' 200-meter dash. In 8th place, Grayson Painter, a sophomore from Ainsworth, 26.96. 7th place, Autumn Holt, a senior from Loomis, 26.86. 6th place, Shawnee Gamble, a senior from Layton, 26.82. In 5th place, Samantha Hiskey, a junior from Nebraska Lutheran, 26.49. 4th place, Kennedy Gillen, a sophomore from Wausau, 26.35. 3rd place, Jolie Farr, a senior from Cambridge, 26.19. Your runner-up, Taylor McIntyre, a junior from Central Valley, 25.50. And your Class D state champion with a new Class D state and meet record time of 24.63, Clara Spargo, a junior from Dundee County. Next up, it's your medal winners, Class C Girls 200. 8th place, Jemiah Coolmuse, a junior from Norfolk Catholic, 26.02. In 7th place, Maylee Patterson, a junior from Valentine, 25.93. 6th place, Ainsley Gallion, a senior from West Holt, 25.57. 5th place, Kirsten Chepik, a junior from Bishop Newman, 25.30. She is a 3-time medalist in the 200-meter dash. 4th place, Natalie Williams, a senior from Ord, 25.19. 3rd place, Atlee Janacek, a freshman from Lincoln Lutheran, 25.01. Your runner-up, Addie Hunt, a senior from Southern Valley, 24.83. She is a 2-time medal winner, and she was champion last year in this event in Class D. And your state champion, Hazel Harberg, a junior from Kearney Catholic, 24.08, 2-time champion, and she is the state record holder. Next up, it's your Class D medal winners. Boys 200-meter dash. 8th place, Maddox Wagoner, a senior from Kennesaw, 23.56. 7th place, Tegan Rosebaugh, senior from Diller Odell, 23.04. 6th place, Ethan Latta, a junior from Dundee County Stratton, 22.82. 5th place, Zayden Wolf, a senior from Central Valley, 22.65. 4th place, Will Casey, a senior from Arapahoe, 22.57. In 3rd place, Isaac Chavez, a junior from Amherst, 22.41. Your runner-up is Jack Bolt from Riverside, a senior, 22.34. And your Class D boys state champion with a winning time of 21.87, a senior from Dundee County, Laken Whiss. Class C medal winners, boys 200-meter dash. 8th place, Tyrell Fennell, a senior from Exeter, Milligan, 22.91. 7th place, Graham Stava, a junior from Grand Island Central Catholic, 22.87. 6th place, Ryder Potts, a senior from Perkins County, 22.78. 5th place, Mason Giebler, a junior from North Platte St. Pat's, 22.55. In 4th place, Brogan Binish, a junior from Boone Central, 22.44. 3rd place, Brody Gallion, a sophomore from West Holt, 22.40. Your runner-up, Lincoln Conrad, a senior from West Holt, 22.26. And your Class C state champion, Andy Rikio, a junior from Battle Creek, 22.06. And now for your medal winners in the Class D girls 4x400 relay. 8th place, Wausau, 4:15.61. 7th place, Silver Lake Public, 4:14.24. 6th place, Layton, 4:13.36. 5th place, Cambridge, 4:12.82. 4th place, Elm Creek, 4:12.11. 3rd place, Nebraska Christian, 4:10.30. 2nd place, Arapahoe, 4:08.22. And your Class D state champions, Maywood Hayes Center, 406.82. Blakely Farr, Addison Richards, Reagan Stingle, and Ava Messersmith. Now it's your Class C medal winners, then the girls 4x400. 8th place Ballantyne, 410.40. 7th place Palmyra, 408.98. 6th place Hartington Cedar Catholic, 408.39. 5th place St. Paul, 407.57. 4th place UTAN, 407.23. 6th place Syracuse, 401.83. 2nd place Bishop Newman, 401.34. And your Class C state champions, Westholt, with a new Class C state and meet record time of 3:57.20. Pavin Larson, Hololin Conrad, London Conrad, Ainsley Gallion. Here's your medal winners. Class D, boys 4x400 relay. 8th place Stewart, 334.11. 7th place Howells Dodge, 333.10. 6th place McCool Junction, 332.83. 5th place Fullerton, 332.14. 4th place Arapahoe, 330.83. 3rd place Dundee County Stratton, 330.30. 2nd place Axtell, 328.73. And your champion, Central Valley, with a new Class D state and state meet record time of 3:26.62. Runners are Zayden Wolf, Lane Foltz, Jairo Lazos, and Boston Wood. And now it's your Class C medal winners, boys 4x400 relay. 8th place, Wilbur Claytonia, 330.47. Syracuse, 327.32. Perkins County, 327.27. Palmyra, 326.78. UTAN, 325.06. 3rd place, Boone Central, 324.98. 2nd place, Lincoln Lutheran, 324.93. And your champion, Westholt, 319.17. Runners on the winning relay, Drake Nemitz, Andrew Rentschler, Lincoln Conrad, and Brody Gallion.
NCN Sports is brought to you by Larson Motors in Nebraska City. Find your new Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram today at LarsonMotorGroup.com. And by District Table and Tap, craft beer, bold eats, now in Norfolk and West Point. Taste the District.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Speedy Mart. When you have to fuel your journey and feed the crew, whether it's many or a few, Speedy Mart is fresh, ready, super clean, and convenient.
Here, customers can expect the highest quality fuel that they deserve.
And when you make a pit stop, it's gotta be fast. Easy in, easy out. Speedy Mart for the win.
Does your business need quick, competitive financing for heavy machinery, trucks, or other equipment? Currency is here to help. Whether you're financing construction equipment, farm equipment, trucks, trailers, or any other big-ticket item, Currency will automatically find the best rates. Currency facilitates loans for up to $500,000 with repayment terms up to 72 months. It's fast, easy, and free to use.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Nebraska School Activities Association is proud to present trophies to the team champion and team runner-up in each class. The awards will be presented by NSAA Board of Director members Robert Drews of Arapahoe, Dade McDonald of McCool Junction, Thomas Lee of Omaha Westview, and John Cerny of Bancroft Rosalie. Your Class D girls state track and field runner-up is Nebraska Christian High School. Please come forward and receive your trophy. Here is your trophy. Congratulations to Nebraska Christian High School, your 2025 Class D Girls State Track and Field runner-up. And now, your 2025 Class D Girls State Track and Field champion is Dundee County Stratton High School. Head coach Hannah Stroop, we have a special award for you. And now, here is the 2025 Class D Girls State Track and Field Championship Trophy for Dundee County Stratton High School. Congratulations to the Tigers of Dundee County Stratton High School, the 2025 Class D Girls State Track and Field champions. Your 2025 Class D Boys State Track and Field runner-up is Extell High School. And now, here is your runner-up trophy. Congratulations to Extell High School, your 2025 Class D Boys State Track and Field runner-up. Your 2025 Class D Boys State Track and Field champion is Dundee County Stratton High School. Head coach Mike Spargo, we have a special award for you. And now, here is the 2025 Class D Boys State Track and Field Championship Trophy for Dundee County Stratton High School. Congratulations to the Tigers of Dundee County Stratton High School, the 2025 Class D Boys State Track and Field champions.
NCN Sports is brought to you by Blazer Athletics, not only made in America, but right here in Nebraska, and by Home Innovations. Visit their showrooms in Omaha and Lincoln to find your luxury at home with Home Innovation Spas.
Kearney, Nebraska is the getaway you never knew you needed.
Darling, I believe everything's gonna be alright. No need to worry because you got somebody on your side. We all need a fam, we all need a crew. When you're in a jam, don't know what to do. Just reach out your hand and we'll see you through. Doesn't matter where you're at, we got your back. We got your back.
With a Medica health plan, you're not just covered, you're cared for.
I spend with purpose because I bank with purpose at Liberty First Credit Union. With my Liberty Plus checking account, I can earn extra cash just for spending on everyday things, like groceries, online or in-store purchases, and lunch. At Liberty First, anyone can join, so start earning money to spend on the things you love. Start banking with purpose. Start banking with Liberty First Credit Union.
A body in motion stays in motion until you feel that muscle tighten, that sharp pain you didn't expect, and suddenly you're stopped in your tracks. KRT helps you get back in action with all natural pain relief in just minutes. Don't get sidelined by muscle cramps. Stay in the game with KRT.
Just finished an epic game? Keep the excitement going with a stop at Good to Go convenience store on your way home. Refuel with a fresh coffee. Grab a tasty sandwich and fill up your tank to be ready for the next adventure. Whether you are celebrating a win or discussing the highlights, Good to Go has all your post-game refreshments covered. Make it a part of your game day routine.
Good to Go post-game snacks.
Spring is here. For farmers, making safety a priority this planting season can be the difference between life and death. Always look out for power lines before exiting the cab, when loading and transporting machinery, and when raising or unfolding equipment. Keep equipment at least 20 feet from power lines and use a spotter when possible. Be aware of what's overhead. Nebraska Public Power District, always there when you need us.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 2025 State Track and Field Championships alongside Pat Jansen. I'm Eric McKay. Pat, we saw 23 records either tied or set here today. Truly a memorable state track and field meet in classes C and D.
Yeah, I thought we wouldn't get anywhere close to what we had in classes A and B. Classes C and D said, we got you. And that's even with running against the wind in some of the sprints. There were some fantastic efforts and some truly just legendary performances today.
Let's take a look at a look back at classes C and D as we look at our top plays at the state track and field meet. Omaha Burke Stadium, the setting, the 2025 State Track and Field Meet Championship Saturday in both classes C and D. And we saw a lot of records fall. This is the 4x100 meter relay in Class D, and this is Dundee County Stratton. 42.88 seconds. Both they and the second place team set new state records. Girls 49.5 seconds for Dundee County Stratton. Class C boys 4x100. No record set, but it was no less exciting as Westhold, in fact, does set a new state and meet record. So did Battle Creek. The problem is they were 26/100ths of a second slow. Westhold, your state champ. 100 meter hurdles in Class C girls. And it's Aubrey Fouillon of Bishop Newman able to stretch her way to the line at a time of 14.54, beats Anderson Wortman by just 0.02 of a second to get gold for the Cavaliers. In boys hurdles, Class D, 110, it does not get any closer than this race right here. Jake Halverson of Axtell, Kevin Garcia Guzman of Dundee County Stratton, separated by 1/100th of a second. Halverson legs it out at the very end to get the state championship for Axtell in the 110 hurdles. Class C 100-meter dash, another incredibly close final as it comes down to Terrell Fennell of Exeter Milligan Friend just edging out Andy Rikio in the Class C 100 by 1/100th of a second. EMF and Fennell get the state champ in the Class C 100. To the 300-meter hurdles, as we see coming down the stretch in the 300-meter hurdles on the boys' side, Colin Hillman of Palmyra just edging Isaac Cronin of Valentine at the line and getting the state title there. Class D, girls 200-meter run. Folks, Clara Spargo was incredible. 4 gold medals this week, including a finish in the 200 that sets a new state and meet record. Clara Spargo of Dundee County Stratton, holding up the 4 fingers. 4 events, 4 gold medals for the junior at DCS. How about Class C in the girls 200? How about Hazel Harberg of Kearney Catholic? Missed out on an opportunity to get an all-state meet championship earlier. She does not miss the opportunity in the 200. Runs a 24:08 best in all classes in the 200 for Kearney Catholic, helping the Stars to a dominant performance. To the relays, where we saw more records fall. West Holt girls in Class C. 3 minutes, 57.2 seconds, a new state and meet record, breaking their own record they set earlier this year, as they set a new high watermark in Class C in the 4x4. Class D, the 4x4, Central Valley, also setting a new state and meet record. There were 23 records either tied or set over the course of this week in Classes C and D. Central City getting the gold, or rather Central Valley, I should say, getting the gold in Class D. Wrapping it up, Class C boys, 4x400. You'd better wrap it up with a record. That's what West Holt did. The meet record, weren't able to break their own state record that they set earlier this year, but 3:19.17, the best ever at the Class C State Track and Field Championships. Team standings, domination is Nebraska Christian. They end up runners-up with 42 points. Came down to the final race in the 4x4 to see who would be the runner-up. It did not come down to the final race to see who would be the champion. Dundee County Stratton wrapped it up early, 86 points, more than double the second-place team, a dominant performance for their first ever state track and field championship in Class D. Class C girls, Syracuse ended up edging Bishop Newman in the 4x4 to finish as runner-up in Class C. But again, there was very little drama when it came to who the champion would be. Kearney Catholic, 79 points. They win by 29 and wrap up their 4th ever state title, their 2nd in a row in girls Class C. Class D, Axtell, they end up runners-up. They had a lot of medals, as you can see, 62 points for them. That gets them the runner-up in Class D. But Dundee County Stratton sweeps the championships. They had never won at track in either boys or girls. They win in both this year. The Tigers take the title in Class D. And in Class C, West Holt, thanks to their dominant performance in the 4x4, end up as the runners-up in Class C. But it was Perkins County, on the strength of performances in their middle distance runners, getting enough to win the team title, the first ever state title for the Perkins County Plainsmen. They take it home in Class C. And that'll about wrap things up from my broadcast partner, Pat Jansen, for Connor Luby and Danny Alvarado, and Paul Hires in the truck, the entire NCN Sports crew, Kaylin Debin and Michael Shively, who are on the sidelines today. Thank you so much for joining us. You've been watching the 2025 State Track and Field Championships on News Channel Nebraska.
We now join regular programming on News Channel Nebraska.